Good evening, America, and all the other lesser nations. It's your boy Donnie, former president of the United States, and really the best president, quite frankly. I'm here tonight to tell you not to be like China and instead donate to the OCA podcast. But don't just take it from me, the greatest and most loved president of all time. Listen to these other satisfied customers.
I think of the host of the OCA podcast as my 5.5 additional children, and like a good American father, I support them by donating to their OnlyFans.
If only I had started donating earlier, Uncle Ben might still be alive.
I've never met my real dad, but that's okay. Because after donating all my savings, the host agreed to be my new dads.
I punched the change out of his coin purse who'll donate to the podcast.
No, not my coins!
Yes, your coins. It's time to donate to the Patreon.
All right, the OCA podcast needs my money more than my sister Serenity.
Donate today.
In nomine Patris et Filii et Spiritus Sancti.
Welcome back to the OCA podcast. I am your newly restored host, Anime.
Not gonna lie, I wasn't expecting the song to.
Yeah, I was gonna say I didn't think you guys were ready for that. Yeah, you may recall last podcast we covered a Colombian girl who convinced the media that she had drawn 25,000 frames for Boy and the Heron. An offhanded joke got made about that Christ restoration, and I thought it would be hilarious. So, joining me tonight, Random 11, the person who made the Christ joke about the restoration. Angry Love.
Yep, here and willing to serve on or near Valentine's Day, I guess. But it's Black History Month, so who cares?
Yes.
Quite dessiné.
Quite dessiné. All right. I should not be wasting any time because there is. Well, I don't know what I'm doing now. You handle that. They're shifting on their own. All right. I should not be wasting any time because allow me to just give you a preview of the sheer amount of fucking shit in the dock right now. Yeah. This is gonna be a disaster.
So long and hard.
2 fucking weeks is too long. So if you'd like to support the OCA podcast and ensure that shit shows like this never occur, because the show happens weekly, because this is my primary source of income, boom, you can join the OCA podcast Patreon and fund me to the tune of your entire paycheck a month. That would be nice because then I don't have to earn a paycheck. And also there's the Anime Collector Patreon. I can guarantee that if a substantial amount of money ended up in here, that you probably would see more edited content on the channel. There's many other ways to support us. Go to ocapodcast.com/support. You can follow these. Somebody took advantage of our StreamYard code because for some reason, it cost me $100 less this year. So that's cool. So I just did my taxes. Or I'm doing them tomorrow. So I've been prepping and notice all that shit. Also, it's time for you to get yourself a Tenga. Love is in the air. And it could be on your dick with a Tenga. I didn't prep for that. Okay. Okay. So before we jump right in to this part, I would like to just say something. A few years ago, on podcast 45, we covered the Anime News Network hit piece on Vic Mignogna. And my gut told me back then, and you'll remember, the night we did podcast 44 was when they were writing that article. So it comes out the very next day. And for 2 weeks, I did diligent research to try to find out, because something about the way it was written felt disingenuous to me. And so I did as much research as I could. Wasn't a fan of Vic Mignogna before the hit piece. Would not consider myself a quote-unquote fan today. But in that time, those 2 weeks, I did not find anything that was actually damning. I found a lot of the whining and complaining, but not about anything that warranted whining and complaining, right? And so we started our coverage of this cancellation of Vic in podcast 45. This is podcast 245. And the results are in from his final hearing in the lawsuit. Which, granted, this could have come way sooner had the appeals court not wasted 3 fucking years doing nothing. But this is the agreed final judgment in Vic Mignogna v. Funimation et al. So on this day, the court considered the parties' request for entry of this agreed final judgment in resolution of the remaining issues concerning attorney's fees in dispute in this lawsuit. As a result, the court finds that this agreed final judgment should be entered. So for anybody who's been living under a rock and hasn't watched the podcast for the last 5 years or whatever, the appeals court denied Vic's appeal. So because of the Texas Citizens Participation Act, TCPA, Texas, yeah, that sounds right. The attorney's fees of the people he was suing are to be paid for by Vic, right? So this is them coming to an agreement on like what he's going to be paying for and, all that kind of shit. So it is orders adjudged and decreed that defendants Monica Rial and Ron Toye shall have and recover from Vic Mignogna the amount of $270,963.04. Now, this is where shit is like really bad for Vic, because had the appeals court ruled on this shit right away, Vic would have just owed what he owed. But because they wasted 3 fucking years doing fuck all because of COVID or whatever, he has to pay like 19% interest over, compounding interest over time on this. So he's been ordered to pay the amount of $270,000 to Ron and Monica, plus the amount of $15,526.96 representing Rial and Toye's litigation expenses in defense of this matter through November 21st, 2019. Rial and Toye shall also have and recover from plaintiff Vic Mignogna $22,602.93 representing interest accrued on the previous amounts awarded in this matter. Can we let's pull up the GoFundMe so we can put this into perspective. So the GoFundMe is currently sitting at $291,872. So more than that is what Vic is being made to pay here, because it's $270 plus 22, right, which would be $292 plus 15, right? Previous amounts awarded in this matter. So that's the $22,000 in interest is what he's being expected to pay. Rial and Toye shall also have and recover from plaintiff Victor Mignogna $67,500 representing contingent appellate fees previously awarded in this matter. It is further ordered all amounts awarded in this final judgment shall bear post-judgment interest at the rate of 18% per annum from the date this final judgment until the date of the final judgment is paid in full. It is further ordered that all writs and processes necessary for enforcement of collection of this judgment or the costs of court may issue as are necessary. All other relief requests and not expressly granted herein is hereby denied. The judgment finally deposes of all parties and all claims and is appealable. That's a weird. I would not have expected it to. all other relief requested and not expressly granted herein is hereby denied. So basically what they're saying here is you'll recall that when Vic appealed the case being thrown out under TCPA, Monica and Ron appealed the amount they would be awarded because Jamie Markey was able to do it in $50K, and Ron and Monica requested effectively this amount. And so Judge Chupp had offered $100K, as in double what it cost Jamie Markey to get the same result, which was just filing the fucking TCPA, right? So they're saying here that any additional, relief that was requested or whatever is being denied. Although I don't think there is anything else, to be honest. This judgment finally disposes of all parties and all claims and is appealable. It's weird that they say it like that. Like, oh, this has all been denied. By the way, you could appeal this if you want. So anyway, God, if a person could possibly figure out what that's supposed to say. Is that Chupp's signature? I guess that could be a J. John P. Chupp, maybe? Isn't that what his middle name was? Anyway, so Martinez and Vic signature, although Vic's signature definitely appears to just be the one they had on file. And there's a bunch of stuff here regarding, I guess we're going to dox the emails of all the people who worked. So here's how you can get in contact with Ty Beard. Skip over all this. Yeah, these are just all the contacts. So anyway, a bitter end, I would say, to the entire ordeal, especially considering every step of the way, I have grown more and more convinced at Vic's innocence and more convinced that the industry is run by a den of snakes. Jamie Markey didn't even get mentioned in the thing other than right here. But I guess the one like silver lining. I guess I shouldn't call it the one silver lining. I would say that in the journey that has transpired in these past couple of years, Funimation got outed with the Funimation leaks. We watched them prevent people from canceling their subscription and claiming it was a bug. We watched them cut off their nose to spite their face with interspecies reviewers, right? And we've watched them, as we'll cover tonight, self-immolate and have the final nail in the coffin be put into their brand. We have seen, we've seen way too much to do with Monica's fiance. We've had Jamie Markey recently get caught in a whirlwind over the localization she did even before this cancellation of Vic. So honestly, it doesn't look like the world is treating any of these people nicely. So at least everybody's in this shit show here. Now, you may look at this and say, well, I mean, Monica and Ron just got $270,000 plus all this other shit. It's like, well, actually, Jamie Markey got her lawsuit funded by the Time's Up Legal Defense Fund for victims of Me Too. So her reward in that is almost certainly going to go right back into that fund. Toye had his insurance pay for their defense, which means that the insurance is going to collect on these fees, not necessarily Ron and Monica. They may get, I'm not 100% sure how the interest works, but they may get the 20 grand in interest. But regardless, the point is that, like, honestly, I don't think anybody, when this first started, remember how they all said, like, oh, we can't wait for it to go to court. Like, we're begging for it. We want everything to be public and all that shit that they were spouting off on in 2019. I don't think anybody was ready for this, especially the fact that it took 3 years in appeals or whatever it was. So anyway, we're going to look a little bit tonight on sort of the status of this like culture war that we've effectively been thrust into with the anime community. That obviously has existed in Comicsgate and Gamergate and stuff, going on over a decade now or whatever it is. But yeah, I just think my only advice here is same as before: stay fucking mad, right? Don't forget what these people did to you in your hobby and what the industry has decided they want to be, and I guess stay vigilant when it comes to, you know, the sort of culture war stuff. Because, like, for example, I just doing a terrible job articulating this, but as we looked at in the last couple podcasts, Jamie Markey has made it really clear that she wants, she's trying to gaslight people by saying stuff like, there they go, they always refer to it plural, the lines, they can only name one, haha, which obviously, as we've shown time and time again, is not hard to name, you know, dozens of times where localizers have affected the product in a meaningful ways. But I think that it's worth noting people like Jamie Markey, you know, especially, you know, the whole cringe term of culture war. Most of the people on quote unquote the opposing side attempt to pretend like there is no culture war, right? Or attempt to gaslight you for viewing it as such, right? When in actuality, it's like they know goddamn well what is going on, you know, and they're attempting to convince you that it's not happening so that you can't put up a good enough defense to actually prevent it from happening until it's done and gone, right? And I think it should be worth remembering that when Jamie Markey attempts to tell you, you know, oh, you don't even know the other ones, what she's really doing is trying to deflect away from the fact that she's responsible for the most egregious ones. She doesn't like the fact that you use the patriarchy line in making a point, or the Gamergate Creepshow line from Prison School, because not only do they single her out directly because she delivered both of those lines and was responsible for writing them, right? But also because they so effectively paint the picture to somebody on the outside who may be put in a position to throw support behind one person or the other, that, yeah, this is pretty fucking egregious. So, yeah, I guess I'll just say again, stay vigilant and don't let people, you know, gaslight you into acting like your hobby isn't worth defending. Anyway, do you guys have any thoughts on the whole fiasco with Vic's lawsuit?
I mean, it sucks. It seems like they fumbled the ball with it. I felt like in certain regards, not all regards, but in certain instances, it should have been a slam dunk with what was like said and done.
I think people are really quick to throw Beard under the bus, right? And I do think that he is very responsible for some of the issues that occurred, because things were trending in the direction of he's going to fuck this up, right? In terms of filing things late, which, by the way, the defense missed entirely certain filing deadlines. And they like to jump in and say, like, you gotta file things on time, buddy, to quote Jamie Markey from the In Touch podcast. But in actuality, the defense outright missed deadlines, like completely missed them. But so that, I mean, that's just not a good sign in general, right? With anybody's legal team, you want them to be so prepared that they file it a day early, effectively, right? But I think that the real place where things fucked over Vic didn't have anything to do with Ty. I think it was the prima facie hearing that was treated as sort of preponderance of the evidence, right? Ultimately, that fucked with Vic on a level where he wasn't going to get back from that, right? Because when it came time to handle, you know, how things are going, you play by the rules, you know, and effectively, like, you strategize around the Texas Rules of Civil Procedure, and then somebody tears out 10 of the middle pages and plays as though it's still coherent, right? Which is effectively what happened there. And so there was
It's
no
not to
way.
mention, not just the tweets, but like there's video evidence, specifically with Marky, where she's like, flirting with Vic. Like they're at like panels and shit.
Mm-hmm.
And they're goofing off. And it's like, well, what do you call this?
And Kara Edwards claiming that he, picked her up from her seat to do a sexy tango with her against her will.
Right.
And the video shows her getting up and literally dancing across the entire panel to get to him, to lift him up out of his seat. It's like, so this is just what I'm saying about like, the longer this has gone on, the more I side with Vic, because every step of the way bullshit like that is happening. And it is insulting to have people try to gaslight you so hard when the evidence is right fucking there.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So anyway, I'm glad Random 11 remembered to change his name. I am sad to see I did not change mine, especially since I finished eating before the podcast started. So
have we addressed the super sticker?
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't have.
Hey, the cool
I don't
2T.
have chats up.
Thank you.
Thank you, cool 2T. I wish I knew what it was. Yeah. So anyway, I'm getting a little ahead of myself here. Yeah. So the hearing with Chup, where he basically just to remind everybody what happened in that hearing. Prima facie means in Latin on its face, right? Like literally the hearing exists for saying, yes, we believe this is, what is the word? Not libel. Fuck, what is the word? Why I can't remember this. So he's it's slander, but there's what's the one that's not written? It's a type of I'm dying.
Libel, slander, and defamation.
Defamation, that's the word. Fuck, man.
It's on the tip of my tongue. It's there.
Oh, sorry. I've got kids. I don't know if you can hear them. I have kids screaming in the background.
We can. They're heartbroken over Vic.
I am trying so hard to ignore them.
Absolutely heartbroken over Vic's
yeah. So anyway, so when it comes to the defamation, the prima facie meaning on its face is effectively that they were meant to come into the courtroom and argue. Literally, the way the rules are supposed to work is you just have to declare that it's defamatory, and then the burden of proof becomes that basically you end up starting the whole process here, right? And instead, it seems as though Chup treated it as though they were coming in with evidence, right, which they hadn't even been able to obtain because they were arguing in Vic's suit that his contracts were being fucked with. And in order to have that, mean something, the people he had the contract with, i.e. the conventions, would be on the hook if they were breaching the contract, right? And so the parties that they needed to get the proof of the contract breaching at the behest of the defendants were adversarial to them because getting that information would make them liable, right? So in the lawsuit, in this hearing, Vic was unable, or I guess I should say Ty, because Vic honestly barely, he was there for the deposition and that's about it. But Ty was attempted to argue to the judge acted like, you don't have any evidence. Fuck this. Like, you guys have nothing. This is a SLAPP lawsuit, a strategic lawsuit against public participation. Effectively, that's kind of what he wrote it off to be. It's like, well, hold up. We don't have evidence because we can't compel that evidence from the power of the court over the fact that we haven't gone through this first step in order for us to get the power to do that from you. And without that power, we can't compel adversarial parties to fork over otherwise, confidential information, right? So anyway, there's far too much to go on in this podcast tonight because it's been a 2 week.
We could talk about this for hours.
So I'm going to go ahead
sad.
and
Everybody in chat is sad.
I wouldn't even necessarily say that I'm sad because it's been so many years since the writing was on the wall. But it is disappointing to say the least that just again, simply because everything that we've watched transpire since podcast 45 has just painted Vic as being a stand-up individual, and all of the other people in the industry will bend over backwards to lie about him, and even get caught whole cloth with it on camera, and nothing ever happens to them, right? Or in the case of Damon Mills, there's that whole fiasco too, and the industry will literally go into the forums on Anime News Network with the email accounts that they use in order to do interviews with the people at Anime News Network, and they will pretend to just be random people and defend Damon Mills molesting that kid in the Anime News Network forums just to try to control the narrative, right? It's just fucking disgusting. Anyway, we've got a couple of things from last podcast or previous podcast I want to touch base on again. So first and foremost, last podcast, I brought this up right at the end when we were covering the tunnels. So we looked at this. Be human, stand for Israel. Ceasefires are anti-Semitic. So I saw this. The billboard has been digitally altered. The real billboard says, be human, stand for Israel. So it actually says that twice. Just so you know. So always want to cover corrections on the podcast when we are met with them. So there you go. Now, the Democrat staffer who filmed the gay porno in the Hart Senate office building has gotten no charges. You guys know this. This guy here. So I did think this was pretty funny. Benny Johnson said, Jacob Chansley said a peaceful prayer to God in the U.S. Senate, charged 41 months in federal prison, plus 300 days in solitary confinement. Aiden Mays films hardcore porn in the U.S. Senate, posts it publicly, charge, nothing, free to go. Now, Benny goes on to say, we live in a fallen demonic empire, which is probably true to some varying degrees. Although Random 11 was making a point about this when we were discussing it off podcast, about the fact that Jacob Chansley here, the QAnon shaman guy, interrupted a actual hearing or whatever what do you call them? The Senate was in session at the time. Right. Yeah. So clearly it's on those grounds alone, it's apples and oranges. But according to the Capitol Police, they will not charge the Democrats' aide who made the viral gay sex tape in the Senate hearing room. The suspects, quote, refused to speak with investigators despite there being, quote, no evidence of a crime. So you can film a gay porno and post it publicly. You can get your cheeks clapped in the Senate and put it on camera, and that is not a crime, actually, according to the police. So if you were looking for something to do after the Super Bowl, head down to the Capitol in your state, get yourself a nice gay porno going. It's legal. No crime. Anyway, last podcast, we discussed the Ukrainian model who won Miss Japan. So she beat out all of the Japanese to be the most Japanese woman on the stage. That is what Miss Japan is. Although she does kind of look Miss Foodnum with this neck. Do you see this neck? How do we not notice this before? Holy shit. I don't see Foodnum in the call. Could it be? So anyway,
was he even there when we covered it last podcast?
So we covered this last podcast that this Ukrainian born individual won the Miss Japan beauty pageant, right? But what's this? Gaijin Miss Japan from Ukraine relinquishes crown after being caught in an affair? Holy
In an affair, damn.
Can you believe it? Ukraine-born model with Japanese citizenship, Carolina Shina, the Gaijin who controversially won the 2024 Miss Japan, has relinquished her crown after reports of her affair with a married man. 26-year-old Carolina Shino won the 2024 Miss Japan Grand Prix in January to become the first ever European to win the prize, which is said to represent the foremost beauty of all Japanese women. I just can only see Footnum. Well, Shino was born in Ukraine. She moved to Japan in Nagoya at age 5, together with her Ukrainian parents. She's a naturalized Japanese citizen, but her Miss Japan title brought controversy due to her Gaijin roots, prompting Japanese commenters to ask, quote, "What does it even mean to be Japanese anymore?" The controversy surrounding now former Miss Japan 2024 surfaced after the weekly Shukan Bunshun reported Shino's relationship with a married doctor. The Miss Japan Association has also accepted her request to relinquish the Miss Japan 2024 title after taking it upon themselves to reflect their responsibility in bringing about the series of disturbances. Okay. The Miss Japan Association initially backed Shino following the report of her affair, as she had told them that she had ended the relationship after learning that the doctor was married. However, a new statement provided by the agency on February 5th revealed that she kept seeing the man after learning his marital status. Man, homewrecker too. Can you believe it? Shino apologized on her Instagram account for betraying supporters and causing trouble and explained that she hadn't been able to tell the truth due to, quote, confusion and fear. She felt after the article was published. All right, so I also had this part. They had said that he was not just a doctor. He was also a social media influencer. So if that lowers your opinion of her even more, well, there you go.
She looks better in that picture.
She definitely looks better there.
Yeah. 100%.
You want to know why? Because you're not seeing the giant neck. It looks more properly proportioned, so you're not thinking of Footnum.
Yeah.
Well, also like
it also might also be touched up.
That too.
Well, that might be out from her social media, so it might be airbrushed and stuff.
Yeah,
I would like to say though that
glowing in the competition, she was like legit glowing from the lights and stuff. That was just like.
I would like to say that in the comments of the clip, there were some corrections.
That she is in fact Jewish.
Well, that did come up. I don't know. I didn't fact check any of these, but some people in the comments did say that she is Jewish. Yeah. Some other people said
I think you need to fact check these things.
Yeah, I don't know if that one's fact checked. I wasn't going to bring that one up. What I was going to bring up is someone who lived in Japan claimed that their news said that her stepfather was Japanese, so that's why they moved to Japan.
Yes.
At the age of 5.
Yeah, she was born to Ukrainian parents, but her mom got remarried to a Japanese guy.
Man, Reese, have we seen a JAB like that? I could have sworn I've seen something like that.
Specifically, the whole plot about coming to Japan with your stepdad. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway,
if it doesn't exist now, it's going to. Especially with this drama.
So in pickups.
Oh, I have pickups. Well, actually,
Seb picked up.
We were going to pickups.
Yeah, I am real eager to just breakneck speed some of the stuff. Just
okay, you know what? Next week, I'll just do it next week.
No, if you've got them, we can take care of them. I'm just gonna try to go through the pickups quickly on Discord. So Tokyo Ghoul Jack, 10 years with Hayao Miyazaki. Cool. Narima Daikon Brothers, Reconquista in G, right? Gundam Seed and Beyond the Boundary. What is this? Oh, a top hat. A top hat and a teapot. Oh, that's
Narima Daikon.
okay.
For the top
I guess so.
hat.
After I got my copy of Jack, I found out Funny did end up dubbing it. Oh, did they release it?
Not dubbed.
Oh, are you serious?
They haven't released it stateside on a disc at all, period.
Okay, that's what I was going to say. Yeah. Kogias Lelouch of the Rebellion, Complete Series Season 1 and 2, and Go Danner. And Mega Mug picked up Banner of the Stars 2, Jinro, the Wolf Brigade, 8-Man After, Perfect Collection, good choice. Burn Up Excess, is that one? Yes. Lupin, Part 2, Royal Scramble, Love Heist, and Mission Irresistible. Evangelion Platinum number 1, and Death and Rebirth, and Magic Knight Rayearth for $40. Is that that is the white box outer shell, what do you call those? The box set with the white case. Yes, that's what it is. I think I might need to get some water. My brain is clearly moving quite slow today as I have not hydrated. I just downed the first thing I ate all day. Who would have thought? All right, so who am I at now? Danny picked up Call of the Night. So I guess Greenline was wondering what our next watch club's going to be after my Dress Up Darling. I don't know. So a couple on the road here for contenders. Trigun. We talked about doing that. What was the other one? Black Company, Dungeon of Black Company.
Yeah, Dungeon of Black Company.
Ooh, that'd be fun.
And Call of the Night. I'm putting those three in there. So audience, you tell me what you think. To Be Hero and To Be Heroine, The Princess and the Pilot, Metal Skin Panic Maddox 01. This is the Animego, the Entertainium edition. Shaman King on Blu-ray. Reese, tell us.
I picked up JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, Stone Ocean Part 1, on the third Sweet Lost Night, and Spy Family Season 1 Part 2. Next slide.
I don't remember. I don't know if I bought Sweet Lost Night. I don't think I did.
And I also picked up Berserk Deluxe Editions 2 and 4.
Mm-hmm.
And
Are those
Dead
the
Not Death-
only two that you're missing? Or are you
Nope,
still missing
I'm
some?
still missing 6, 10, and 14.
Mm.
And I also picked up Dead Not Death Play Volume 11. And then I also got the Guts Nendoroid and then this Anya and Penguin Man figure. Which I thought was pretty cute.
I like it.
That's kind of cute, actually. I like that.
I especially like it with Guts looking for them.
Right. That was myself.
I want crossover when.
When I'm planning on putting them, I'm gonna have them inside inside of a bookcase.
Mm-hmm.
So against the side wall. So she's hiding inside the bookcase. So that's my plan for it.
Bobby Hill picked up Trip World DX from Limited Run Games. Urusei Yatsuro TV Collection 4. Yu Yu Hakusho on Blu-ray Season 3. Oh, we're at it. You can't do it faster than me. Oh, I did it. Oh, yeah.
I'll let you have this victory.
All right. Greenlight, did you have one? Yes. All right. There you are.
I do. So I picked up. I was gonna wait to get the corresponding Yu-Gi-Oh cards, but I procrastinated. So I have Uria the Water Charmer from Kodabuki, I think.
Wow.
So this is part of the Charmer archetype. This set of Yu-Gi-Oh cards that are kind of dog shit, but they got a structure deck not too long ago, so kind of made them slightly better than dog shit, but they're still pretty bad. But I like them because the artwork is pretty, just pretty. So. And then there's Hita, the Fire Charmer. And there's four of these that are going to be released by Kodabuki that I have pre-ordered. But yeah, she's got a little fire. The staff was so hard to put in her fucking hands. So there's that. So I'll let you know when I get the cards. But I was too lazy, so. But that's all I've got.
Cool. Sorry, I'm just addressing. I'm looking at chat right now. So real quick, I want to before we move on. JT Vega says she did this "you're with us or against us" mentality by blocking people who disagree with her. Oh yeah, I mean that was. I guess you must be referring to Monica, right? Or are you referring to Jamie more recently? Because Jamie held out a long time on activating the blockchain. She, from my recollection of it, she didn't end up blocking people, like mass blocking them, until she put out that tweet that said Republicans need kids back in school. This is during COVID, so they can have school shootings again. Like some unbelievable joke she tried to make there.
Just unhinged shit.
Jesus, like we need to stop celebrating mental illness, right? DTG says winning a defamation case was always going to be difficult in an anti-slap state like Texas. That's why Johnny Depp sued in Virginia. Yeah, you know, for sure. It was always going to, it was an uphill battle, right? They needed to demonstrate that there was malicious intent behind the defamation. And I think given discovery, they probably could have easily done that. But because of how things went in terms of the specific hearing we were talking about earlier, and the strategies of the defense to stonewall every step of the way so that they could attempt to get Vic deposed first, force him to be the only one to get deposed, and then immediately file TCPA, which they were only able to do because Jamie Markey dodged the process server to the point where Monica and Ron's ability to file TCPA had run out. Because there's a 30-day from the moment of being served papers that you are able to file TCPA. And because Jamie Markey dodged the process server long enough, they were able to depose Vic and then have Jamie Markey swoop in and file TCPA and have it apply to all the defendants. Because if the lawsuit is frivolous against one, it's frivolous against all on the grounds of TCPA. And so, it was an uphill battle to begin with, for sure. And let's not forget these cowards claimed they wanted to go to court. And then when they had the opportunity to, they said, no. We're going to let this get judged on its merit. No, we're going to cancel it. We're just going to get it dismissed. Of course. Like, why would we let him actually argue on the facts of the case? That would be embarrassing to us. Facebook user, I'm not sure who is watching on Facebook, said Markey is acting all relieved at the trial's end. I mean, anybody would be. Stan says we should never let them forget what they did to Vic. Yes. Hard agree. Do not ever let your foot up off the neck of the group that is continually doing this shit. Also, Facebook user told me defamation. If only I could read during that moment.
One second on the comment. But again, we are not condoning. Do not go after these people.
Yes,
do not seek them out for specifically.
Just in case your brain is broken. Just in case your brain is broken and you don't understand humor, I am not advocating that you bother these people in real life. For it saith in the Bible, vengeance is the Lord's. JT Vega said, write it down next time. Yeah, I guess, was this about defamation? I can't believe it slipped my mind for a moment there.
I was thinking it, but it was like, surely that's not what he's trying to think of. Surely it's not that word.
Those aren't Taylor Swift's initials, Random 11. Honestly, so we're going to look at this tonight, but I think that I don't think it's safe to say Funimation is ending for reasons that will become painfully clear as we go through the amount of crap we have to go through tonight. Vic stands up as the industry bends over. I'm going to have to rewatch it to see if that's an actual quote, because that's hilarious if I phrase it that way. Mrs. Neck. Was she dating the judges? Oh, the Miss Ukraine or Miss Japan Ukrainian lady?
That's your
immediate.
That's our next target, Mr.
Yeah, immediate consequences of diversity, right? Social.
It is kind of ironic that in Japan they do have like a culture where they are okay with you cheating on people, and that is what kicked her out of being Miss Japan.
Only men are allowed to cheat in Japan.
Oh.
Okay. Is that the neck? She can't breathe. All right.
The oxygen takes so long, it just dies.
Speaking of people who can't breathe, Sexy Tanaka-san live action controversy causes mangaka breakdown. I want to read this one. I think it was phrased better. So on January 26th, Ashihara, which is the mangaka, made a blog post regarding the live action adaptation of her Sexy Tanaka-san manga. In the blog post, she stated that she made it a condition that the live action adaptation would be faithful to the manga, and said that NTV did not uphold that condition. She said many scenes she held dear as the core of the manga were cut or not depicted properly, and characterizations were changed. And she was not given a satisfactory reason why. She said she did voice her complaints, and the first 7 episodes eventually remained largely faithful to the manga. Ashihara had said that throughout the entire production, she never met with the show's scriptwriter, and she did not talk directly with the director. She added she ended up writing the scripts for the final 2 episodes of the series after the original scenario she outlined for the ending was significantly changed. But she also apologized that she had to rush the script as an amateur scriptwriter and could not refine it further, as she was also working on deadlines for the manga. Ashihara explained that she and her staff had made it a condition from the outset that she could be allowed to write the scripts herself for the final episodes if she was not satisfied with them, adding NTV had agreed to this condition. She ended the post by thanking all the cast and staff for making the live-action adaptation. Ashihara later deleted the blog post, stating it was not her intention to attack anyone, and she apologized. Oh, that was nice. Oh, Sexy Tanaka-san mangaka dead and suspected suicide after the live-action uproar. So only days after writing a blog post on the matter and subsequently wiping her social media history in a seeming breakdown, Sexy Tanaka-san mangaka Hinako Ashihara was found dead by suspected suicide at the Nikko Kawaji Dam in Tochigi Prefecture. She was 50.
Wow, that escalated quickly.
Yeah. According to the police sources, she was filed as missing on January 28th, with her body being found today on the 29th, with what is suspected to be a suicide note also found. Police are still investigating the case. Ashihara suffered a great deal during the production of the live-action drama series adaptation of her hit manga Sexy Tanaka-san, trying to wrest back her plot and characters from the massively altered version produced by the production committee at Nippon TV. Despite adaptation faithfulness being one of her conditions for giving the green light, she relayed to the scriptwriter via the producers, her only point of contact, the changes she wanted to be made to the adaptation, only to find them rebuffed and unchanged. Ashihara was then hit by complaints about the shoddy adaptation, not helped by the series scriptwriter Tomoko Aizawa, who pointed out that Ashihara wrote the script for the final 2 episodes. After detailing everything in her blog post as an explanation, social media users used it as fuel to add to the fire and attack other members of the production, seemingly leading to Ashihara to wipe her Twitter and blog, with her now final tweet posted on 28 saying, quote, "I didn't mean it as an attack. I'm sorry." Ronan Joss says, but in the end, Vic is the victim of all this drama. 100%. Money isn't a big deal. Yeah, I mean, I think Vic can largely afford, especially if he didn't, and if his own legal expenses were done pro bono as an apology for how egregiously they handled everything, or as a term for not getting sued for malpractice or whatever. I think he's largely able to take care of the payments. It is significantly more than what he has in the GoFundMe, because you have to factor in Funimation and Jamie Markey and all them as well. But I think he could probably afford it, right? And so long as these people don't continue to act like the current trajectory of their behavior suggests they will, and Vic is able to actually get work, I think he'd easily be able to pay this shit off in record time and get back to, whatever he's going to do, be it AM Studios or whatever he's going to do. I just think that it still sucks from a symbolic stance that he's been drugged through the mud and put through everything he's been put through and come out the other side just to be even further behind, in terms of financially and career wise and all that stuff. I think that the toll that this has taken on everybody involved, Vic is the only one to come out better than he went in by like magnitudes greater. Like, I mean, it's unbelievable how much better, how much goodwill he has in the anime community compared to Funimation, Jamie Markey, and Monica Rial, So anyway, where did I leave off? Nippon TV commented on the manga's death via their online news outlet saying, quote, "We would like to express our deep sadness and regret at receiving the news of Hinako Ashihara's passing. The adaptation of the October 2023 Sunday drama Sexy Tanaka-san was proposed by Nippon TV, and through Shogakukan management, we discussed and took Ashihara-san's opinions on the script writing into account, leading to the approval and green light for the script and the broadcast. We thank Ashihara-san for giving her best in the production of the show." So this is all what was trending. As expected, the topic of the manga's death and Nippon TV's response immediately caught fire and continues to burn others in its heat, with Aizawa privating her Instagram account. Other mangaka have spoken out about her death, with Nodame Cantabile mangaka Tomoko Ninomiya saying, "This hurts too much." While mangaka turned politician Ken Akamatsu said, quote, "This is something that should never have happened," though he warned not to let this matter turn into a hate train towards Aizawa. Apart from Sexy Tanaka-san, Ashihara was known for Sand Chronicles, which also received a successful live-action adaptation by TBS. So I think it's important for us to look at this and acknowledge that literally last podcast we covered a proposed internet bill to stop the type of shit that results in people committing suicide in Japan over the amount of abuse or bullying or whatever you want to call it. So wrapping up this topic here, Toei, Toho, and Kadokawa heads respond to Sexy Tanaka-san mangaka's death. So if you don't know, because they haven't really described it yet, the story of Sexy Tanaka-san is about an office worker who moonlights as a belly dancer. Things with Nippon TV and the death of Sexy Tanaka-san mangaka Hinako Ashihara have gotten so bad that the presidents of Japanese film giants Toei and Toho, respectively, denounced the disrespect seen in the live-action drama adaptation of the manga. Punch his face. Just like Falcon Punch.
It won't happen.
Come on. The news came way of a press conference with the Motion Pictures Producer Association of Japan, where Toei, Toho, and Shochiku and Kadokawa all gave their comment on the grave incident. So Toho's president said it should be an unshakable way of thinking that the adaptation of an author's work should respect the direction that the author wishes for. These are really important for this podcast, by the way. Like, listen to the way that the Japanese view the original creator's IP. It should be an unshakable way of thinking that the adaptation of an author's works should respect the direction that the author wishes for. If there is a difference in the direction the adaptation is headed in, I can't conceive of any other way other than to communicate with the author to understand their intent. Meanwhile, Toei's president said, this incident reminded us once again that if there is an original work that is being adapted into video, communication and discussion over how the adaptation will proceed will be, I think I should say, will be becoming extremely important going forward, or will become extremely important. Proofread it next time, Sankaku Complex. Shochiku's president said, quote, bringing out the greatness of the original work is the prerequisite. We will make it a rule so that going forward, something like this will never happen again. So basically, all these other studios that are not part of Nippon TV or whatever are coming out and saying, like, well, listen, this is a real bummer. We've never had anything like this happen to us, and nor will it ever happen, because we aren't going to fuck up this bad. Effectively, that's what I'm reading out of it. Finally, Kadokawa president Takeshi Natsuno stated, quote, our company constantly adapts copyrighted manga and short story works into video format. While we always pay attention to what the original author wants, we still would like to be even more careful going forward. Holy shit, man. Like they're trying to get away from this as quickly as possible. Ashihara-san was on social media too much, I think. She had her identity wrapped in her work and people's opinion of both. It is a warped reflection. It can twist a person's perception of reality. Yes. If George Lucas did this, would Disney denounce Star Wars adaptation? Or Netflix with Cowboy Bebop? I don't know. I think people in the West commit suicide significantly less over online bullying like this, especially celebrities, you know. Or the way they commit suicide is they accidentally overdose trying to escape the pain. All right. Let us take a look at some live action news. So Spike Lee and Denzel Washington are reuniting for a remake of Akira Kurosawa's High and Low. So it is I think it's a crime thriller, right? High and Low is described as a reinterpretation of the iconic crime thriller, from 1963, which focused on a rich Japanese businessman that questioned his morality after his chauffeur's son is kidnapped. This is the fifth film for Lee in Washington after 2006 Inside Man. Production is set to kick off next month via Variety, and will be co-produced by A24 and Apple Original Films, with the former handling a theatrical run before it inevitably lands on Apple TV streaming. Spike Lee and Alan Fox are co-writing the script. The original High and Low starred the legendary Toshiro Mifune and was based on Ed McBain's novel King's Ransom. While Apple is co-financing the film, the project isn't included in a multi-year deal A24 inked with competitor HBO Max. So why do you think it is that Spike Lee and them are considering this a remake of High and Low versus doing a movie based on the same novel, King's Ransom? Or do you think it's
question?
Do you think it's entirely SEO based? Akira Kurosawa will get more clicks than Ed McBain, right?
It could be. I'm not too familiar with the exact property, but maybe Kurosawa's adaptation added some extra stuff that they wanted to focus on.
The way it sounds like the King's Ransom makes it sound like the original was more like an king and his somebody, and
like maybe it's medieval instead of modern.
Yeah, Akira Kurosawa's made it more modern, like businessman, which they felt would be a lot more quote unquote relevant to today's age.
I'm trying to remember because I own High and Low. I never actually sat down and watched it. Yeah, it is. It is the one with the telephone. Okay. I wasn't sure if it was because Akira Kurosawa has done a couple of non-samurai films, like quite a few, right? But I wasn't sure if this was one of them. But yeah, it isn't. Okay, so you could be right. That could be the reason why. Anyway, so let's move past this. Oh, an hour in already. Great. Knuckles live action spin-off series reveals streaming premiere plans. So it's going to be on Paramount Plus, to the surprise of no one, right? Also, here's a little bit more about it. Sonic gets the Fireball power-up from Mario.
That's Knuckles.
Knuckles, what did I say? God damn it.
Did Lance take over for a second? Colorblind.
Anyway, so yeah, it looks like exactly what it is. Like, I guess I could watch it. It actually seems like more of a commitment because it's a TV series. You know what I mean? Like, I'd rather just sit through the movie once than sit down and watch 8 episodes or whatever this is going to be,
6, I think.
Regardless. Anyway, so I would like to, why did we put this in here? Oh, was it Sally?
There is, yeah, Sally is in the.
Yeah, so there's a character played by Anaya Thorley named Sally, and we wonder, is it going to be the Sally from the Archie comics and the Saddam Sonic or whatever? Also, Christopher Lloyd and Carrie Elways is going to be in it. Oh, Rory McCann, that's who we were looking at. Rory McCann is playing the villain guy in it. Rory McCann is the Hound from Game of Thrones. Anyway, so I want to remind you guys. So it's important that the villain is going to be Rory McCann, right? Because you guys might remember once upon a time in an interview, Jim Carrey had this to say.
We can't hear it.
You can't hear it?
No.
Did I?
Are you not sharing audio?
Did I just stop screen sharing and share it the exact same way? Yes. Good
Big
job,
fail.
me.
Eras in it. Of Dolly Parton. I think Dolly Parton, we were born in different eras, and it's a terrible shame.
Right?
Because I'd have chased her.
I think you would have caught her. Wait, is that
I would've caught her.
unbelievable though? She said she wants you. Would you
It's
do
a
it?
lovely thing.
Yeah.
It's a lovely thing. Well, I'm retiring, but
No.
yeah, probably.
Are you being
Probably.
serious or are you screwing with me?
I'm being fairly serious. Yeah.
Really? Why?
It depends. It depends if the angels bring some sort of script that's written in gold ink that says to me that it's going to be really important for people to see. I might continue down the road, but I'm taking a break. Yeah.
Well.
Okay. You guys remember him saying that? Well, I have breaking news because, God damn it. Why didn't I load that clip in separate so this joke could land? Oh, dear Lord, give me a break. Because
Angels come down.
The angels have come down with a script written in gold ink as Jim Carrey is returning as Robotnik in Sonic the Hedgehog 3. Truly, it is a role that will be meaningful to society. However he fucking phrased it, the joke's ruined. Anyway, so
society will see this movie.
So if you watch the video here, it's literally just like the logo thing, but you hear a laugh, and I guess we're assuming that's Jim Carrey. Actually, I think it was because Hollywood Reporter or something reported. I don't fucking remember. I don't have time to waste on this. I'm pretty
Got
sure.
a variety.
Honestly,
Variety.
it almost seemed like he only said he was going to retire because he didn't actually want to be in Dolly Parton's movie. Anyway, Japanese live-action City Hunter film is launching on Netflix on April 25th. Wow, that just came out of nowhere. While the manga has inspired live-action adaptations in Hong Kong, South Korea, and France, this is the first City Hunter film to be shot on a real-life streets of Tokyo's Shinjuku ward. The film shifts the setting from the late 20th century to modern day, but retains Saiba's long coat from the manga instead of the jacket that's seen in the anime adaptations. The film turns the manga's Balmacan coat into a belted trench coat, though. Anyway. Also, Netflix is doing a live-action Korean Parasyte for the second quarter of 2024. That's it. That image is all you get to look at. Let's keep moving. All right, Fullmetal Alchemist had a stage play, and it's too funny not to look at. Okay.
Face
It's
is a bit
not
wide.
Not a kabuki. Don't know why man's playing Lust. This one though. Yeah. Yeah. Spot.
They got the hands right.
Yikes, right? Do you think it makes a funny noise when he walks?
He's missing the chest fat. Like they need to add more chest fat to.
Yeah. He needs some boobs, right?
Yeah, to offset the gut.
Anyway, Scar looks okay. That really doesn't look like a Scar when you do it in live action, but anyway, why would I show you this? Oh, because now I can show you this. So I've only been holding on to this all like a month and a half now. You've probably seen it, and I finally confirmed that it won't copyright strike me. Talk over it repeatedly. I welcome you as well. So this is in China. Chilling. And the reason I know this is China, other than the Billy, is because they bootleg the Kamehameha noise and they use Sean Schemmel instead of Masuko Nozawa. Oh my god, this. I do remember that part from the manga where Vegeta showed up and punched the air. This is the fusion dance personified.
How long is this fucking play?
Yeah. Yeah. No, seriously, this is the entirety of the entire franchise. From Dragon Ball 3, apparently. And you can have the announcer bag. so I'm just gonna stop it there because although I did test upload it, I'm just really not feeling these songs are gonna go unnoticed by the content ID.
Take so much cringe at the same time too. So
What are you talking about? That was amazing.
That was the greatest thing you've ever seen in your life, right?
Amazing. Way better than that other concert that they had the people wanting to leave and get their money back.
Yeah, especially this part
for Attack on Titan.
Yeah.
I'd say it was better than Dragon Ball Evolution.
Probably.
it was definitely better than Dragon Ball.
It was better than Dragon Ball Super, that's for sure.
And the amount of money, like for what you're getting, you're like you get the whole saga of Dragon Ball and Dragon Ball Z.
Of Dragon Ball.
I think it would be money well spent.
All right, fund the podcast so we can go see it in China.
It's only 3 days though.
Oh, and that's way over.
Come on, guys, we gotta pump those.
We better get moving. Get us that money. We gotta fund a time machine first. All right. So the Your Name audiobook is due July 2024 from Yen Press. So this is the book based. This is the one that Shinkai wrote, right? Yeah. Previously, I don't know about this specific one, but previously Yen Press got the voice actors from the anime to do a different one. So you may
they get a bunch of them. Like they've got Chris Guerrero for Overlord, J. Michael Tatum for Brina Palencia for Spice and Wolf. They had Monica Rial just for like one book, this Saga of Tanya the Evil, and it's gone through like 3 different voice actresses. That's like what's going on.
Can't commit to your role, can you, Monica? So hopefully this one has Michael Sensor Nicholas and Stephanie Shea. Original Kimi Todoke anime gets an English dub after all these years. Literally 13 years later, right? Like,
just because Netflix is getting a new series.
They're really committed to using Asians in the male lead roles all the time.
You mean typecasting?
Oh man, it's disgusting. Asians already represent 50% of the cast. Do you have to give them any more? This guy kind of looks like that cover of the guy on the subway for that Mpreg manga. He's expecting or whatever. You remember the cover before?
I don't recall the cover.
This is the prequel.
Yeah. Campfire Cooking in Another World with My Absurd Skill adds a little English dub spice to Crunchyroll. So is this a similar situation where this is a pretty old
well, not old, it only aired last year, but they didn't simuldub it.
Yeah, so they didn't simuldub it, but they're dubbing it now.
Yeah, which honestly I prefer because they at least know that they're taking their time with it. They're not rushed to do it. So, and I literally, for some odd reason, yesterday I decided just to watch all 12 episodes of it subbed. For some stupid fucking reason. I don't know why.
Watch it sub and now it's dubbed. Great job. Kodansha USA publishes Yoshinori Matsuoka's Re-Anima as English first manga. What does that title conjure up in your head?
It's being released in English before the Japanese version.
That's what it sounds like, right? I'm still guessing that's what it is, but it doesn't quite tell you. Like, Kodansha USA announced on Wednesday that it is publishing Yoshinori Matsuoka's Re-Anima science fiction manga first in English exclusively on its website. The company released the first chapter on Wednesday, and new chapters will launch every other week. The first few chapters will remain free on the website until the print release of the manga's first volume. This is the story. It's the near future in Tokyo, and the average temperature is around 170 degrees. That's why it's going English first. Humanity lives underground to escape the deadly heat, only seeing the surface through the eyes of remote-controlled robots called Re-Anima. Shinano and Kara are members of the Enforcement Bureau, policing surface crime and illegal Re-Anima mods. But Kara has a secret. he lives on the surface full time in his real body.
Because he's a Chad.
He's not even black. How could they do this? Don't they know it's Black History Month?
I couldn't even give him a tan.
All right. I would like to share for you something we otherwise would not have covered, but is too funny not to cover. Niji Sanji terminated their contract with the VTuber Selen Tatsuki. Then Selen Tatsuki opened a new persona to go in independent with VTubing called Doki Bird. And Niji Sanji got rid of Selen Tatsuki, but forgot to also remove Selen Tatsuki's mods. So the mods created a stream promoting her new VTuber persona, Doki Bird. So Niji Sanji fucked up. They did not remove my mod. Please subscribe to Doki Bird on that stream chat on YouTube. Here it is. So anyway, then Anycolor, which is the parent company to Niji Sanji, stocks continue to fall after terminating Selen Tatsuki. So remember what we saw with Vic and Funimation? Boom. Here it is. The fans don't care about Anycolor. They care about their virtual VTubing waifu. So Anycolor stocks have dropped from a peak of 3,850 Japanese yen on Monday afternoon and has continued to fall in the wake of the announcement. Meanwhile, Anycolor's provided a statement through their investor relations site saying, quote, on February 5th, 2024, Anycolor made the decision to terminate our affiliation contract with the Niji Sanji EN, meaning the English language liver or VTuber, Selen Tatsuki. The impact of the decision on our financial results will be negligible.
as they say from the plane nose down.
Yeah. For context, this is what negligible looks like. 10% of your portfolio in the toilet. Anyway, so continuing, virtual YouTuber termination, possibly the final straw for Niji Sanji EN. So Selen, who is now going by their indie persona Doki Bird, revealed that she had been a victim of bullying within the company, which added up with other factors like a privated song cover to cause her to make an attempt, quote unquote, meaning she attempted suicide. I also realized I didn't cover. Where is it? Hold on. Was it the second one? Oh, that's weird. So they terminated her. Oh, here it is. This is the one. Notice termination of Selen Tatsuki's contract with Anycolor. So it's a multi-page document, right? We announced it was going to. Readers added context via community notes. Selen had copyright permission from the original singer and producer of the cover she did. So basically, due to repeated breaches of contract and misleading, blah, blah. So she, where did they say it? Selen previously took an indefinite hiatus after posting a music video to her channel and allegedly being compelled to take it down by management. So they forced her to take it down, but she had copyright permission from the original singer and producer of the cover. And she also claimed she had already been asked to leave the company after bullying and toxic environment led to her hospitalization, which, as I've just uncovered here, is suicide attempt. And I fucked this up so royally. Like I said, her suicide attempt. Okay. This reveal, alongside other similar grievances of the former Niji Sanji talent regarding struggles against management, turned the entire incident into an entire movement to take down Nijisanji En with hashtags like "Sink the Yacht," referring to CEO Riku Tazumi's private yachts trending. So that the hashtag was trending, not the private yachts trending. Sink the Yachts was trending. Anyway, so this is the dramatic drop in value. And then last bit, they got fucked so hard that their parent company, the company above Any Color, is desperate for overseas managers to ensure that this doesn't happen again. Not going to read it. We're going to go on for you. Let's talk about Funimation. So, RIP Funimation, the anime streaming service will close in April, and there's even more bad news for subscribers. Man, how could it get any worse? So Funimation is officially closing on April 2nd, 2024, just so you know it's not an April Fool's joke. And it could spell bad news for your digital library. What? Who has those? A post on Funimation assures subscribers that, quote, this transition will not impact your access to the vast library of anime available on Crunchyroll. However, it appears that Funimation subscribers will lose access to digital copies of purchased anime Blu-rays and DVDs. Man! It's almost like I've been screaming, buy physical, bitch, the entire duration of the podcast existing. Those without a Crunchyroll account will see their watch history and queue transferred automatically. Funimation users with a Crunchyroll account will be given one of three options upon logging in. Combine Funimation and Crunchyroll data, replace Crunchyroll data with Funimation data, or only save the Crunchyroll data. You may have also seen talk of price increases for Funimation and Crunchyroll users. While the end of services announcement is decidedly vague, it seems that only those with a cheaper multi-year legacy subscription will see an immediate price hike. So this was the actual quote from their end of services announcement. Quote, going forward, the subscription fees will be reflected in the next billing cycle through Crunchyroll or the third-party access platform following Crunchyroll's pricing. Any thoughts on this, guys?
Not really.
I mean,
it was inevitable.
Oh
right?
my gosh, I'm so shocked. Oh, what we do? No, it's not like we, knew about this for a year or over a year.
I've seen people. Oh, okay, guys, just prepare for all your subscriptions at double price. No, it's just happening to people who are grandfathered in.
Yeah,
for like $5 a month when they're like, no, and oh no, it's going up to $99 a year. But that's that's the normal $8 price a month or whatever it is.
Mm-hmm.
For context, they offered people a discount when they initially split or like said that they were going to end Funimation for people to transfer to Crunchyroll. And so those discounted plans are now going to end and go back to full price.
Go ahead. Sorry.
The digital copies, though, is annoying for anyone who had a library built up of digital copies.
Mm-hmm.
When they initially announced that they were going to end Funimation, they said that they were going to work on like getting that kind of thing. They kind of implied that they were going to get that working on Crunchyroll so that they would be able to transfer over your digital copies, and then they just never did.
No, but this is just how they always have been, right? Like we covered early on in the podcast, YouTube used to have annotations. One day they said, we aren't getting rid of annotations. Don't worry. Exact words. Don't worry. Annotations are going to stay right where they are. But in order to use the end screen elements, you have to pick between per video if you want to have annotations or the end screen elements. Our system is not developed to be able to use both. You got to choose, but don't worry, annotations are just fine. Then at a certain point, there's a cutoff. This is the last day you can make annotations. After this, you can only do end screen elements. Don't worry, annotations aren't going anywhere. Then like 2 months later, annotations aren't getting a lot of love lately. We just got rid of all of them. It's like constantly prepping you for the fact that you're going to have them. Don't worry, they're not going anywhere, right? It's like, oh, phew, that time I fucked up royally at the beginning of my video and was able to put that little thing at the beginning that said, hey, I meant to say this here. That's important for you to know in this tutorial so you don't corrupt your operating system or some shit, right? Oh no, that's just gone. They're not getting any love because nobody can make them anymore. So Funimation did something similar in that they promise you everything's going to be okay, and then they fuck you over anyway, right? Like constantly, again and again. If you don't physically hold your media, it isn't yours. Okay? End of story. If you do not have a physical access to it that you can tangibly feel, it does not exist. So anyway,
the other thing that they implied was that all of the content from Funimation would eventually make its way over to Crunchyroll. And there are still series that are only on Funimation's platform. And it doesn't appear like they have any plans of bringing those series over.
So I hear you. That is agreed.
I don't know what they are specifically, but I know there's a few.
But does it
like, I think I saw the number was like over 100 entries or something.
But does it change anything with the fact that Manu Scroll is on there? I mean, if we're comparing, like, oh, not all.
Man, I'll just throw out my Funimation account now. What? Who needs it? We got Manu Scroll. The first 5 seconds of episode 1 is all you need, right?
Yeah, it has boobies, fully uncensored titty in the first 5 seconds. All right. Anyway.
Apparently that falls under their standards.
Their standards, yeah. So I gotta say, I'm so bad at time management that I can't believe we're where we are now, and it's only been 26 minutes since the first hour. But whatever, I'll take it. Gojo's voice actor from Jujutsu Kaisen faces backlash for sexually explicit remarks. This is among the most ridiculous stories I have ever read. So, one way or another, Jujutsu Kaisen always finds itself at the center of attention. And this time, the series has found itself in a controversy surrounding its acclaimed anime voice actor for Gojo Satoru. The seiyuu is allegedly getting canceled over making sexually explicit jokes during a live-streamed gaming session. In the latest scoop published by a Japanese media outlet, the newspaper hammered Yuichi Nakamura, the voice of Gojo, Hawks, and Kuro, over explicit humor he made during a gaming live stream of Grand Theft Auto 5. Weekly Bunshun accused Nakamura of making sexual comments at a female player. The newspaper reported that the popular voice actor made remarks like, quote, "I'll look inside your skirt and don't come before me." While participating.
Put it against the wall.
Get this. He made this comment while participating in a live broadcast based on GTA 5. Sorry, a live broadcast project based on GTA 5 called Street Graffiti Roleplay, where actors play predetermined roles that are intended to be unlike their typical persona. So I'm sorry, is he being canceled because he was supposed to be somebody unlike himself and he was just being himself? Is that what he's being accused of here? Like,
your character is supposed to be a priestly character. He would never say that. You're canceled.
He's being canceled for doing his fucking job.
Weekly Bunshun's article published on Twitter garnered an astounding traction, and within hours it reached over 48 million views. The overwhelming majority of responses on social media expressed disapproval of Nakamura's conduct and condemned the tabloid newspaper's attempt to defame the voice actor. Look, if the female gamer he was playing alongside turned out to be 14, maybe I would look at this differently.
Read that sentence again.
Which one?
What you just read.
The overwhelming majority of responses on social media expressed disapproval of Nakamura's conduct and condemned the tabloid newspaper's attempt to defame the voice actor. What's the name of the voice actor? Yeah, Yuichi Nakamura.
That seems contradictory.
This statement, yes, it says the overwhelming majority of responses on social media expressed disapproval and condemned the tabloid newspaper's attempt to defame the voice actor.
So he did bad, but the magazine also did bad? Like, what?
Shame on you saying don't come before me. But shame on you for reporting on it.
Yeah, I don't know. Seems odd.
Amidst the sea of negativity, a vocal subset of his peers and fans rallied to his defense. Many colleagues of Nakamura came in his support. I hope they didn't come before him. Stating that explicit jokes of this kind are nothing new and are actually part of his endearing personality. Oh. So that is the thing, I guess. He's being canceled for not playing a character who is different from himself.
And yeah, all the fangirls loved it.
Oh yeah, all the fangirls love it. Yeah. Despite these recent developments, Crunchyroll has indicated no intention of replacing Nakamura as the voice of Gojo. Yeah, I'm sure Crunchyroll. I'm sure Crunchyroll has all the say in who the Japanese voice actors are going to be.
Who knows? Maybe they do. The localizers have all the control now, right?
The streaming platform remains committed to keeping Yuichi Nakamura in the future seasons of Jujutsu Kaisen anime television series. You are fucking full of shit. Whoa. For even more anime and manga news, let's not. You suck. This never again. Never again, Anime Galaxy official. If you hadn't have quoted him, I wouldn't have even covered the article. That's how unfunny you are the rest of the way. All right, anyway, in theater release news. Oh boy, here it comes.
Before me?
I'm going to regret the amount of tabs.
You want to quickly go over comments?
Yes. It's because Sony bought out Crunchyroll and Funimation for way too much money for almost over $4 billion in total. So they bought Funimation for $150 million. And they bought Crunchyroll for like $1.5 billion. So, yes. I don't think it was $4 billion in total, though. Obviously, for the reasons that are obvious. Remember that they tried to end support of the Vita and PS3 games as well. Remember when you got the video files from Amazon, now you can't download them.
Remember, anything you take on the high seas is yours to keep.
I mean, that's how digital copies should have worked in the first place. Like, oh, I got a digital copy? Let me download it.
Yes. Didn't Crunchyroll redub Bleach?
Crunchyroll's not doing Bleach. It's as in Hulu.
Yes.
You must be referring to the Wendy Lee, Inaris Kanona's redub. He was canceled for playing in a role-playing server. Wow, that is stupid. Yeah, right. For a streaming thing too. Like the whole point of it was entertainment. Anyway, so let's look at this. Spy Family Code White anime film international theatrical release dates were announced. So, if you live in Canada, Spain, or the United States, it's coming out on April 19th.
Okay, cool. Well, we'll mark our calendars, at least being
it's coming out in April.
I'm excited.
I haven't watched season 2 yet. My Hero Academia, the movie, You're Next, releases August 2nd in Japan. I just need there to be a moment in the opening for the movie where All Might, like, he flexes so hard that like his gloves tear off and it just has the tattoo that says, without improper grammar, "You're next." Right? Like, on his knuckles. I need that. That's what I need in my life.
Why don't you get that yourself?
Yeah, That'll be on the thumbnail. Anyway, yeah. So it's the first My Hero Academia where it doesn't have the word hero in the title.
In the subtitle.
In the subtitle, of course. Yes, thank you.
Which was so fucking annoying. My Hero.
So it was Two Heroes, Heroes Rising, and World Heroes Mission, right?
Yeah, having heroes twice, it was just so fucking annoying. Now it's going to be like more in all of them.
You are. Konami is now in anime business with Konami Animation. I've got to say, granted, they're going to spend the majority of their budget to make this look good, but it looks fucking good. Like,
yeah. Oh, my Charmers are in that trailer as well, but they're in the beginning.
Bad examples. These are really bad examples I'm choosing. Oh God.
The Kiss a Kill, that's the art style. This part of the card.
Right. So it's a bunch of Yu-Gi-Oh cards like in their element kind of thing. Here we go. That's a little better.
Yeah. Well, because a bunch of the cards have lore like this, the Albaz cards, are like there's like
it looks pretty good.
Hundreds of cards that make up a storyline, basically.
Yeah. So the purpose of doing it though, and I've got two in here and I can't remember why. Oh, okay, here we go. Okay, yeah. I think we'll read this one first. In what seems to have been a move to make more things in-house, Konami has announced Konami Animation, a new anime studio that will support Konami's game productions as well as create a wide variety of works. The studio's first release production is a long trailer showing off monsters from the Yu-Gi-Oh card game, taking a what-if look at all the different characters in the cards. As expected, the human characters got most of the spotlight, showing off a variety of different universes to display what Konami Animation can do. According to Konami, the values of the new studio are 1. Using the know-how from creating an environment supporting game creation to make the ideal environment for creators for motivation and performance. I'm going to need a translation on that. 2, focus on chasing after creating unique presentations using Sakuga, compositions, and game engines in order to create quality works that will move the world. This is a pretty ambitious studio. Pay respects to the history of animation production. Plan to merge know-how and skills from game production in order to create a unique and efficient production flow. 4, ? 5, profit, right? Like, considering Konami's reputation in the game industry, whether these tenets ring true may very well be depending on the viewer. So, Anime News Network had this part of it where they said the studio has a tagline, add plus anime to Konami. Konami Digital Entertainment will invest the CG technology and know-how it fostered from game development into animation. The studio plans not only to work on Konami's own intellectual properties, but on other properties as well. So one of the things that I feel like we've been looking at the last couple of podcasts is more Japanese companies who are devoted to doing things in-house versus sub-licensing things out to other companies that may not serve their IP as well as they would do it themselves, right? Konami having a long history of that when it comes to Silent Hill and shit like that, right? So I guess it's too early to tell, but I just kind of get the vibe that Japan is currently looking at perhaps the ending of ESG grants in the near future, and they're, better get moving now, kind of thing before that happens. We'll see. Moving on from here, quality assurance in Another World TV anime has been delayed to July. Hopefully for quality assurance reasons.
Yeah, I was about to say.
That was the joke. There's nothing beyond that joke here, right, Reese?
Yeah.
Thanks for being muted. So glad I included that in the doc for you.
I'm sorry. Yes, that was correct.
In other news, Kadokawa releases explicit Gushing Over Magical Girls ASMR video. They sure do know how to market it. Anyway, I'm not even going to read it. We're just going to keep moving. Spice and Wolf remake looking positively entitled. Remake? Is it a remake or is it a sequel?
Remake. They're starting over.
Really?
Yeah. Shit. Were you not here when we covered it?
I guess I haven't been paying attention. Anyway, Spice and Wolf Watch Club when? Is that the next Watch Club? How'd that happen? Oh, I'm down. I thought you said get down. I'm like, where's the dog? I'll kill him. You stinger. Stinger. Yeah. No, no, there. He's in the living room.
He's got a bum.
All right. Anyway, Spice and Wolf ears. There you go. She's gonna fly away. That's. Yeah, what animal could actually physically do that with their ears? Not a wolf, right?
Dumbo.
Dumbo. All right. Shinkalion changed the world. TV anime, new trailer reveals premiere date and main voice cast member. So
I don't think
change the world. This is the anime about transforming Shinkansen trains. How are they going to change the world? Well, by running the first trans train, of course. Is that not the trans flag? Am I crazy? Am I smoking it? That's the trans flag, right? Random Lemon? You'd know.
The colors are.
We need to call the expert, Randy.
Dora, I'll just put this off to the side. We'll come back to it. There will be opportunities. All right. Seven Deadly Sins, 4 Knights of the Apocalypse anime trailer arrives with additional cast. Now, I know you know the Seven Deadly Sins has a unique art style. One might even call it cringe.
I mean,
Whoa!
I think it looks better than the CGI fucking bullshit that we got from.
If I had a synopsis down here that said that this was the first self-made billionaire TikTok influencer isekai, I'd be like, wow, stunningly good character design. Is he voiced by Logan Paul? Like, that is what it like. That's the energy it gives off, right? Like, all right, and then yeah, I didn't watch any of this for obvious reasons. Whoa. Yeah.
Huh.
I don't know what to say.
I kind of fell off after I think season 2.
Yeah.
How do they keep making sequels? Boy, I would not want to be the person in charge of having to draw these on every fucking frame either. I mean, she's hideous as it is. You don't need to make me stare at it for an extra 2 hours just to draw.
She
the
has a
stupid fucking
petite
flowers.
form, if I remember correctly. That's like her buff form, and then there's like a less buff form.
So I saw this, and I just feel like we have to mock it. Hypergalactic animated film has Sonic the Hedgehog designer Naoto Oshima teaming with Toei Animation. Whoa! Oh my god, so hype, right? Oh man, I can't believe it. 2 powerhouses in the industry. Let's hear what they have to say about it. Toei Animation announced a new project titled Hypergalactic. Wow, it's got such a fucking cool name for something that's obviously a goddamn Journey to the West remake, which will be a CG animated feature film. And per Toei's description, quote, its biggest and most ambitious CGI film to date. Damn. I can't believe it. Original Sonic the Hedgehog character designer Naoto Oshima is on board to co-create the story and characters for the film alongside Joseph Chow. Seems like it's going to be a little bit of Adult Swim tie-in. David N. Weiss, known for features like Shrek 2 and the big screen CG takes on The Smurfs. Oh my God. I can't believe he's being mentioned in the same article as the rest of these losers. Is directing Hypergalactic, which has a cast featuring the likes of Adam Devine, Elsie Fisher, J.K. Simmons, wow, J. Jonah Jameson himself, and Sam Richardson. I can't fucking believe it. Oh man, I can't wait till it comes out. I'm gonna camp out at the movie theater. Like, it just seems so awful, right? Oh man.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm not even gonna waste any more time.
You lost me at CGI, honestly. I'll be real.
Everything about it like just looks awful. Like, who's making this again? This is a Japanese studio doing this.
Toei did do the Sonic CD opening, which was pretty good, but it was also 2D.
Yeah.
So.
Believe it or not, Toei, it might be hard to believe. I know that they really undersold themselves because that is their biggest, most ambitious project ever. But before that, if you can believe it, you just got to take my word for it. They were involved in many groundbreaking pieces of animation. I know it's truly astounding to learn this from
they
me.
were part of this series called Dragon Ball. I hear
Something,
it's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Maybe
it's like that was shit. I was gonna make that joke. It's like I was gonna say. This isn't even the biggest and most ambitious Journey to the West adaptation you've made before.
Wasn't the last Dragon Ball CG?
We'll see.
How did that turn out?
Oh, you mean superhero? Yeah. Well, I don't know. I didn't watch it yet. Let's talk about Kuso Miso Technique. Oh boy. Yeah. So Kuso Miso Technique is a meme with the guy unzipping his like coveralls or whatever. It's a gay yaoi.
Oh.
Why does the camera keep going?
Because you were moving, and I thought it would be good to have.
I'm moving so much. I just like the.
I thought you were like showing us the technique on camera.
You were gonna start undressing. All right, Reese. Fine. I'll do it. Oh shit, where is it? Oh god damn it. Overlays are for fuck. Yes, Reese. Fine. Oh. All right. Okay. Oh man, that joke would have been so great if
that was great.
Okay. So anyway, Kuso Miso Technique anime turns up the heat in new trailer. So it's an all ages adaptation of the infamous yaoi manga released on April 1st. We're not going to look at it.
Then.
I just want to remind you, we're going to play it at 2 times speed so that it. I just got to run to the men's room. Oh fuck!
Hi there.
All ages.
All ages.
All ages.
Oh dear God! Oh my gosh!
All ages.
All ages.
All ages. Okay.
Oh, and if it was Yuri, it would be rated A for adult.
All right, so Kuso Miso Technique follows Misaki Michishita as he encounters and accepts a forward invitation from a stranger in a jumpsuit named Takakazu Abe, leading to several toilet-based hijinks. Oh, well. As long as it's just hijinks and not gay sex in the Senate, which is, again, not a crime. All right. No longer allowed in another world. TV anime announces a premiere date with new trailer, visual, and voice cast members. We don't care about any of that. I don't know why I bother to read the headlines when they're from Crunchyroll. They usually don't matter. We're just going to look at the waifus.
Cat waifus.
The question is, which big ears do you like more?
The one with the elf and the blonde.
The one with
She
the
looks like she has a fat ass.
The ones that work as wings, of course. Wow, that elf does have a big ass.
I'll take it too. I'm allergic to cats.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah, I'd take that one too.
What is she wearing? Those are some oversized elbow pads, my girl. Oh, okay, she was sitting. I was like, wait a minute. How come I couldn't see up that earlier? That is a very short skirt. All right, anyway, moving on.
Is that a girl character?
I don't know. Viral hit anime adaptation announced. Okay. Japan has a bullying problem. They have considered legally intervening on places like Twitter and forcing Twitter to remove mean tweets. But for the victims of bullying, there is only one way. Live stream your fights. Become a viral hit. Yeah, that's the premise. It is a webtoon. Scrawny high school student Hobin Yu is probably the last guy you'd expect to star in a new tube channel that revolves around fighting. But after following some advice from a mysterious new tube channel, Hobin is soon knocking out guys stronger than him and raking in more money than he could have ever dreamed of. Can Hobin keep this up, or will he eventually meet his match? Yeah, so basically World Star the series, right? Is what we're looking at here. I hope he fights Kimbo Slice. That would be a funny Easter egg. Also, Nanare Hananare TV anime shows its spirit with new cheerleading visual. Wait a minute, it's a cheerleading show? The girls in the original TV anime Nanare Hananare, produced by both PA Works and DMM.com, finally show off their pom-poms cheerleading outfits in a concept visual drawn by the anime staff. Alongside the visual, the first advanced screening of the first 3 episodes of the series of detail. Wow. So is it just a theme, or is it actually... Set in Gunma Prefecture, Nanare Hananare follows the daily adventures of 6 girls who, national cheerleading championship. And a bunch of other girls. This one uses parkour to get to school. This one's half Brazilian and half Japanese who practices capoeira. Oh, that must be this girl doing the fucking handstand on one hand. Why is this so important? Well, you might remember we covered this before. It's the one with the girl in the wheelchair. Is
she the one who did parkour?
Right.
Not anymore.
I don't see her. She's got 2 colored hair.
She's the cheerleader for the cheerleaders.
That is her.
Oh.
So I guess in the first episode,
she'll walk into the series and she's rolling out.
I guess in the first episode, she's gonna fall from the top of the pyramid. Oof. All right, I gotta watch it for the train wreck. All right. Make a Girl anime film project officially announced, or as we're gonna affectionately call it, Build a Bitch the anime. I don't know what to expect. Anyway, I also saw this right before we went live, so I threw it in here too for a new visual. You know, when I look at this one, it's like, I just wanted a friend. right? I built a friend. But when I
Right.
look at this one, it's like I'll dominate the whole world with my army of,
Yeah.
of
Oh, that's
robot
exactly
bots.
what I was thinking.
Like- all right, Suicide Squad Isekai anime reveals handlers and original characters. So is she an original character?
I don't think
No,
so.
she's a comic. She's part of the comics.
She looks great.
Yeah.
oh,
Yeah, Amanda Waller, there she is, the bitch herself.
mm. It is Black History Month, so there you go. I did my part.
They did a really good job at making her look like a bitch.
Yeah. Really
Yep.
good job.
Fiona. Oh yeah, because it's an isekai. That's right. That's why
she
they.
must be the original character.
Yeah,
Yeah, she don't look familiar to me, so.
it looks very strange having this very short skirt. Well, not very short, but like having a short dress with all these accoutrements or whatever you call them around.
Yeah,
Like-
how does the girl go to the bathroom? Like,
He pulls it up.
Asking the important questions.
yeah, does Julie know? Like, it's just like, I feel like you'd have to remove the whole dress. Like,
What?
He wants to know how you would go to the. I mean, I don't think it'd be too terribly difficult.
To the bathroom and
Yeah, but I'm thinking about it like medieval toilet levels. This princess, how does she poop?
This is Japan. They got the squat toilet.
No, it's an isekai. It's another world.
They have
No.
magic underwear that transports.
Just hike it up. There you go,
Yeah.
green line.
They have magic diapers that clean themselves.
Oh no. Oh dear. The
I
White
feel
Knight.
like that's, yeah.
That's
The
gotta
White
be an
Knight.
original character. A little too early. For
Oh
Titan.
boy, what a commanding stance there with the toes pointed in towards each other.
I imagine he'd actually walk up and be like, "So please, can you stop picking on my lady?" And he'd do that little Japanese girl thing.
Male! You mean that's what like that?
Yes, that too. Does he have a unibrow?
Did he?
Close. I don't think so.
Zoom in
but
his.
close.
We have the technology.
Oh, we do. And no, he did.
Yeah, I would
Almost.
call it that's enough of a unibrow.
Yeah.
All right, let's look at NEET Kunoichi to Nazeka Dose Hajimemashita. Hajime Fushita.
That's a foot.
That is a foot.
Readable, and it's just like panicking right now.
Not sure what she's wearing over her. Seemingly, are those tights or are those like she in a full body latex suit? I can't quite tell. All right, now that we're done terrorizing Random 11, we've just passed the actual date of the Laughing Man incident. By the way,
Oh shit!
so naturally, the next watch club is Ghost in the Shell Standalone Complex, right?
Right.
After Call
Right.
of the Night, after Spike.
Funny how
Lee,
that
Spike
works.
Lee.
All right, yeah. So the actual date of it was like February 6th. February 3rd. Yeah. Wait. No. When is the fucking date? Oh my god.
Whatever, it just happened.
Does it have a specific date?
There
I mean,
was. I
it
saw
says
I saw a
February.
tweet about it.
February 3rd. There you go.
No. That's when it's going to screen the movie in the OVA in theaters. The exact date of the first incident. Oh, okay. So it is the exact date of the first incident, which occurred at 7:21 a.m. on February 3rd, 2024. Cool. Glad I wasted time on that. Dragon Ball Daima has a new trailer for Goku. So, spoiler alert, there's quite a bit of CG. And then just like that, it apparently never shows up again. The fight scenes are actually pretty legit, considering. I unfortunately need a little more than that out of Dragon Ball, though. Because as good as these are, they still ain't shit compared to the old DBZ movies. All right. We are making decent progress on time, I suppose. Netflix's English localization of One Piece anime changes the term new comma into new trans. Pardon me. Fuck. Can we
fail?
Shut up.
Up, scroll down.
All right. Mission accomplished. We can skip the rest of the article.
Why does it fit too perfectly?
So do we know what episode this was from and whether what the actual like Funimation on the Blu-rays or DVDs are for what it is?
Episode 441. Yes, let's you can go get on that right now. So
why do you care?
I don't know.
You're just curious what the Funimation Blu-ray.
Because that's the only one that really matters. Because that's the one that's set in stone.
On disc, yeah. So in the latest case of
this is only the Netflix thing. That's why I was wondering. Like, this is only.
Yeah, I was asking for comparison. Jesus.
The comparison was in the title.
So that was actually what's on Funimation. Okay.
If we read it, we might get an answer to this quest. Like, believe it or not,
we have the
technology.
We can find.
I know that you are ready to throw your calling in life away to become a pirate and seek the one piece that is the answer to this question.
The One Piece doesn't come out until later. Okay?
Leave, I may be able to answer it without you even putting your boots on. So allow me to read the first goddamn paragraph.
Rage quit.
Okay. So in the latest case of the Western anime industry overwriting a Japanese creator's original creative vision with their own and ironically stereotype-based worldviews, the subtitles to Netflix's in-house Japanese to English localization of Toei Animation's One Piece anime adaptation have been found to feature a loaded change to series creator Eiichiro Oda's concept of new comma. Now, Nakama is family, right? like that's isn't that what they call them? The Nakama, right?
Like Nakama, friends, family. Like that.
Yeah, it's similar to friend, but like stronger than friend.
In Japanese, there is a term, I forget what it is off the top of my head.
Okama.
It's Okama, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's like for like transvestite culture, yes. Right? In Japanese. So ever since its launch in 1997, One Piece has been and continues to be one of the most genuinely diverse series in the history of anime and manga. Its large roster of characters and locales offering representation to nearly every possible identity on the face of the earth, and even some that aren't. Obviously, this includes the LGBT plus community, who Oda most notably included in a shonen adventure story by way of the Kamabaka Kingdom's president population Kingdom's resident population of Okama. Named after the Japanese slang word used to refer not just to gay men, but specifically those who particularly effeminate or engage in cross-dressing, the Okama peoples consist entirely of cross-dressers, drag queens, and transgender women, all of whom swear fealty to their own Rocky Horror Picture Show homage of a leader, Emporio Ivankov. Yeah.
That guy.
Yeah. Dear Nami and Robin.
Don't read this. Skip it.
No, don't skip it.
Wow. And I thought I hated the way he drew women. Welcome to the Kamabaka Queendom. Oh.
So yeah, in some translations they call it the Queendom.
This is from 2008.
Yeah.
Damn, Oda was so ahead of his time. Like, he's perfectly encapsulated what it feels like these days.
Oh no.
However, thanks to his active support of Luffy's father, Monkey D. Dragon. Oh God, no! Spoiler. And his by the way, happy birthday. And his revolutionary army, Ivankov eventually comes to find himself captured by the world government and subsequently thrown into their ends of the earth prison facility, Impel Down.
What?
It just sounded gross. Like, I read it as Impale Down, right? And I'm just thinking, like, maybe he would like that though. and as such removed it from his fellow Okama. Not one to let a bad situation keep him down, Ivankov quickly accommodates to his new cage by forming New Kama Land, a secretive home away from home, hidden away inside the forgotten caverns of Impel Down's lower basement levels, and wherein he and its ragtag population of like-minded prisoners can find a reprieve from their sentences. So he literally just made like drag night in the prison. Like,
yeah, essentially.
Yeah.
Wow. Wow. I'm uncomfortable with the fact that I've learned that that Oda is a time traveler.
There's now that you mention it, yeah. Yeah, there's a character, and Random 11 knows who I'm talking about. The fan theory is that the character in question used to be a woman, and Ivankov turned the character into a man.
This is Dragon we're talking about.
Yeah. No, it's not Dragon.
Crocodile.
It's not Crocodile. That's right. Sorry.
So it hasn't brought it up yet, but Ivankov has the ability to change other people's genders.
So setting this up must have been pretty easy, is what you're telling me.
Yeah.
All right. Despite their similarities to the Kamabaka Kingdom's Okama, the new Kamas differ from their brethren in one key way. As whereas the former were limited to identifying as their identities through simple cosmetic changes, the latter's exposure to Ivankov's Horu Horu no Mi Devil Fruit, which grants the user the ability to change a given subject's genetic makeup via hormone manipulation.
Yeah, the man was ahead of his time.
Okay, real quick. The headline for this. It changes the term new comma into new trans. So we're just going to lean into it, are we, Netflix? We're just the similarities are so apparent, we can't escape it. New trans. Wow. I'm at a loss for words.
No, it gets better.
I chose not to read this until the show, and I could not have foreseen this. Specifically, hormone manipulation is the part of it that's like fucking red alarm sirens going off. It's allowed them to transcend gender by experiencing life in both a male and female body. Truly the freest among us. Wow. Okay. As declared by Ivankov in One Piece chapter 537, a man, a woman, an Okama, you should be whatever you want. The borders between genders, we left them far behind. This is our new humanity, new comma. Oh. Thank you.
Yeah, I remember that scene. That poor bastard. He's like, where's my penis go?
So he gets changed without his consent.
Yes.
You don't say. Does that happen a lot in the new comma community?
I don't know. That's the only example. After he gets changed, he embraces the lifestyle.
I mean, at a certain point, you either kill yourself or you have to keep on living. Oh shit. Yeah. So it just seems like prison is the worst place to put this guy. Anybody fucks with him, and it's like, well, you're getting raped tonight, woman. You know? Yet, though Odo was explicit in his definition of new comma as being an association with those who underwent a gender change on a genetic level, thanks to Ivankov, Netflix still chose to ignore this definition in favor of transgender representation.
I'm not so sure, honestly.
We'll just like
that at the end of the article.
So I can't. I literally just can't even fathom this. Like, this reminds me a little bit of Netflix did the documentary on Dahmer.
Yeah.
And Dahmer's whole like tortured backstory is that he was gay, and that
they think he's gay. Yeah.
Oh no, he was gay. Look, man.
They tagged the LGBT.
Random. If you stick your dick in other men, you don't get to be like, well, maybe he's gay. Like, no. So
once you cross that threshold, you're no longer on the fence.
Sorry. I had it. Not who's the other serial killer that they did? The high school basketball guy played him. Anyway, I was confusing him with that one.
Right.
Paul Bundy, wasn't it? Is it Bundy?
I'm gay.
Ted Bundy.
Ted Bundy, yeah. Yeah, so anyway, we've gotten so far away from my point. So Netflix comes out with their documentary on Jeffrey Dahmer, right? Jeffrey Dahmer was gay, and he couldn't come to terms with himself being gay. This is my understanding of it. So he tried to create a sex zombie. Like, that's how fucked up he was, that he thought with the proper mixture injected into a person's veins that he could keep them alive for him to have sex with them, but remove their like agency or something. Like, basically remove their higher brain function, but keep their holes moist enough for him to fuck, right? And so because he's gay, and that's like in the like SEO or whatever of the title, it was recommending like today in gay entertainment, like or something, right? So basically, people were
During Pride
offended.
Month.
Yeah. So people were offended that it started trending or whatever during Pride Month because they're like, it's like, what do we want? Gay representation in media, not like that. You know, I just kind of feel like Netflix is like, well, look, what do you want? New trans island.
It gets worse.
It can't possibly get worse. No,
It gets worse.
Oh, dear Lord. Okay, so Netflix still chose to ignore this definition in favor of transgender representation in their subtitling One Piece's 441st episode. Luffy revives. Ivan San's jailbreak plan begins. Therein, following his recovery from impelled down Chief Warden Magellan's poison, Luffy tells Ivankov that as part of his plan to break into the prison and save his brother Portgas D, great name, Portgas D Ace. Oh, my elbow's gonna pop. Hold on.
Portgas D Ace.
Portgas D Ace. His enemy turned ally, Mr. Bon Clay. Wait. Luffy tells Ivankov that part of his plan to break into prison and save his brother, his partner turned. I'm not following the sentence structure here. Therein, following his recovery from impelled down Chief Warden's poison. So Luffy survives this guy's poison. And he tells Ivankov that part of his plan to break into the prison and save his brother, who's Ace, his enemy turned ally, Mr. Bon Clay, and Okama himself had hoped to rescue his kingdom's leader in the Okay, I got it. Okay. So he's saying that in addition to rescuing Ace, we're also getting you out of here. Congratulations. We're saving your ass.
So it's worded terribly. But basically, Luffy meets Bon Clay in the jail, and Bon Clay travels with him and is trying to find Ivankov. It's kind of irrelevant. Anyway.
So, offered an invite to come aboard by Luffy, Ivankov initially rejects the opportunity on the grounds that his compatriot, Dragon, has yet to make a move, and thus he wishes to avoid tripping over the revolutionary leader's carefully laid plans. However, his hesitation soon turns to shock when Luffy reveals that not only does he know of Dragon, but that he is his own flesh and blood biological son. Putting two and two together, that this familial connection also means that Ace is Dragon's son, Ivankov quickly changes his tune and decides that he must do whatever it takes to save his allies' children. Ivankov then informs his new Kama land subjects that in service of this goal, he will be joining Luffy in venturing deeper into the belly of Impel Down, and invites all who are willing to join them to ready themselves for a potentially fatal battle run. And it is here that Netflix's alteration occurs. Okay, so in the original English subtitles for the episodes, as produced by Funimation. Oh my God, Reese! I know you left earlier. Holy shit! They're gonna tell us. In the original episode, in the original English subtitles for the episodes, as produced by Funimation, Ivankov's rallying cry is met by a number of agreeing shouts from his followers, including one who proudly declares, quote, "It's a new beginning for the people of New Kama Land." But Yo, take your disgustingly loud bone out there. Yeah, all the way out. All the way out. Yeah. Close the door behind you. Jeez. That thing right in my ear. But in contradicting Oda's long-established lore, Netflix's subtitles for the series instead have the eager warrior declare, quote, "It's a new beginning for the new trans," which, as noted above, completely throws out Oda's nuanced concept in favor of taking a side in one of the Western world's current hot-button issues. Oh, no. Unfortunately, yeah, you kick them in the place where dogs. What? Okay, good. All right. All right. No comparison point exists between this alteration and the original manga. As in the initial depictions of the scene presented by Oda, Ivankov's rallying cry is met not by outright support, but a brief moment of shock and hesitation from his followers over the suddenness of his decision. However, it should be noted that a card directly named after Ivankov's Secret Paradise, featured in Bandai's One Piece trading card game, uses the new comma translation in all of its official printings.
That's, I don't know. There might not be a literal panel of that in the manga, but they call it New Kama Land in the.
So you shared a bunch of screenshots. Do you have those on hand that you could load into the brand here and we could look at?
Yeah.
I'm gonna put us in the intro and ads brand because it's almost empty. We can throw this in the overlays. Because it seemed like you had like they're painting a picture here, like it is literally just this line. And what you showed us, I didn't quite like. I wasn't really looking at it because I thought we would discuss it on stream. But you showed more that seemed like, yeah. So there, it is way more.
Yeah, this is earlier in the. This is before that scene that they were talking about. Ivankov says, "Welcome to New Transland." Did it not? And then so in the Funimation one, he obviously says New Kama Land.
Wow. Netflix needs to work on their subtitles. Holy shit, that's unreadable. Give me that black, thick stroke.
That's off of Crunchyroll.
Yeah, so the white subtitles is Netflix. The ones with the black stroke is Crunchyroll. So, yeah, this one they used the word gay instead.
Okay, hold up. I just like
But we skipped over the this part, right?
Yeah.
This is where I was saying it gets worse. And I'm surprised Bounding into Comics didn't cover this part.
No, seriously.
Because if you don't understand, so for people who are just listening, Ivankov says, maybe you're in the Netflix dub or in the Netflix subtitles. It says, maybe you're right, but at least it's a transvestite one. So he's saying like, oh, maybe it's a Doll World or something, but at least it's a transvestite one is the full line. And transvestite in the community of transness is not a nice word.
It's a taboo term now, yeah.
Yeah. So that's what I was saying. Like, you know, in one step they're you know adding to trans rights, but then like
so it almost seems to me like Netflix was so eager, like whoever was in charge of the subtitles was so eager to stroke off the trans community.
I don't think so. I don't think so at all, actually.
I feel like they were like, this is, I just see like the good little liberal who wants to represent for the trans community. And they're unaware of the fact that transvestite is a derogatory term these days.
Yeah,
they just
it's
think,
possible.
You know what I mean? Like I kind of see it like that. Like they're so eager to you know, bend over backwards. Night. Yeah, I was gonna say suck them off, but I'm like, man, maybe not. Maybe that's it. Maybe that's a little inappropriate.
So the island where Ivankov comes from is called New Kama Kingdom, or the Kamabaka Kingdom.
Kamabaka Kingdom,
right? Which is again, in terms of like the original Japanese pun, it's taking the word, the existing word in Japanese, okama, which describes effeminate men, right? And then baka, which means idiots, and making an island that's literally called, or a kingdom that's literally called the kingdom of effeminate idiots, which I think is funny. But
Right.
you know, I think wisely, Funimation chose not to translate it and just
So
left it.
that actually is not. I don't think that's meant to be Baka.
It is.
Well,
Baka has 1A, not 2. Or 1K, I mean.
yeah.
It's written in katakana, first of all.
Yeah.
But it's
okay.
written. Okay, so let me. Okay, so the word.
Google Translate.
The word for the audience here, since I can't put my mouse over it, you'll notice that there are 3 clusters of Japanese writing, right? And there's ofurigana above the kanji, right? The bottom right one, if you start like basically in the direct center of the bottom row there, and you look at that first letter, that's katakana ka, followed by ma, right? Kama, right? The word we're looking for is kamabaka, right? The next one is ba, and then that is supposed to be a small tsu, and then ka, right? In Japanese, when you extend certain letters, you use the smaller symbol, and it is romanized with the double consonant as it is here. So I'm not 100% sure that that's what they're going for. Just simply because baka, meaning fool in Japanese, would be written without that part in the middle of baka for the double K sound.
Okay.
So I'm just bringing that up. Like,
so it might not be a.
Google Lens is telling me it's kamabaka, like how Funimation is spelling it.
Yeah, it might not be a play on baka then, but anyway, it's definitely a play on okama, right? But obviously, Netflix translated it as just transvestites kingdom, which that's a bold move. I don't know.
All right, I got hold on, sorry. I got the small Tsu, so I can type this in. I'm not sure how on my Japanese keyboard to get the small Tsu, so I'm just gonna type in ba, small Tsu.
There's the whole Japanese text if you want. I pasted it in private chat.
Fucking hell! I just where did this niche gamer article of Jim Carrey come into my? That wasn't in my clipboard. Okay, here we go.
Anyway, so my theory of what happened is that I don't think it was a Netflix translator trying to be inclusive and then using the wrong term. I think it was just someone that was using AI or some machine translator to translate the term. Because if you translate okama, like AI is going to tell you it means transvestite. It doesn't give a shit about what's taboo and not. I literally tried this in ChatGPT. I was like, what is this? And they're like, oh, it's transvestite. So I think that's why the term got in there. And they didn't pay respect to the quote unquote legacy term of new comma.
Okay. Let me just ask her quick. Oops, hold on. The term baka, written in hiragana, or baka, written in katakana, but it wrote it the other way without the double K, is the more standard spelling for idiot or fool in Japanese. The use of katakana baka, which still doesn't have the extra letter, can add emphasis or a different nuance, sometimes used for stylistic reasons to highlight the word in certain contexts, such as manga or advertising. The version baka could be a typo, a less common variant, or a stylized expression emphasizing the word even further, but baka or baka, written in hiragana or katakana, is the conventional spelling. Yeah, so I don't think that that's what it's supposed to necessarily be, other than perhaps evoking You know, like when your aunt will refer to like Target as Target, so it sounds fancier than shopping, you know, at the slightly more middle class version of Walmart, you know. So I don't know. Your guess is as good as mine. I just don't know. I'm not married to the idea that this is supposed specifically to be like. Yeah, I don't know. It's very interesting.
I thought it was just because it says Baka.
Yeah.
But,
I mean,
it might
a
not
safe
be.
assumption, but I just don't. I don't know. I think there might be a little bit more than that. I can't wait to see the people in the clips comments correct us.
But my point is, Okama literally means transvestite, so I think that's where Netflix's translator picked that
Very
up
possible.
from. They're just using a literal translation, and they didn't. And so when they translate, New Kama Land, knowing that it says Okama, like knowing that it means New Okama, they could assume that it's just New Transland.
Man, it's a shame that Footnum's not here to marvel at your ability to take 2 screenshots on the same frame. Truly a man among children when it comes to
look at that.
Getting it right. Yeah.
Yeah.
So fucked up.
Oh, did I fuck up on this one?
Yeah, because the C's.
Oh yeah. Damn. But that's not what I was trying to show.
Yeah. I love how they've got like an ass-shaped rainbow.
Yeah.
Or maybe it's supposed to be a heart. I don't know.
I think it's supposed to be a heart.
Okay. Gay Love Island. Wonderful.
Although I've been told that the symbol of the heart is there's a theory that it is supposed to represent the ass.
Ooh.
That's where it came from, apparently. I don't know. One of my school teachers told me that.
Wow. You're saying because a real heart looks nothing like the
yes
the peach emoji.
Yeah.
Right on. All right, did we finish this article?
Yep.
At the time of the writing, Shueisha, Toei Animation, Eiichiro Oda, or Netflix have yet to comment. Wow.
Yeah, I don't think they will.
So when the clip gets made of this, let's make sure to tag Bounding in the comments with the fact that there's a lot more to this context they didn't include. And by a lot more, I mean they have now got access to 6 additional images. All right. Only 2.5 hours. Man, I should not be in charge of planning what things we need to cover and skip because clearly I'm not good at this. All right. Let us go to right here. Oh, fuck, this is going to be painful. All right, Octopath Traveler, Champions of the Continent mobile RPG is getting a manga adaptation. I'm sure it will hit all the nostalgia of playing the game. Not really. Also, One Piece gets new heroines light novel. That's it. That's the news. All right. Foreigners have been arrested in Japan on charges of posting manga images before official on sale date. Do we predict the future or what? Literally, I podcast magic by just saying, like, it shouldn't be that hard to chain of custody, figure out who's breaking it and posting the shit. Remember how Elon Musk sent that that email to the whole company and everybody got one with a double space in a different spot and they were able to pinch the leaker like that? Well, somebody at Shonen Jump watches the podcast and they nailed their guy. So multiple prefectures police forces coordinate for arrest of pair on piracy charges. On Monday, a pair of foreign nationals were referred to prosecutors in the Japanese justice system on charges stemming from alleged illegal uploading of manga images. Investigators say that in March of 2023, 36-year-old Mosa Samir, that's not Johnny Somali. What's his name? Definitely not that. It doesn't matter. Who runs an anime merchandise online shopping site registered in Tokyo. He uploaded images of manga from a then not yet released issue of Manga Anthology Weekly Shonen Jump. The image's text was translated from Japanese into multiple other languages, had color added, and were posted to multiple websites, including social media platforms, investigators claim. Again, I'll remind you, Japan is trying to pass a law so that they can take shit down off of social media. Last month, Samir and one of the other foreign nationals who's also being accused of the crime were arrested in Kumamoto Prefecture on the other side of the country from Tokyo in a joint operation by the Kumamoto and Niigata Prefectural Police. The pair are denying uploading the images. Following the public announcement of the arrest, Weekly Shonen Jump publisher Shueisha issued a statement saying, quote, illegally uploading advanced spoilers of manga magazine content before the official release date and the subsequent diffusion through social media robs the enjoyment from readers who are waiting eagerly for the on-sale date. Such actions also deeply sadden manga creators, and our company views this issue as a serious problem. You know what they didn't say? It affects our sales. We see the arrest of the
prove that though.
Right. It makes them sad.
I'm sad.
Don't you know official readers don't like it when they accidentally see spoilers on the internet?
It's very annoying.
We see the arrest of these suspects as a large step towards resolving these problems, and we hope that uncovering the sources of advanced spoilers will help to prevent such damage in the future. I think what you meant to say is we hope that making an example out of this guy will make everybody else think twice. Our company will continue to proactively take all available measures to protect the series, which creators put their hearts and souls into, as well as the artist's rights and the ability for readers to enjoy manga through legitimate means. Despite the multiple mentions of the word spoilers within Shueisha's statement, it's worth pointing out that the key issue here seems to be that the suspects allegedly obtained and uploaded the manga images before the related issue of Weekly Shonen Jump was on sale. That would imply a breach or misuse of the distribution channel, making this a different situation than a case of an individual fan posting a snapshot of a legitimately purchased copy of the magazine, and the potentially larger background to the incident is likely a contributing factor to Shueisha's less than lenient response.
Well, yeah, that's debatable. My understanding is that they do purchase it, quote unquote, legally.
Wholesale.
But it's just the retailer is kind of not doing the right thing and selling it early.
Yeah.
I don't know if they also went after retailers though.
So police released the seized items, right? In a image here. And people noticed a certain watermark that appears a few times on this printout of the webpage, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
Do you want to share?
It's the watermark for a scan site called OP Scans. So that is the seems to be the people that got taken down in this bust, and notably their website is gone. Also the if you look at the far left, there's the cover picture with Luffy with the crown. Mm-hmm. One screen below that blue thing with Gear 5 logo.
Gear 5 Luffy.
Luffy. If you actually zoomed in on that, it says like op scans on that page as well.
Oh, okay.
But anyway, notably, op scans is now gone. They no longer exist. So,
do you think that what was his name? Mosa Samir, whatever his name was. Do you think that he is the guy behind OpScans, or do you think that he is one of many people employed by OpScans, and that the website will go back up in a matter of weeks?
I'm not too sure.
Because previously, when we talked about this, I talked about the hustle behind piracy and how, in a matter of days, they're going to find a new supplier in the chain of custody. They're like, fuck it, buy him a scanner, buy him a $10,000 scanner, pay them, take them out to dinner, get them scanning that shit. We need it now, right?
Yeah.
So I don't know. It'll be interesting to see if it comes back.
Yeah. So notably, One Piece was on break this week, so I'm not sure how much it has been affected by this. Another person in the community kind of said that so One Piece officially goes on sale on Sunday, or Monday in Japan, but Sunday in America, and the scans translated, the spoilers for the scans go up on Monday. So people find out what's going to happen in the chapter on Monday, a day after the official release. They find out what's going to happen in the next chapter. And then those scans get put up online over the next couple days. And then by Wednesday, we have a fully edited, fixed up, cleaned, translated scan.
So you can kind of see on the image here that we've got what appears to be a photocopy of the actual page with Japanese. Yeah. Then next to it, we have a cleaned up digital version with English. And then even next to that, we have it in color.
Yeah. Some people also color them.
Yeah.
But so there was someone else that in the community that kind of said, well, scans are now going to be released on Fridays for One Piece. So implying that it will affect the fact that it's coming out on Wednesdays, but it's not going to get rid of it completely.
Oh,
because it's like I said when we talked about it the other week, it's in stores across Japan. All they have to do is find one or two stores that'll sell it early.
Yeah.
And they got they got their copy, and then they're gonna sell
it. Just get somebody who works there on their payroll, So I just want to point out spoilers one way or another. We talked about that Gojo voice actor being replaced by Crunchyroll. Well, this tweet appears to say "Rest in peace, Gojo." So I don't know. Maybe he doesn't need. Maybe they don't need to replace him after. Seems like he dead, or the spoiler.
Well, that hasn't happened in the anime yet. So
the spoiler is that he's not dead.
Yeah.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
So OpScans also posted the raw, without the fix. But without the Japanese, they didn't. They posted it.
Yeah, so they just removed.
Uncleaned, but without the text. And so there were other scanlators that would release their translations as well. OpScans wasn't the first one. Well, sometimes they were, but anyway. I'm not sure if those people were using the OpScans raws or if they had their own sources. So the next, because I don't know of any, I don't read any other manga that come out weekly. I won't know for sure until next week if how much the release has actually been affected by this.
For anybody who's curious,
just one.
That
one
is a strawberry lemonade from Del Taco. I'm eating the strawberries out of the bottom. Anyway,
about I don't know, 10, 15 years ago, maybe. Probably closer to 10. I don't know. A similar thing happened where they found some leaker and they cracked down on them. And it was back when Naruto was still releasing. And the same thing kind of happened. It was the exact same pattern. Actually, the release was always on, like, let's say Friday. It slowly crept earlier and earlier. It got to a point where we were getting it like a couple days earlier than Friday. And then they found someone, they arrested people. It slipped back to Friday, and then slowly it crept back up, over the years. So I assume the same thing's going to happen.
I concur. This is exactly what was going through my mind, old man. Peachy Island looks like butts pointed at the sky, like when Shin-Chan moons somebody. It's definitely Butt Island, for sure. Specifically men's butts, because it's New Gay Land or whatever. All right. Are we done with that?
Yep.
Cool. Talent agencies are urging employees don't touch the Pokemon ripoff Pal World. So Pal World has been massively successful hit worldwide, boasting over 19 million players now. But Japanese talent agencies are telling their employees not to touch the Pokemon ripoff game. According to Niche Gamer. They said, my highlight's gone. Hold on. Japanese talent agencies are allegedly warning their talents not to mention Pal World out of consideration for the original, which is a funny way to phrase it. An IT company official commented in Tokyo Sports article, comparative images are being circulated on social media, and some are calling it a ripoff game. And he explained that there had been some rumblings about the game in the entertainment world following the response by Nintendo. Talent agency executive said, quote, "We have told our talent not to mention Pal World on social media or in public. This was done out of consideration for the Pokemon side of the agency. This decision was made in consideration of future collaborations, etc." So basically what they're saying is, in short, talent agencies aren't looking to make enemies of Pokemon and are doing what they feel needs to be done to stay on good terms with Nintendo and the Pokemon Company. Like literally, the Pokemon Company's over in the corner, like extending their ring for you to kiss it and, sign fealty to them or whatever. Meanwhile,
there's no evidence that Pokemon has actually put out any official pressure on these people. It seems like it's just out of caution.
So Asmongold had a very I thought he had a good take on this that I think we could all agree with. The success of Pal World proves that the only thing customers actually care about is a good game. AI, slavery, bestiality, copyright infringement, it's a video game. These are pretend problems that people don't actually care about. Make a good game, people buy good game. Simple. To which this other person said, yeah, and you can have sex with the pals too. Wake up, Nintendo. Hear what the players want.
I don't think I got that far in Pal World yet.
I'm going to skip the next article for time. Just a heads up. We'll cover it next time. All right. So I saw this. I would like to share with you. I love the old Silent Hill soundtracks, and I thought it was important to share with you this particular one that is so moving that Silent Hill Ascension decided to share on Facebook, their official Facebook. They said, "Your love for Silent Hill Ascension soundtrack has not gone unnoticed. Listen to the whole album now, available on major streaming music services." Oh God, let's hear it. Fuck, I have to unmute it first. Let's hear it. Oh yeah. So they copyright struck their own music.
You can't hear it.
They released this thing, and the only bit you get to hear is that. The rest of it is just mocking you with the waveform because they copyright claimed their own music. So great job, truly fantastic.
Stunning, right?
Definitely fully indicative of oh dear. Let's get that baby on screen. Let's get the baby on screen while I pull this up. All right, cool. Yes. Okay. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth
Hey, that looks
takes away
familiar.
Tifa's pantsuit.
Oh, it does? What a shame. Bummer. Does anybody need the link to that? I think I know the link to that.
I think somebody downloaded it.
It's in the doc.
I will provide it to you in
You
the
have
finer
the, you
things.
have the top version.
I had the top one. I don't think I deleted the folder, so I probably have the bottom one too. Do you need me to post the hairless or the?
He needs that release now.
I'm not gonna look for it. Okay, that's work. I don't need to worry about that. Okay.
I mean, you could probably
Oh, dear Lord, you're
mod
fucking
in
kidding
Tifa's
me.
underwear. So
What is what the fuck would that even be called? All right, I'm gonna search Tifa. We'll see if we can get this. Found it.
World's fastest.
That's.
Oh, did you not find the right one? I thought.
He's found multiple ones that
So-
he could use.
I found. I don't know if it's. I don't think it's by the same person, but I found the one from the Italian Senate. Oh God.
Because I think that one's by
what would it be titled?
Toast or something.
What's up?
I'm sure we could find this later.
We have the technology.
Oh, there's the Italian Senate again. All right. Anyway, yeah. So I do. Oh wait, no, wait. It's an MP4, and it is this one. Nope, not that one. Boy, like it jumps right into the sound. You guys can't hear it. PNG. Is this it? Oh, I think these might be from the creator of the. I don't know if I have it anymore actually, because these are all from the. These are all from the other one of the person who did the Italian Senate one. Oh God! All right, moving back to this. Oh wait, there it goes. All right, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, the second part of the remake trilogy, is coming later this month. But fans have discovered that the game has already censored some content, including Tifa's pantsuit. Tifa's infamous orthopedic underwear was originally an obtainable item in a flashback scene where Cloud explores Tifa's room. While the item itself never had any use, it was a memorable part of the game that ended up getting unnecessarily censored by Square Enix. The report of Tifa's missing panties comes from users who previewed the game ahead of time and went looking for the legendary pantsuit, only to be scolded by Tifa and left pantyless. However, players can still check some of the other smaller details, such as the piano and a letter addressed to Tifa. Oh, that has the same effect. While Square Enix has not commented on the removal of Tifa's panties from Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, it could have something to do with producer Yoshinori Kitase, who directed the original Final Fantasy VII, commenting about being, quote, embarrassed by some parts of the original. Another change from the original Final Fantasy VII is that Cid apparently kicked the habit, and he is no longer shown smoking cigarettes in Rebirth, which some could say takes away from the authenticity and image of his character. Also, Cid and Vincent do not fight. You don't control them in combat. Like, they decided to make them a support character like Red 13 or whatever his name is. Oh, this is the one I was supposed to read. Fuck. Oh, well. So this is what happens in it. You received orthopedic underwear. Yeah, so you search her room and that's what you find. And then
is orthopedic underwear? I thought they were just
God knows. God knows. So this happens in like a flashback where you're talking to her or whatever, and you're like doing it in real time. So in the in the remake, they're having a conversation. Like, you went into my room, I did, right? So he looks for the stuff. Oh my God, did he? Oh, he did. All right, so he goes in there, and then there's no panties. Oh, God damn it. Unbelievable. Tifa and Aerith both call Cloud an asshole. Right? Here. Right there. Anyway. So yeah, they've removed it. So here's the thing, though. They've removed Tifa's orthopedic panties. Oh, the Ukrainian Miss Japan is here. But in exchange, Voice of Fan Service on Twitter said, slowly, we are getting there. Even Square Enix can't ignore us anymore with each step. Tifa wearing a thong is now canon. So there you go. That's the small victories, everyone.
Maybe they're granny panties with like 2 laces around.
No.
We don't know.
Maybe in your head canon. Oh.
What about his pants cannon?
Are there any comments?
I gotta deal with a pants cannon issue right now.
Uh-oh. Is that a cannon in your pants? You're just happy to see us, but oh dear Lord.
Gora modded her chibi form into Power World as Pal.
That's adorable.
Orthopedic underwear equals granny panties. With laces.
I'm glad you know, old man.
He is an old man.
Oh my God, this is the longest segment in the history. Oh, okay. Let's go over more articles or more comments while I spend some time grabbing this Tifa.
We don't have any more comments.
God damn it. Somebody comment now.
We can go to earlier comments. I have
I
not
already went through
heard
them all.
Gamergate
So,
years.
viewers, what have you been watching?
All of these are from Juicy Neko, which is the wrong. That's the wrong creator.
Can you just find it later?
Yeah, I'm gonna find it later. He said while still looking frantically for it. Can't find it. Wait, is that it? Nope, that's the Python code. All right, never mind. Yeah, we're not gonna find this. Sorry to let you down, Green Line.
Damn.
Yeah.
Wait, is it the Tifa that we were talking about earlier? Because
yes,
I could probably find that on my own.
All right.
He doesn't need you.
You can post it in the.
He's a
Final
master
Things Club.
detective.
Post it where? If I find it?
In the Finer Things Club. Finer Things Club. Or wherever we post shit on the Discord. I don't even
Challenge
know.
accepted.
All right, cool.
He's gonna keep that to himself.
Gotta find out if he uses the ball.
Oh, you know.
All right. Bandai Namco localization teams admit they order Japanese devs to censor their female character designs. Quote, we tell them that the cleavage is a bit too exposed or the skirt is a bit too short. We covered this last podcast. You recall?
Yes.
You recall this? You may recall this one because it had a better image and I liked it more about them admitting to proactively censoring games for Western audiences. So this is from a recent article from the Japan Times. Okay. That's this article. We cool? From Japan to the World, how to translate a game. Japan Times. Sega deleted their tweet Never mind. Sega did not delete their tweet. Sega tweeted this out saying, "From Japan to the world, how to translate a game, the Japan Times." They also said, "Do you know about game localization, which translate games appropriately based on each country's language and culture? I was interviewed for localization," said Sega official. Official Sega account criticized for questionable localization methods. Sega's official social media got an overwhelming amount of negative criticism after linking an article confirming their games are censored based on Western localizers. The official Sega Twitter account linked to an article which confirmed the executive producer for the Like a Dragon series asked their Western team to, quote, read their game scripts and tell them what isn't acceptable. So I'm gonna stamp a little bit of this on your brain for a minute. The Like a Dragon series producer asked the Western localizers to read the game script and tell them what isn't acceptable. For those not familiar, a recent article from the website Japan Times had Western localizers admitting to censoring content in Western localizations. Frank Genti, the senior localization manager for Bandai Namco, claimed the, quote, Me Too movement changes mindsets. Quote, we tell them that the cleavage is a bit too exposed or the skirt is a bit too short. Before, they weren't very flexible, but they become more proactive on such subjects. Now that they know that a fictional 3D character can cancel them with hashtag Me Too, they've decided to come around to our way of thinking. Examples like these are why many despise Western localizers, because certain sects in the West are obsessed with political correctness and are hell-bent on curating the content of adults, telling them what they can and cannot enjoy, and explaining that certain content is offensive and must be changed. The article also had Like a Dragon executive producer Masayoshi Yokoyama saying, quote, many representations which were normal in Japan in the first Like a Dragon games are no longer acceptable today. We ask our teams in the United States and Europe to read the game script, and they tell us if they see things that wouldn't be acceptable in their country. Such a quote is telling, as Western consumers have no problem witnessing things that are quote-unquote offensive in their media. It's politically motivated localizers and developers in the West who are trying to control what is considered offensive. It's also mentioned briefly that the Yakuza series, which is now called Like a Dragon, most recent games have gotten around 70% of their revenue from overseas, explaining how the West is starting to become more controlling of Japanese content. The Twitter account shared a message in Japanese before then writing the name of the article in question, right? This is the one I just showed you. The message in Japanese said, do you know about game localization? I was interviewed, blah, 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 blah. Spotting the perfect opportunity, many commenters who despise hateful Western localization posted comments expressing a disinterest in Sega's localization practices. I won't read all of these because there's a fuck ton of them, but a couple of them are really good. Western localizers are giving Japanese developers a false impression about English players. We want Japanese games and media to be translated as faithful to the original work as possible. Cultural sensitivity isn't an issue. Japanese culture should be left intact. Bravo. If we wanted to play games made for Western sensibilities, we would just play Western games. We seek out Japanese games precisely because they're Japanese. These localizers are not trying to make a product suitable for the West. They're trying to push their values onto everyone. Fucking preach. Could not have articulated that better if I had tried. Packer Girl from Bounding into Comics says, you realize one of your former translator/localization engineers has bragged about botching several anime and video game localizations and attacked fans for calling it out, right? Katrina. This is exactly how you lose customers. Your games became popular in the West because we liked them as they were. If you censor them, we don't want them anymore. Anyway, there's a fuck ton of comments in here, similar sentiments, right? Skipping past this directly into here, Manga Lawyer had this, well, just pointed this out in response to it, right? Okay, so we got here Sega Samiko social ESG sustainability. Okay, what do we got here? Bandai Namco ESG data. What do we got here? Koei Tecmo Holdings ESG score. Oh, Capcom ESG approach and policy and strategy. Oh, and what do we got here? Square Enix environment, social, and governance. Yes. So that's how we get where we are, right? Continuing from here. Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth, English localization is rife with feminist agenda. The newly released Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth has become another victim of localization as the English version pushes a feminist agenda that wasn't there in the original Japanese. There is a scene in the game that has two friends asking protagonist Kasuga what he said in his marriage proposal to female character Sachan during his date. So you can watch it on here if you want. This is the English version with the Japanese dub of the scene. And for comparison, here's the Japanese version with Japanese subtitles. Okay. So we're just going to look at, like, we don't need to actually watch it. We're just going to look at the screenshot side by side, right? The Japanese version actually translates to the following. So just a heads up. The one that has this watermark down here is this one, right? So the watermark down here is
Which we can't see.
The English version. You can't see that? Is it because green line was
The hosts are in the way.
So there's a watermark in the bottom corner here, Kirako or something. When you see this, that's the English adaptation versus the Japanese one. Okay. So the English one says, "You think a girl like that really needs someone to gallop on in and save the day?" And the Japanese one said, "Do you think a girl like that who works hard and lives her life would be happy if someone told her they'd make her happy?" The original Japanese says nothing about independent woman or needing someone to come in and save the day. Independent woman is nothing more than a westernized feminist phrase meant to demonstrate that women don't need men. Such nonsensical logic suggests that simply telling a woman, quote, "you will make her happy," is somehow offensive to a quote unquote strong independent woman. As if instead you should make a woman not happy during a marriage proposal. Coming from this, in any sane world, it makes absolutely zero sense and begs the question why you're marrying her in the first place. I said I loved that she's so responsible, how it's really impressive for a woman to do what she does. Even though Sachan is a woman, she does a great job at work and taking care of her family, which is great. So the word that he uses in Japanese is onanon nano ni, and they roughly translate to even though you're a woman. So it essentially means the same thing as the English version. Wait, what? You said for a woman? Again, this is the one with the watermark. Stuff like for a woman or even though you're a woman, that kind of talk can come off as pretty sexist, even if you're just hanging with us guys. Hey, it's bad to say even though you're a woman these days. Things like because I'm a woman or things like even though you're a woman. There are a lot of people these days who get annoyed when people say things that make judgments based on gender, not just women. Anyway, so Niche Gamer goes on to say stuff like this specific one for the Japanese speaks. Well, I'll just read it. Fuck it. As can be seen above, there's no mention of how such phrases are considered sexist in the Japanese version, and instead spoke more to the truth about how there are more people who get angry at such talk nowadays, meaning, I don't know. I read that the first time as men and women, but now I'm reading it as there are people who are going to get fucking pissed at you for using this language, right? Which, yes. So personally, I don't think that this is a very egregious translation. I am a little irritated that Niche Gamer didn't feel the need to tell you that this marriage proposal happened on the first date. That's kind of a key detail. So anyway, continuing from here. Oh shit, this is the one I meant to show. Fuck. I knew I was doing it wrong. Following Japanese actually translates to the following. Do you think a girl like that who works hard and lives her life would be happy if someone else told her they make her happy, right? So this is what I should have done. Japanese direct translation. Saying you'll make a woman used to hard work and living on her own happy won't impress her. English localized translation. She's an independent woman who doesn't need a man. Right on time with the whole Sega sharing American expat outlet Japan Times. Okay, weirdly phrased. Anyway, that's the tweet, and these are just the things we just read. So again, I don't think this is that big of a deal, personally. Like, this is not a good example. However, allow me to show you. Let me see. Not overlays. Let me go here. Let me just upload these because holy fuck. You know, and let me just do it this way. Present video file. Downloads. Is this the English one or the... All right, let's do this one. Okay.
Dumb. I can't believe I...
Okay. You guys can hear that, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Without comment, I am going to show you an actual scene from this game.
I'm so dumb. I can't believe I thought...
What the fuck? Why did it freeze? Did it freeze for you guys?
Yeah.
God damn it. Okay. All right, we're going to load it into the brand instead. English first. Oh, dear Lord. It's like it knows we have a lot to go over. Okay, here we go.
I'm so dumb. I can't believe I thought...
Ina's always been kind of clumsy on her feet and with her words. But that's why she makes me smile, and why I want to be there to catch her when she trips. Ina's always helped me forget my sadness, ever since we were kids.
You're teasing me, aren't you?
I would never. Well, maybe just a bit.
That's
is that not a guy?
girl?
That was weird.
Would you like to hear the Japanese?
もういいよ。私昔からこんなのばっかり。
アイナのおっちょこちょいは今に始まったことじゃないからね。
That's the guy.
Yeah, I think what they thought is, oh, this is, you know, it's basically a high schooler. And high schoolers, we use females to voice all the time. It's okay if we do it here.
I think they saw the name Yuri and they're like, that's a girl's name. We're gonna
That's
cast
literally
girl.
what my brother thought when I was telling him about the Persona 3 voice actor. I'm like, oh, Yuri Lowenthal's not it. And he's like, well, maybe she did want blah, blah.
So I think you've nailed it. I think that might even be the same girl voicing both characters. Like, that's how bad that was. Like, just
that's pretty bad.
The disconnect.
I don't
from the
give a
voice
shit
to the
about
body
the
language.
niche
was
gamer
insane.
article we just read about strong independent. It's not even that big of a deal, right? But the second that comes on screen, I'm turning the game off. Like, no. I didn't even make you sit through that entire scene. It is awful.
And this is the latest game?
Yes.
Okay.
The latest and greatest? Wow.
Not buying that one.
Yeah. So masterful gambit letting these people dub your game, Sega. Like a Dragon could not be in better hands. This is where I got these clips from. If you want to watch them, they're in the doc.
This is also the one with I can't remember his name.
Young Yao.
Toy Gao. Young
Yeah.
Yao. That's what his name is. I knew that. I got it. It was.
He's in this one too. That's
Yes.
the one he's in, right? Yeah, that's right.
Maybe he also directed it.
Okay. Now, I showed you the comments that we didn't bother to read all of because there were too many of them and all that. How do you think Sega chose to handle the feedback?
Turning off comments.
Everyone.
By claiming you're the problem. Let me just Sega has a customer harassment policy to respect all employees and protect human rights. We would like
They
to
were
inform you that
harassing
we
my
have
ears with
updated
that.
our guidelines so that our employees and related parties can carry out their work with peace of mind. So, yeah. Jeff Sayan said, instead of listening to the fans about localizers, Sega threatens them over their opinions. Disgusting. This is what happens when you hire toxic Western activists. So they updated their customer harassment policy, which some fans are construing as a response to the recent criticism against the localization of Like a Dragon Infinite Well. Some fans are construing it that way, are they? You yourself even mentioned, following some recent harassment-related incidents towards our employers, we would like to take the following measures to ensure that our company employees and representatives can carry out their duties with peace of mind. This is in the actual legal, like, harassment policy thing. Anyway, somebody sent an archive of the earlier customer harassment policy, and these are the new additions that appear.
I didn't sign no NDA, bitch.
Acts that cause severe emotional distress to or impose a burden on one of our employees by repeatedly using words or behavior that suggests self-harm of any kind, words or actions that encourage or suggest self-harm of any kind by our employees or a third party, any other act that which, from the viewpoint of protecting our employees from harm or distress, causes severe emotional distress, fear, or any other act that we consider to cause an unacceptable level of harm. Just to reiterate, I don't think it's productive to bully the specific people involved in any situation. It does not get the end goal met, right? What you should focus on is a kindly worded letter, strongly sharing your position that the people they are employing are making decisions that do not make you want to partake in the product. It's that simple. Continuing from here, Like a Dragon studio producer denies localizers changing original work. Go ahead.
Never mind. I thought you were going on to something that wasn't Like a Dragon, but apparently.
Do you want to say something before I continue?
Well, I was just going to say that there's an ultimate irony on all of this, because you said at the start that Like a Dragon and all these games predominantly have a Western, like that's where they're getting most of the sales now, right?
Mm-hmm.
The irony is clearly they were interested before you started pandering to them, so it wasn't really necessary to try and pander to them.
Right. Lady Phoenix says that voice acting was terrible. I completely agree. Oh yeah, no, I saw that. Oof. Yeah, I don't have an article on it. Vosh, I don't know if you guys saw that. Did you?
I saw.
No.
He was live streaming and like somehow ended up live streaming a fold. Like I don't know if he was saving an image off the internet.
He was saving an image, and then his folder of the
like,
location.
Look, imagine the worst possible scenario for having a save dialogue box come up. It's an extra large thumbnail format, right? The names of the folders are all egregious. Yeah. So like it was like lolly porn and bestiality shit like all
They
over.
They say that, but I didn't see the horses or anything that people are claiming.
Yeah, I saw the first time I was exposed to like the news about it, I saw a clip that had censorship pop up as it was popping up. And you just see him in the corner go something like that, which was pretty fucking funny. It's like one of those perfectly cut screams kind of things. But I did see it later on a version of it. Like, so in the one that I originally saw said streamer Vosh, blah, 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 bestiality and child porn. So my thoughts were, oh, well, I will never know what specifically, because like if it's like a folder of lolly, themed images, maybe perhaps not even explicit, and cat girls or something. You know what I mean? Like it just like it's different, right? You can use the term child porn and bestiality and disingenuously apply it to, anime girl, images where the characters have cat ears or whatever. You know what I mean? Like it doesn't necessarily mean what it implies, right? When I can't see what he's showing. But if it is child porn, then I hope I don't have to see it. You know what I mean? Kind of thing. But later on, I did see on Reddit somewhere somebody posted it, and it was a much lower resolution version of the stream. And you could,
it's like
you could see the folders, but you couldn't make out any of what it was because
you could tell what the folders said though. XXX videos, XXX pics, XXX gifs. It's like, why do you name it so like overtly? You don't want to have some sort of
just in
euphemism?
just in case you're trying to go through like family photos or something. Oh, whoops! Almost clicked on XXX pics. Like.
There's
good
a
thing
setting.
I named it. Good thing it wasn't called new folder parenthesis 25. Like
just a FYI tip. Not that I download any of that shit, but because I don't suggest downloading it.
Well,
it's always on the internet. I don't know why you need to download it.
If you cannot tangibly touch it, it's not yours.
Print it out on the paper. God damn it. But
isn't that how Galco Channel guys tinged?
I don't know. But most operating systems have a way to create hidden files and folders. So, as long as you got that hidden files turned off, they won't show up.
Something tells me no amount of anything any person could do could actually make things not return to normal by next week regarding Vosh. Like nobody in his corner is gonna stop watching him.
Well, let's be clear. He has a history of what is it?
Yeah.
There's the horse stick thing.
I don't know anything about the bestiality stuff, but he, from what I understand, he has a history
There is
of
a compilation of his Discord messages just frothing over the idea of horse stick.
Wow. Well,
and then there's like
there is now. I guess there is one thing that will change the outcome, and that is if he ever actually meets up with BoJack Horseman and gets murdered by a sex session with it. I guess that's the one thing that would change things. But I do understand that he previously has had a history of defending sexual relationships with children. So, like I said,
that's the other thing.
I'm just saying, like, I don't even give a shit about the horse porn. Like, clearly, if this guy is a pedo, like that's the thing that I'm focused on, right? You can rape all the horses you want. I hope they kill you. It doesn't even matter to me. It's the children I care about here, right? Now, what I'm saying is that because he has such a history with this particular topic, nobody is deciding to turn it off and never come back and unsubscribe from Vosh over this, because he has worn it on his sleeves for so long that just because you got a confirmation that it's not just a meme he's doing, it wasn't a deal breaker for the people to begin with. You know what I mean?
Well, the other thing people were pointing out is how he was essentially talking down about people like anime or whatever, and how like, oh, they're degenerate and stuff. So when they see the hentai on his computer, it's like, oh, hypocrite, or
you would like, fucking know.
It makes sense. I guess he is a degenerate. He lives up to his own definition. He was self-reporting, self-describing.
Yeah, well, I'm glad we didn't let you down. I wish vocalizers would leave the story alone. They keep injecting their Western worldview into Japanese culture, for sure. Cultural colonizers. I wonder if Yakuza creator Toshihiro Nagoshi left in 2022 because he knew the direction Sega was going. I think we have covered and seen. What's the guy's name from Bayonetta? Hideki Kamiya.
Yeah, something like that.
Hideki Kamiya. We've seen people who, all of a sudden, the thing that I came in to do every single day for work, now I have people policing. that's new. I don't want to work here anymore. You know, like we've seen this throughout the history of the podcast that I think the ESG grants came to Japan. Well, didn't come to Japan, but because Japan has companies that have subsidiaries or whatever in the United States, like Sony and Square Enix and all these companies have bases out here, that they're able to take advantage of these ESG grants. And so when that money started coming in, companies, every single one of them sold their souls to the woke mob, right? Effectively for it. So
can we get an ESG grant and then just relocate to Japan and then stop capitulating?
Is that why you entered the Miss Japan pageant? You were trying to get it that ESG?
You missed that.
Not all here.
Look, I'm not Ukrainian, okay? I'm only an 8th Polish. Get it right.
Frederick Daniel Norman Maxwellstein.
Daniel Douglas. No, Maxwell. Got the Douglas part.
Yes. It's good that horses has the natural instinct to kick you if you get behind them. Yes.
How do you know that, Seb, huh? Do you know from experience? Is there a little something you want to tell us?
I'll just say, I've been on the internet long enough that I have heard the stories of I don't know if it's Reddit or something. I saw a post, I think it was probably a green text on 4chan or something, but they were talking about how there are communities. Look, I was talking to my wife about this the other day. You remember that joke I made when we were covering that one clip of the One Piece bath scene? And I brought up how once upon a time you couldn't go on the internet and not be bombarded. Like somebody was commissioning a bunch of artists to draw porn of whatever was on Cartoon Network at the time, right? And I was just thinking about it. Like the world is so fucked up right now. I'm putting it together. It's specifically because there is an entire generation of people who saw Ed, Edd and Eddy porn or The Simpsons porn or like all of that shit, like Wild Thornberries, right? I don't know.
My Little Pony.
Specifically, yeah, My Little Pony might be, but there are a disturbingly large amount of people who want to have sex with a horse. Like it is hard to be a member of the same species and not feel disgust, right? Like there's too great a quantity. And I was reading this thing on 4chan or whatever. Somebody's talking about how the communities that people who are into horses are a part of have disclaimers on their like pinned to the top of whatever forums or whatever, advising the people there not to actually try to have sex with horses. And it has like a cautionary tale of one of the users who did and died from his insides being like ruptured and destroyed from taking that horse cock up his ass, right? Like, so
That's what I didn't find out.
yeah, I'm just saying, like, it is a self-deletion fetish at some point, right? Like, it's gonna happen. So anyway,
just add a correction. It wasn't a bath scene. It was they had just gotten out of the ocean. But
okay, well,
anyway.
whatever. Bonnie, what's her name? Bonnie.
Yeah, Bonnie.
Anyway, yeah, I was right.
Jewelry Bonnie.
Jewelry Bonnie. Yeah, something like that. Anyway. All right. So anyway, back to this. Now that we've fucked up the timestamps. So the Like a Dragon studio producer denies localization changing original work. So I previously told you that he was the one admitting that all that shit was there, right? Like, what was the... Oh, dear God. It's this one. Nope, not that one. I lied. I'm a liar. This one. No, I lied. This one. I did. Okay. What did I highlight? I said yeah, so the Like a Dragon executive producer Masayoshi Yokoyama saying many representations were normal in Japan. Here. It was this part, which confirmed the executive producer for the Like a Dragon series asked their Western team to read their game scripts and tell them it wasn't acceptable. So this is in the Japan Times article, right? Now, after the fallout, Like a Dragon studio producer denies localizers changing original work. Like a Dragon studio producer Masa Yokoyama commented on the topic of localizer changing the content of original work after feeling the need to reassure fans that they are not letting localization teams take creative control. So this guy is not just the producer. He wrote like some of the original games. Like he used to be one of the head writers. After the Japan Times published this article on localization, many fans of Japanese games shared their concern about translators censoring original works at the source. Here's what he had to say in a series of tweets. On localization, the story seems to have been misrepresented, but localization does not change the original Japanese content. Whoa.
No one claimed it.
Do you understand? Localization doesn't change the original Japanese content. I have them check to make sure there are no unintentional derogatory terms, discriminatory expressions, religious issues, etc., and then correct them with the original script. In other words, there is no difference between the Japanese version and the overseas version. So this guy just came out here and said, whoa, you aren't, no. Calm down, everybody. The English version is not a censored version of the Japanese. They're both censored. Let me clear this up for you, since you seem to be concerned that you're not getting what the Japanese get. The Japanese are also fucked.
Well, he says it's like the localization doesn't change the original content, but it's not that it's the localizers changing it. It's you are changing it for the localizers.
And as he says here, there is no difference between the Japanese version and the overseas version, meaning he is letting the localizers change the Japanese version so that it doesn't have to be changed.
But again,
for
it's
the English version.
He's asking. I realize it's being pedantic, but he's the one changing it. He's just asking the localizers what to change, right?
I mean, the way that was phrased made it sound like he tells them to inform him about like XYZ thing, and then he corrects them with the original script.
His exact phrasing is probably, just let me know if there's anything problematic. And they're like, oh, yes, sir. I will let you know. Like literally it comes back. Every single line in the script is highlighted.
Like no one's saying that like, oh, the localizers have access to the code and they're the ones going in and changing the Japanese version of the game. No.
Yeah.
But you clearly are taking their notes and changing the game yourself. That is very clear.
He continues to say, for example, when it comes to proverbs, Japanese folktales, or chapter titles for Like a Dragon 8, the meaning of the original material doesn't get across. So I changed the material to reflect the cultural area of each language. There's no way the Like a Dragon team, which is so picky, would allow them to change the character's nature or personality. But didn't I hear that they turned a straight man into a lesbian? I'm sorry. Is that not a character's nature or personality? I'm sorry. Something doesn't add up here.
They did an inverted Sailor Moon.
So there's actually 6 tweets. I'm not sure why they're only including 3 here, but the last part, they said, avoid proper nouns and expressions that may offend gamers. Fuck, man. Gamers are the most offendable type of people, too. Change phrases and derogatory expressions that do not make sense in literal translation to suit the cultural area. Of course, check Japan, too. Make sure that thing I wrote for the Japanese audience makes sense in Japan. It's how we've done it since Yakuza 0. Communicate like a dragon correctly. Localization teams are there for that purpose. So the problem is that the localization team you guys have hired sucks ass, and they're ruining your games. I don't know if you need to see the clip again with the lesbian, but I love this.
Don't make us watch it again.
What did the American localizers mean by this? It's scary how Japanese culture can turn men into such losers.
Damn.
Why don't Sega do some kind of survey for Western fans who purchase the game or do some research about the situation? Either you're being manipulated or misled. I'm sorry. Either you're being I'm sorry, Jeff. You articulated it so well. Either you're being manipulated and misled or don't care. Fans of Japanese entertainment don't want it Americanized. This is a direct response to the tweet thread. Oh, that's all right. I knew this was going to happen. We're not going to stop being ESG compliant. Please buy our product. Not sure why you felt the need to delete that, but I archived it. All right. So you guys remember we talked about this. Apollo Justice Ace Attorney trilogy stops localizing Japanese culture. Remember this? Remember we talked about how they're not going to localize the Japanese culture anymore? Because he's eating sushi and he says, eat your hamburgers, Apollo. They talked about the Japanifornia.
In Dress Up Darling, they changed that rice covered wrapped in bacon or whatever to like meat roll or whatever it was.
Oh.
I thought that was kind of funny. They don't want to say rice ball in English.
So you remember we talked about this though, right?
No,
well,
actually.
Okay, cool. Well, Ace Attorney in the Apollo Justice trilogy, for Turnabout Academy, they have gone back and censored dialogue in regards to the scene of Newman revealing to the court that he is actually a girl. So they got this backwards. We're going to read it like this. Like I'd be into that kind of thing. I'm a dude. I'm into braces, not dresses.
Braces? How do you...
Now, so he's wearing what looks like
an exoskeleton.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure. When I first read it, I thought, "Whoa." That's a 90s fetish if I've ever heard of one.
How do braces equate to dresses?
Yeah. So anyway,
they're orthopedic.
Like I'd be into that kind of thing. I'm a dude. I'm into braces. Especially this one that holds my tits down so you can't tell. So then there's also this part. You don't think Robin likes girls' clothes, do you? You don't think Robin's actually got a thing for Juniper's outfit, do you? Then there's more. And you really do like frilly clothes, don't you? And you really do like Miss Woods's clothes, don't you? Well, no offense, but for one thing, he's a guy and a real hothead at that. Well, no offense, but his habit of shouting at the top of his lungs doesn't exactly help. So these, for some reason, like the point I want to make here is that they felt the need to change this. This is I'm building up to something here. But he can't take it off, even when dressing like a girl. But he can't take it off, not even when he's trying to look pretty. Why is he so interested in girls' clothes in the first place? What could be at the root of his complicated relationship with his brace? Right? Bigger than the fact that he likes to wear girls' clothes? I'm a little interested in finding out why the fuck this guy's in court to begin with. What is the crime?
He stole someone's dress, clearly.
Bigger than the fact that he's secretly jealous of Juniper's looks.
Probably a murder.
This sounds completely insane, but it's the only possibility left.
Hands.
You like girls' clothes. You hate girls. You are a girl. Some of the
Wait,
content.
go back. What was the updated options?
Oh, the same options.
Oh.
Oh wait, yeah. You want to be pretty like a girl. You hate girls. You are a girl.
Okay. Well, at least they left.
Oh,
the fucking
you want to
option.
be pretty like a girl instead of you like girls' clothing.
Okay.
So anyway, so this is weirdly, some of the contents of the games in this collection are presented as initially released to preserve the games as originally created. So
Well, you just undid that by those changes.
So you change it, but you still leave the trigger warning. What's the point of having a message like this in the collection if you're going to censor things anyway? I was hopeful when I saw this message before playing that things would remain untouched. I guess it's saying some of the contents was supposed to be the indicator. We couldn't change everything to not be offensive. So then they point out this thing. Lion Bridge Technologies LLC, Dragon Baby, Ayuno, and Getty Images were credited. Dragon Baby Loke says, "Hold it! I wish to provide evidence to prove the Dragon Baby team conspired as a group to provide the localization of Ace Attorney Apollo Justice Trilogy. Due to this new proof, I hope the court finds the Dragon Baby team guilty of being really freaking cool. Take that." Really cringe. We would still be in an Ace Attorney game, less prison of sadness, were it not for Capcom official Capcom USA and the localization legends at Capcom Lion. And of course, big congrats to all the French and German dragons for doing justice, get it, to this crazy world's legal linguistics. So I'm not sure what this is a screenshot of, but I'm guessing it's the website for the Dragon Baby. Editing, saving you time and money by cleaning up supplied content before the full localization services commence. So anyway, they highlight cultural insensitivity, meaning that they're going to fix up your insensitivity. They also shared this. Localization is the key to a compelling customer experience. We fully integrate your localized proprietary software, apps, and devices. We do localization testing. What is localization testing? Essentially, localization testing is a technique to verify software behavior, accuracy, and suitability for specific locations and regions. This could be anything from a particular city to an entire country. This method tests how the software would behave when used in different areas. Will it cause a riot in the Middle East? By taking cultural nuances and differences into account, software and the company backing it will demonstrate awareness of global diversity and attention to detail. It will also depict that the company truly cares about customers' convenience and prioritizes their needs and preferences. And lastly, so Ayuno was one of the there were 4 different localization teams we were looking at. We hired the most progressive and passionate people in the media localization industry, and our entire team of staff wants nothing more than to make every single one of your partners' content feel as if it were never translated. All right. So I don't know if you recognize this.
Words that instantly would be a disqualification.
Red flag? Like a major red flags, right? Yeah. So I don't know if you recognize this person, but previously we looked at theirs Fire Sonic the Hedgehog holding a rainbow flag tweet. They said, "Sweet baby, dragon baby."
Baby
we'll
dragon.
All right. We worked on character arc, voice, and sensitivity reading. Cultural insensitivity, right? So I guess that's the only image. Okay, cool. They also said Capcom hiring the best localizers for the Apollo trilogy. Oh. Sam Burton says almost release day means it wasn't release day. Ace Attorney Apollo Justice Trilogy came out yesterday. Sam Goes Crazy Mode. Yes, it was me. I managed this project. Capcom Lion made me do it. And I'd do it again. Ah! Oh my god.
So cringe. Jesus Christ.
Dragon Baby localization. He, him. Out there getting cuter. ADHD. Hyped to say I was part of the localization team for Star Ocean: The Divine Force from Square Enix. Is that the one with human type A and human type B?
No idea, but now I know what to avoid from Star Ocean.
It all adds up. So much love went into this project, and I hope you all vibe with the characters and world we crafted. Get into your spaceship and check out Star Ocean Divine Force now. Yeah, so these are the people localizing the things you used to love. Also, Persona 3 Reload censors the transphobic beach scene. Footnum, are you familiar with this scene?
No, I didn't actually
No.
play through Persona 3 before
Okay.
the release.
Well, I don't want to read this article or show you the clips because they're too fucking long. So I will just tell you what happens. Junpei and the other two people,
The guy
whose names I
who
don't
Vic used to
Yes.
voice.
Yes. So, Junpei and the other two guys are trying to hit on girls, and they're striking out. And then they see a girl who's by herself. So they approach her and start talking to her, and she's like, you don't understand women at all. Like, and then she basically starts flirting with them. Like, well, I guess I could show you a few things. You want to like go behind that rock and fuck or some shit like that. And they're like, boy, do I. And then this guy's like, wait a minute. Is that hair on your chin? Oh God, did I miss a spot? Right. So it turns out the lady's a man. Oh no. From New Kama Island.
So you're telling me we can hear the good uncensored version with Vic's voice?
Yes. Well, actually, they don't. The dialogue in this is not voiced. It's
Oh, well, that sucks. I'll have to use 11 labs then.
Yeah. Anyway, so I'm not quite sure what I'm getting here. Is this two different versions of the same game? Because this is very different in terms of like
Reload is a remake.
Yeah. But this is very different in the same video here than this one. Right? So like this is a whole different girl than was in the first half. And this says Persona 3 FES and portable. So this girl and this girl are completely different. They're both dudes. It's literally the exact same scenario, right? So what they change it to is it's exactly the same until the part where you would learn that it's a dude. And instead, the lady basically turns into like a flat earther and tries to sell them special sunscreen to protect them from the fake sun that they launched in the 60s or something. Like,
so she just goes all conspiracy on them and they just get weirded out that way.
A conspiracy theorist who skeeves the boys by trying to sell them a 300,000 yen sunscreen to shield themselves from harmful rays. The scene does not mention her being a man or trans in any way. Yeah, so it's very strange.
Isn't that trans erasure though? They're getting rid of our trans.
It is such a
icon.
hard line to walk. You know, you can't have Dahmer being gay is offensive to the gays, right? Even though it's historically accurate. History is homophobic.
Transphobic. Homophobic.
Anyway, jumping past that to make up for some lost time here. Let's talk about Suicide Squad. I don't care about this. I don't want to discuss this in great detail or anything. I don't care about DC at all. But I do think it's indicative of this culture war that we've been in. Now, Gamergate effectively started everything that we've sort of been suffering through in fandom in general. And for anybody who was not there for Gamergate, the crux of it is that a independent game developer named Zoe Quinn, I believe it was sleeping with games journalists in exchange for favorable reviews of her indie games so that she would get more sales. Her boyfriend found out about it and leaked the story on the internet. And that originally, the term Gamergate was about ethics in games journalism. But because all the games journalists know each other, because they all live within a block of each other in, Silicon Valley or Washington State or whatever, they decided to try to co-opt the term and make it about sexism in video games. And then we had the Anita.
To be fair, they claimed that the people that were bitching about Zoe were just misogynists.
Mm-hmm. So basically, it's the whole like it's not happening. Okay, it is happening, but it's a good thing, kind of effectively, right? So anyway, just to show you where we're at in the culture war, and the war is for like, I think people don't quite understand the value behind the concept of culture. Right? You take for granted because it's something you experience in your daily life that you don't really quantify it as having the value it truly does. Like literally, it is the fiber of your being that they are taking from you, right? It's getting up and spending your leisure time reading a book, watching a show, the things that bring you happiness, that you feel in your core, that you resonate with, that they are robbing from you, raping and destroying in front of you, right? So Suicide Squad Kill the Justice Leagues sees Lex Luthor praise Wonder Woman and the Amazons for having, quote, solved the problem of toxic masculinity. So, again, Dahmer was gay. Can't have that. Lex Luthor's the villain. So we're going to make him the feminist ally. Do I have that about right? Is that how that works? Again, I'm not a fan of DC, but I mean, Lex Luthor's the bad guy, right? Like he stole 40 cakes.
Yes. Yes. He is the bad guy.
In this game, he might actually be the good guy, though.
I just
a lot of the times when they make the Justice League go bad, they make Lex the good guy.
So yeah, so just so we're clear here, Suicide Squad is a concept that follows the villains of the story, right? We looked at the Isekai Suicide Squad anime that's being made. And Joker, Harlequin, Deadshot, Shark Guy, played by John Cena, right? Those characters are villains in the universe of Batman or whatever. DC. Yeah. And they are the protagonists of the story, right? Now, according to the very minor understanding I have of this concept, the purpose of them being put in a position to do anything after being captured is that, as you guys described to me, they are expendable, meaning if they die in combat, who fucking cares?
Yeah.
And that's all. I don't.
Yeah,
and they have powers.
Like
they have
skills
and or powers that are valuable to the U.S. government. So the government installed an explosive in their brains so that if they cross the U.S. government, oops, I blew up your head. Right?
Yeah.
I guess
in this very specific case, although they're used in other situations in the comics and stuff,
they would be the most qualified to fight the Justice League, considering
so
they normally fight the Justice League.
This was literally the last fucking thing that I like squirmed my way into getting into the doc. So I'm winging it here. I haven't read this. Let's just kind of see what we got here. So, as if players needed yet another reason to pass on Rocksteady Games' disappointing Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League, an in-game profile for Wonder Woman has revealed that the Arkhamverse's incarnation of Lex Luthor greatly admires the fact that toxic masculinity does not exist within the Amazon society of Themyscira. So
toxic femininity does, though.
He noticed that they solved the problem of toxic masculinity by killing all men.
By not having
no masculinity. Is this how we?
Imagine
to be fair to them, like in context, it might be like a sarcastic quit.
Oh,
know?
Sure doesn't seem like it.
Okay.
Sure doesn't seem like it. I'll read it in a minute. Each written from the individual perspective of either Captain Boomerang. Really?
Yeah, really. I thought that too.
Or Lex Luthor himself.
Yeah.
Is Captain Boomerang Deathshot?
No,
No,
that's
isn't
an
he John
actual
Cena?
other character with a boomerang. Who fucking?
He's one of Flash's villains.
No wonder
Hey,
Flash
hey,
sucks.
look, these were made in the 50s,
I just-
60s, man. Like,
It is not my
Breathe in,
intention to
breathe
shame
out.
fans of DC Comics. That is not my intention.
Could be mine.
But also, I don't understand how you can enjoy this shit. Honestly.
Captain Boomerang, I don't, but like, there's other villains that I like
Batman
the
is
Joker,
the
you know,
only
Harley
character
Quinn.
that DC should invest any time and energy into. Anyway, so each written from the individual perspectives of either Captain Boomerang or Luthor himself, these profiles, referred to in-game as codex entries, see either of the two supervillains offering both a quick rundown of a given character's personality and their own personal thoughts regarding the subject's existence. Okay, so for example, in his brief dissertation on the Flash, the aforementioned Captain Boomerang declares, quote, all you need to know about Flasher is that he's a shiny red beacon bastard to every high school sports captain who ever thought they were Ben then MU. The fuck? Did you have a stroke? All you need to know about Flasher is that he's a shiny red beacon bastard to every high school sports captain who ever thought they were better than Oh, it's supposed to be like better than me. Oh, what a clever. Oh, it's he must have dictated it, right? Hey Siri, generate file codex the Flash. It wrote Flasher. Oh well, I just keep going, right? Like better than you. All right, so that's cringe. Let me go back to this and finish reading it. What did it say? You're just making a living as a hard-working rebel, and this guy shows up, throwing his weight around, calling himself the fastest, the funniest, the best. Who asked, mate? If he was any more full of himself, we'd have little flashies dripping off of his nose hairs. Sorry, that scene from Family Guy when was it Peter Goes to Hell? It's like, Superman, what are you doing here? I tore a hooker in half, whatever. She made some comment about me being faster than a speeding bullet, and I tore in half like a phone book. However, while most of these codex entries serve mainly to flesh out the Arkham universe and provide players with a fun spot of flavor text, the one belonging to Wonder Woman attempts to up its relevance with a ham-fisted injection of real-world socio-political discourse. All right. I just want to draw your attention to the size of this entry. Okay, good. Taken from the files of Lex Luthor, Diana's profile begins with the supervillain explaining, quote, I am prone to wild imaginings. As a man of science, speculation is how my brain finds leisure and the closest thing it knows to play. But there is a little amusement to be found in imagining how improved Earth would be if instead of forcing the Amazons into hiding with our cruelty and avarice, we had instead looked to them as a model, replicable, if only we could set aside our baser instincts. From there, Luthor offers glowing praise to the fact that the Amazons have, quote, solved so many of our society's ills: broken democracy, lagging technology, toxic masculinity.
Lagging technology? Aren't they living in the woods?
And thus they flourish through higher learning, mutual aid, and governance without cruelty. They are a golden society who deserve to be as secret as they are. Either Wonder Woman, so named, I assume, because one wonders why a woman of her caliber and ancestry would leave paradise to play in the mud with us, he adds. Now, Bounding into Comics has this to say, and though the profile continues, the only available screenshot of it on the internet, its originator currently unknown, cuts off at the very last bit of Luthor's musings. So this is significantly larger than this. Now, I have a full version. Dapper Bear shared the original image, I think, and also he continued here. So actually, let's point out where it ends. Enter Wonder Woman, so named, I assume, because the wonders why a woman of her caliber and ancestry would have paradise to play in the mud with us, would leave paradise to play in the mud with us. In the League, she is a beacon of rational thought paired with profound empathy, of strength and kindness in equal measure. She is a hero, more so than any who surround her. Still, her very presence in the League makes me consider whether, if Wonder Woman turned her lasso on herself, a different story would emerge. One of a person who craves the brutality, crudeness in our world.
Like, other heroes around her, that includes Superman, the most fucking, like, altruistic fucking dude in the Justice League.
Who left her equitable sisterhood for an exclusive brotherhood, and whose own heart is more aligned with the maddened billionaire and overpowered alien than with any of Themyscira's queens. You still think it's what? Random 11. What you thought? Perhaps it was him mocking her.
Back when I thought it was just a dialogue
sounds like textbook simping. Sounds like advanced grade simping to me. Perhaps the Amazons are the golden society, and we have been given their worst. Anyway. While most criticism of this entry will focus on its mention of toxic masculinity, and for good reason, as this term is rarely ever used to discuss actual topics relating to men's mental well-being and behaviors, but rather as a blank check to be used in the service of shutting down all male input in a given discussion, it should be noted that what makes the entire Codex entry particularly absurd is the fact that it's coming from Lex frickin' Luthor. As anyone with more than a passing knowledge of the DC mythos knows, Luthor's entire supervillain career is motivated not out of a desire to do evil, but out of a fear that should Superman be allowed to exist, humanity will come to rely on him for everything and thus lose all motivation to advance and flourish as a species. Whoa!
Wow, it's kind of like communism.
Again, not a fan of
that their
DC
opinion?
Comics. Not a fan of DC Comics, but I have just learned Lex Luthor's villain career is not motivated out of a desire to do evil, but out of a fear that the feminists won't sleep with him if a man named Superman solves all the world's problems. Surely. I must white knight. Yes, Queen, you can do it without Superman. Players are supposed to believe that the same man who hates Superman for his alien heritage is supposed to be a fawning fanboy for Wonder Woman, who herself
xenophobic
is a mystical origin and in no way human. Yeah, sure. He just wants to stick it in.
I haven't read the comics really, but every adaptation of Lex that I've seen, that's a minor part of his character.
Look,
he is about making money.
I have only read one instance about Lex Luthor, and it is specifically this panel right here about him stealing 40 cakes when no one was looking. And that's all I need to know about how evil this man is.
See, that was before they changed his character in the, I think it was in the 70s, maybe the 80s. They
Look,
completely
the reason he
changed his
simps
character.
for women so much is because he assumes they'll be baking the cakes. See, getting a new light, aren't we? All right.
It is pretty funny though that it's like, oh, we need to, or she's so empowered and she left her tribe, her perfect tribe or whatever, whatever, and then Lex Luthor's like, oh, we need to get rid of Superman because then no one's going to be motivated to work. It's like, yep, that perfect tribe.
The real reason he hates Superman is because he thinks he's the one man that could satisfy Diana more than he could in bed.
Well, I just think it's fine that they were like taking digs at like the modern democracy, whatever, because like, oh, it should be like communism or something. But then Lex's commentaries of,
I think he said failing democracy.
Well, the point is, it's failing. Therefore,
broken.
You know,
broken democracy.
Assuming that
the
Americans
superior
are not
option is probably going to be the commie stuff that the writers like, and which is ironically the downfall of the very thing that he's talking about with Superman. It's like, well, if no one's gonna have the motivation to do anything or whatever, because like, oh, everyone's equally getting their basic income. Or, oh, you can't get more for a specialty job or a job that sucks more and all that stuff, right? I just think it's kind of ironic.
Yeah, no, totally. And it's like, I just find it funny because just kind of like put yourself in a place of a person who would claim democracy is broken. What is your interpretation of what that means?
My side didn't win.
Well, if I had to guess, I would think that it is the fact that modern politics is decided not by votes, but by funding from special interest, right? Like effectively, politics is bought rather than, you know, how it should be, right?
Sure.
Well, who in the DC universe could afford to buy an election if not Lex fucking Luthor, right? Like, the game is literally this broken democracy. Oh,
yeah.
Like he's literally simping for Wonder Woman. Like, please punish me, mommy. Like, I've been a bad boy buying presidents.
He does become president at one point.
There you go.
Spoilers. But
oh, the democracy is broken. I just paid for it. Like, But to this, okay, so it says, as of writing, it is unknown which specific member of the team making the game was responsible for the real-world penning of Wonder Woman's in-game profile. But to this end, it should be noted that the game script writing, including but not limited to its banter, cutscenes, barks, and audio logs, feature input from the notorious Sweet Baby Inc., a self-described inclusion-focused narrative and consultation company whose credits include work on such titles as Alan Wake 2, God of War Ragnarok, and Marvel Spider-Man 2. Sweet Baby Inc.
Woke?
Alan Wake. Did I say woke?
No, I am.
Sweet Baby Inc.'s main objective is to foster the concepts of diversity and inclusion within any title brought their way. We believe that representation is key to connecting players and audiences, and we offer a few ways to help your team to help your team and project gain the perspective needed to make it happen, explains the company on their official website. Quote, we're part of an inclusive and knowledgeable community of diverse consultants, able to cover a wide range of cultural and sensitivity topics. Our approach leads to the creation of joy in marginalized players and seeks to be additive rather than strictly corrective.
That's why we're so inclusive. We also include white characters. Wait a second.
She looks
I mean, they probably have a
horrible there.
couple, but like the variety you can.
Is this Harlequin's shaved head? Am I looking at that hairdo?
That's what it
appears
looks
to be.
like. Like they couldn't make Harley Quinn without making some adjustments to make her ugly in modern day, right?
I'm sorry. You said it was additive, not correct. That is subtractive, if anything. However, given both their above mission statement and the ridiculous representation of the anti-anything but human Luthor being a proponent of a mythical race, odds are good that they had some hand in penning its contents. All right, cool. So
the worst part about the game too is this third person, so you're always going to be looking at the fucking back of the head.
Oh man, that's horrible. So Bounding into Comics did not cover what I was sort of grasping on the periphery for this whole thing. So I put a little supplementary stuff in here. This is from Green Lantern, John Stewart. They said, I don't care if it's written from the perspective of a villain. This dialogue was 200% written by a white woman. Now, a different person said it was written from the perspective of Deathstroke, which is the entire reason I knew that was a character to begin with. But Bounding into Comics is saying it was either Boomerang, Captain Boomerang, or Lex Luthor. Seems like it might be more than that. I don't know. Look, I barely even know the guy. Past reputation. Architect and Marine, probably was an honor student. Wholesome, all-American, white picket fence type stuff. Kind of guy that makes you think, oh, one of the good ones. That's before getting some alien jewelry and becoming a space cop. Shouldn't he have been on, like, Mars or something? Some distant planet? Not in Gotham, interrupting my business. Does Deathstroke have a business, or is this Lex Luthor? Lex Luthor's in
This
Metropolis.
sounds
Who the
more
fuck is in
like
Gotham. It's got to be.
And Deathstroke's a Batman villain, right?
I don't know. I don't fucking know.
It could be Deathstroke.
I'm so glad Old Man is in the comments because he is going to add so much context I wouldn't have been able to. Man, I don't know what you want me to say here. I guess he's a good role model for the kids. If you want the kids to grow up being know-it-all narcs.
If
200% written by a white woman.
If that's, oh my god, if that's Deathstroke,
everything. I don't know. That's just what another tweet said.
No, but like, so it would kind of make sense that it would be Deathstroke if it's saying like Gotham, because like Captain Boomerang's not Gotham, Lex isn't Gotham.
Mm-hmm.
But
wait, this is Wade Wilson we're talking about?
Yeah, the attitude, like if that's Wade Wilson doing that, Like, what is that character? No.
Isn't
Slade
Wade Wilson
Wilson.
dead? Slade.
Slade
Wilson.
Wilson.
I was gonna say, isn't Wade Wilson Deadpool?
Yeah. Wade Wilson is
Okay.
Deadpool.
Yeah. So also, they really hated John for whatever reason. Like, this was personal to whoever wrote this. So they kill him, and they cut off his finger or bite off his finger or whatever. Then the shark guy like puts it on and just magically becomes one of the Green Lantern, like wielding the powers and stuff. Even though like, everybody's like opinion on this conveyed to me that's not how the lore works. So once again,
technically, when the ring wearer dies, the ring will like go back,
revert back to the original bearer or whatever.
No, well, the original bear is dead, but it'll either
the original one that gave it to him, like whoever is in charge of the rings.
Yeah, so there's
How are you not getting
the Green Lantern Corps planet. It will either go back to them or it will go and try and find a new suitable wearer. But
look,
if
suitable,
yeah. So here's the deal.
So it's
right?
not exactly like Mjolnir, but it's pretty close.
Kind of, but it does kind of make sense because in the game, or I should say, it could make sense in the game. Brainiac has taken over all of the Justice League people, and so the Suicide Squad are acting as the good people, kind of. And so if there's like no other good people around, maybe the closest, best good person is the shark guy, But I mean,
wow.
It's not supposed to work like, oh, I just pick it up off your finger and put it on. It's supposed to choose you.
Sure. So that it was personal because not only did they emasculate him and murder him in this way, but they also gave him a front hole instead of a bulge.
It's about your willpower.
Okay.
JT Vega is correct.
Okay, so Old Man says, what culture gaming hates the sexy girls in Yakuza? They did a recent video on game Cringe, and Yakuza games mentioned. They didn't complain about the shirtless dancing guys, though. It's a double standard. People buy Japanese games and anime because it's unlike Western culture. It's like going to a Japanese restaurant, and because you're Western, they give you a pizza and hot dogs. That is the ugliest version of Wonder Woman I've ever seen.
They're all ugly.
Yeah.
And I've seen most of the iconic versions of the character made since the 40s.
Did you see
when you were still a lad? Oh man, she is very manly. Yeah, I haven't seen Poison Ivy yet. No, she is supposed to. She
looks like Greta
goddess
Thunberg
on Earth. Oh, of course. The Flash gets pissed on after they kill him. Take that, toxic masculinity. You got nothing on toxic femininity. Wait, does a woman piss on him?
I have to imagine it's.
You have to pay good money for that.
Captain man. Boomerang. I gotta know. I want to. This is an awkward place to put this. I was thinking about this earlier about the whole thing about the weird fetishes people have, like the horse porn and stuff. And I was just thinking about the fact that like I gave a little bit of a speech earlier on the fact that a culture war is so fucking important because what they are trying to steal from you is effectively your life force at a certain degree, right? It is the thing that makes you, you. It is the culmination of all of the things that you choose to identify with and like and enjoy that they are trying to rob
to take your horse
that
dicks.
They are trying to colonize away from you, right? So I was just thinking about it, like so many of the properties here. In fact, let's jump ahead to. Oh well, actually, let's. I'll come back to this. So there are there are many people playing Batman Arkham Knight right now on Steam, roughly 2,200. Then they're playing Suicide Squad, and Arkham is a 9-year-old game. Yes, we'll look at that in a second. Memeology 101 had this to say about that post we were just looking at. They killed Jon Stewart this way, humiliating him because he is a race traitor to them. He is a black man who is also a veteran, who is also a space cop. If you read the bio in game, they go deeper into their hatred of Jon's work as a lantern and authority, right? So I think that's a good take, right? That, wow, I can't believe Sweet Baby Ink or whoever the fuck it was would do this because they are, doing this to a black guy. But if you're a black guy as a cop, right, there goes his blackness. If you have trouble knowing if you're going to vote for me or vote for Trump, you ain't black. All right. So I don't want to really
watch. They actually make him a Trump voter canonically.
Right. Like his MAGA hat blows off as they blow his face to smithereens. So I don't want to actually read this one, but the other thing that was so egregious about this is that this is the final role supposedly that Kevin Conroy voiced in before he died.
Right.
Right. So he's the voice of Batman from the old cartoon and everything, and he's voiced Batman.
Last of Us 2'd him essentially.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I mean it is called Suicide Squad: Kill the Justice League, right? But effectively, they unceremoniously put him in a position where they fucking murder him, right? And you're supposed to be cheering for it. Why are his eyes purple?
I think because he's being controlled by Brainiac.
Yeah, it's a Brainiac thing.
Is it the way they kill them because it's it wasn't I want to say graceful, but it wasn't honorable.
I just feel like there are ways
they probably
a character dies on screen where it's well, at least they earned a good death or something like that. You know what I mean?
I also don't think that they knew that this was going to be his last game.
Of course.
Yeah.
But the point is that similar to the instance with Last of Us 2, where they falsely advertised the game that Joel would be in it more, and then they just take Joel out of the picture.
They take a golf club to him,
right? This is a similar point where it's if you wanted, and I mean, there is, I do have the scene. I guess I could just throw it in right here. I hope I don't get copyright claimed for it. That's a risk we're going to take. Where the fuck is it? Hold on. Oh, fuck. Shit. I got so many windows.
The way that I'm picturing it is that all the characters in the squad are just going to be quip, immature comment, and then who knows? They might do something like I'll piss on him, Batman, or something like that, rather than it being say, I don't know, an honorable fight, this person just really wanted to kill him and they got the best of him, and that was kind of it,
Mm-hmm. Sorry, I'm just
drugging him, tie him up, and you just shoot him in the face.
Which is what they do, right? Fuck, I might have closed it.
Not to mention that it's just all around the fact that the game overall sucks ass makes it feel like a waste of killing Batman.
Okay, wait, if it's not that one, is it this one?
Oh, this reminds me as well of how
I've got the window open twice. Nice.
They killed the 2 living actors, and then they kept alive the one actor that actually died.
Right. And the implication there is that the movie they didn't get to make was probably going to be the one where that character was going to have a major appearance in or whatever. It was going to be her movie.
Oh.
Anyway. I don't know if I have this off. I guess I don't have it to pull up, but the point is that there are ways you could have done this where, for example, in his dying breath, any last words, Bat Boy or whatever, he would end up saying something poignant that would cut like a knife to the villain and they kill him, but they walk away knowing he's right or something. You know what I mean? Like there's ways you could have done it that would have to the person playing the game sent him off with a death that felt like it had an impact.
Something. It felt like it meant something.
It had an impact beyond just being shot in the face and killed, right? So anyway, I don't want to harp on this for too long, but moving on from here, Vera Dark had pointed out that Sweet Baby Inc. employees have been melting down over the backlash to their awful Suicide Squad game. They're even going after the media for simply having an opinion on the direction they went with Batman's story. So an article is written by IGN. A lot of fans are hopping mad about Batman's role in Suicide Squad, Kill the Justice League, and rightly so. Here's why Kevin Conroy's Batman is wasted in the game. Kevin was our teammate, and many of us worked with him directly for years. I would expect game journalists to know that and understand how callous it is to use his memory to stoke hatred.
Kind of like what you guys are doing, huh?
We do not need strangers to tell us what he would have thought. He told us himself. What's this? She, her. Okay. Just a moment, please. Pattern recognition is a little too strong in my brain. Sorry, but I must know. Let me go to the one right before this. Okay. Is this a trans thing?
No idea.
What is going on with these cats with human facial features superimposed?
Sounds like a furry thing.
We're going to learn this is some weird sex thing in a few years, I bet. Like, they've been hiding in plain sight, the cat rapists.
I thought you were going to say they like deep fake human features on a cat and whack off to it or something.
I don't know. I'm a little disturbed by this. Anyway, this is a he who said, "I'm so mad they killed the billionaire who turned evil that I'm going to show how racist I am." Is honestly a pretty funny take to have. Yeah. So again, they hate the billionaire. The billionaire turned evil, and I'm mad. Right. That's the billionaire, of course, being Batman. Right. Because when everybody thinks about Batman, that's the part they think about is his bank account, right? That's it. That's what defines him. All right. Progressive developers and male hatred feminists ruins everything they touch. These two designs are from the same company, Rocksteady, in 2015 versus 2024.
Well, the ugly stick has continued in the modern day. Do you think they want to match the voice actor this time again? Or sorry,
Suicide
mocap?
Squad is the shining example of how we need to purge the entire AAA industry and put in place honest comic fans and devs again. Now, somebody quote tweeted this, and I thought they had a great point. It's the ship of Theseus, which they spelled wrong because it autocorrected. You replace all the people at Rocksteady with NPC clowns. Can you say it's the same company? The old guard left with Sefton Hill. These new schmucks are nothing and never will be like Rocksteady. They are not the same. So this kind of goes back to is Funimation really dead if everybody who worked there is now employed and
it's like
calling
the
the shots at Crunchyroll, right? Yeah, like, so we have this now. I have not gamed in a very long time. Right? Like I've been out of the gaming scene for 20 years.
That's a
right?
lie. We played putt putt last night.
What? Putt
But
Putt Saves the Zoo? Is that what you played?
No, the Discord golf game. But I've been out of like, you know, keeping up to date with what graphic capabilities there are and stuff. So last podcast we looked at that one game, and I was pointing out how realistic the rendering on the girl's legs looked, but that she also didn't look disgusting, right? Because having been outside of gaming for so long, only playing Minecraft and like literally the original Silent Hill tetralogy or whatever on PlayStation and PlayStation 2 in the last, 20 years, I've not really seen up close modern gaming. I only see it through the periphery of what shows up as I'm scrolling on Twitter or Reddit or whatever, right? So I was under the impression that it's like we've reached a point in rendering where using modern rendering engines, like you just can't get attractive characters. Like it's just not really doable, for the most part, because otherwise they would at least fuck up once in a while and do something that was halfway decent, right? Now, again, Rocksteady made the game on the left in 2015 and the game on the right in 2024, or at least it came out in 2024, right? So there's a video going around of these two games are 9 years apart. So this is the two Rocksteady.
Did you test upload this?
I didn't, but it's already on YouTube.
It's gameplay footage.
No. Hold on, I'm gonna 4K. Let's go. All right, Reese, you'll understand. It is worth the risk.
Jeez,
for only one scene,
bro.
In case you couldn't tell, 2015's on the left. And 2024 is on the right.
Look how up there it gets. Like, wow.
I'm sorry, I can't with the bat in the way. You'll have to click and click again.
Okay. Well, I did notice that there is a deliberate
Do you play
attempt.
as her in the Arkham game too?
In some of the DLC, yeah.
So, in the newer game, they specifically made sure that ass is completely covered by the bat. Like that is the intention. But even the lighting engine is fucking garbage on the new game. What is that?
It's probably
The
just
colors are,
default
like,
settings on
overblown
whatever
out.
engine they chose. Maybe they chose Unity, and that was their first mistake. No,
I mean, the fidelity is like, is it an iPhone game? It looks fucking awful.
is this on Ultra on both of them? It would be hilarious if they literally just put the new game on like the lowest settings.
But like, I can't even begin to express, like, as somebody who works in VFX and worked as a character rigger for many years, the actual quality to the hip movement on the left is mind-blowingly good.
Insane.
Like I just want to point out, like, look at the way that it
Sways back and forth.
It actually looks a little jank now when I look at it. But like it's hard to explain, but the way that it's wrapping around in the movement, it is actually pulling the leg is doing like a drift a little bit, but the way it's actually attaining the shape through the way it's moving is really good. It just looks like the animator pulled the foot a little too far, so it's popping a little bit, but like right there, like it actually really gets a good look to it that would require a lot of effort is what I'm getting at. And this is the new game. Let's see if we get a... Oh God, maybe I shouldn't be doing this in 4K.
We'll have to wait 4 times as long.
Anyway, this is how it played in the original game. Which I don't really give a shit about DC, but this looks fun as shit, right? Like,
Yeah.
Like,
More than
I mean,
anything,
that's
it's
a
just
very
immersive.
compelling way to make me actually want to play the game. Just make it look, like free roaming like that. It has a
You
look
can
to
get
it
like
that-
all the games for $10 on Steam. Okay.
yeah, I probably could, but I'm just saying, like that, it looks fucking great. Again, going back to the concept of culture. 2015, you come home from school, right? For some slightly younger individuals, I'm guessing. You come home from school and you play that game. That's your escape. That's your nostalgia. That's your, thing that built who you ended up being. Now it's this bullshit. This is the legacy that they've destroyed. Right? There is no continuation, and this was heavily the
Randy, are you playing Putt Party?
I didn't hear a denial.
And you didn't think to invite me?
Oh,
bitch!
All right. Once
Focus.
again,
Don't screw up the timestamp.
Once again, I just want to point out these people hate you. They hate your culture. They hate everything that you love. Right? Let me show you what they have done. Again, 2015, 2024. Here is what happens in the game when the Suicide Squad needs to suit up. Harley finds the suit she wore in Arkham Knights and gets disgusted with it and grabs a different outfit.
Get your prison garbs, and then you evolve to the Task Force X outfits.
Yeah, right. I was thinking something more fashion forward.
Get your prison garbs, and then you evolve to the Task Force X outfits.
There's too
So
much
again-
going on in the new
Yeah.
one.
The thing that you specifically liked
Mm-hmm.
or whatever.
The two things you specifically like.
Let's shave my head and do this instead. Right? Let me screen share
And the fact that
again.
she's like, oh, it's more fashion forward. It's like
Yeah.
Harley.
Memeology says on the left, you have the screenwriter of two of the Batman Arkham games, writer of the 90s Batman series, and co creator of Harley Quinn. Is that a typo for Harley Quinn? On the right, you have two writers of Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League, one of them being the CEO of Sweet Baby Inc.
Holy shit! No wonder they wrote the game too. Like, god damn.
Yeah. It gets worse. Here's the Sweet Baby Inc. CEO they were just showing you. Oh, fuck, I got it. Oh, I hate not being able to have the... I want a button. I just want a button I can just hit that'll automatically turn on sharing with audio.
Huh?
Oh. StreamYard, you're killing me. All right. So what does she have
when we
to
look
say?
at these white guys who are supposedly our core audience, I kind of want
Supposedly.
as consumers of a lot of different products, they also want to experience new and different stories. And I think we need to step out of this rule that all white men lack imagination to the point that they can understand and enjoy aliens or monsters, high fantasy, dwarves, anything, so long as it's through a lens that looks like them. Because ultimately, if that's the kind of person that you decide you're going to work for, that's the kind of person you're going to design for, you're never going to innovate your work.
Okay, hold on. So you're telling me white people lack imagination. So we can't enjoy things unless the characters look like us. Okay, so this African American woman wants to make the game not look like us, white people, so that it's not creatively bankrupt by making it look like her. Is that
no? It's because no. I mean, she blatantly said it there. She said white people have no imagination, but
That's racist.
we shouldn't make games for those people. Fuck them. Although that's a stupid statement to start with, but anyway, going with it. Fuck them. Make the game not for them, and so we'll weed those people out.
So let's listen to it again.
That's what she just said.
First of all, I just want to point out we're at the Womanize conference or whatever the fuck this is.
Well, she also said how we can't, play a game without it being through the vessel of a character that looks like them, when it's ironic because that's the very thing, the exclusive thing that these diversity type.
You've hit the exact thing I want to get. It's like, well, they can't enjoy a game unless the main character looks like them. Good thing all white men are ripped studs, right? Like, we get them. We make games with realistic women who look like us because we are creatively bankrupt and have no imagination. I mean, wait. You know, I just don't understand. Like, it seems like that statement swings both ways.
When we look at these white guys,
well,
who are
by that
supposedly our
logic, she should love playing these games as white men.
She's gonna love Stellar Blade. Like,
for audience, I kind of want to imagine that as consumers of a lot of different products, they also want to experience new and different stories.
Okay, so she said white people are the majority of consumers of our product. And I want to imagine that they actually want to play games that have diversity.
And I think we need to step out of this rule that all white men lack imagination.
Everyone, we gotta step out of the box because we've been operating under the assumption that we have to make games that only feature white people, and that rule might not be true.
To the point that they can understand and enjoy aliens or monsters, high fantasy, dwarves, anything, so long as it's through a lens that looks like them. Because ultimately, if that's the kind of person that you decide you're going to work for, that's the kind of person you're going to design for, you're never going to innovate your work. And when we look at...
So she's saying...
She's
once again,
absolutely right. When I was playing Final Fantasy 13, that's because I am a pink-haired anime waifu girl, right?
Yeah, and I just got to say, man, like, Grand Theft Auto San Andreas broke all those records, and it's like, boy, the white people must have been so mad when they learned they had to play as a black guy. Like, fuck, that must have just been so hard, not being able to relate at all to any of the stuff that was going on in the game because, again, the character was black. Like, do these people even listen to themselves when they speak? Like, it's such an absurd premise, you know? And again, it's like the constantly trying to rewrite history so they can make it kind of thing. It's like, oh yeah, first female hero ever. And it's like, what? No, that's not how that works. First black superhero, except for Spawn and Hancock, and like all that, like Meteor Man, like fucking hell, like it's been done before. Don't act like you've got some monopoly on it. Anyway, so yeah, just projection and all that shit. It's just absurd. And again, I couldn't really care much about this particular thing, just about Suicide Squad in general, because I don't really give a shit. But I do see it as indicative of the entire industry constantly attempting to steal your culture, destroy your culture, pillage and colonize your culture, make it about them, right? And as we have here, Suicide Squad says trans rights. Okay, hold on. I've been holding on to it this whole time. Okay, I think I was correct. Yes, it is the trans flag. But going back to my concept of maybe now this is an even worse place to bring this up. I was gonna say, like everybody, we got all these people surrounding us that have these weird horse porn fetishes and whatnot, presumably because of like growing up in a world where the internet got invented, and then some wise ass decided to hire artists to draw all of the cartoons that were on cable as porn, and now we have a bunch of weirdos among us. I'm just thinking about the fact, like, we see this so often in gaming where they will, or not just in gaming, but like fucking Into the Spider-Verse and all that shit or whatever, where they will throw these like virtue signals directly right in the fucking gameplay and whatever, right? And it just gets me thinking, like, before this trans movement got to the absurd level we've allowed it to get to, right, where we are literally taking children away from their parents because we have allowed people to get so detached from reality that they think it's saving a child to chop its dick off, right, and all this shit, right? Before we got to that point, the people who are currently occupying that realm grew up in a realm where they had things that they identified with, that they then eventually get into that role of controlling that IP and doing stuff like this, right? Now, I can't imagine a person has a particular fetish, horse porn, getting fucked in the ass by a horse. I can't imagine.
Are you white? Come on now.
Hold on. Even if that gets your dick diamond hard, I can't imagine you get put into a position where you control the IP of Batman, your favorite superhero, and you decide to make it canon that Batman has a stable that he goes into and gets ass raped by the whole line of horses, right? Like, even if that gets your dick so fucking hard that, like, you had to leave the room while listening to the podcast because you're about to bust, right? Even in that scenario, I can't imagine that you would actually want the hero of whatever franchise you identify with to share your disgusting degenerate fetish, right? Like, there are so few fetishes that I feel like a person would canonically assign to something from their childhood that they then got the control of and actually have it not be epically cringe. You know what I mean? Like, even something as small as like choking or whatever. Like, oh yeah, Batman had sex in that comic and he choked Catwoman while he did it. Like, even that would be weird. You know what I mean? Like,
man, if only I could see Sonic's bare feet.
Damn.
Yeah, the newest issue was supposed to come out and debut his feet, but I kept finishing on all the finished drawings, so it never got to print. Anyway, I just have a hard time fathoming this. Like, at a certain point, there should be some shame in a person's life that they understand that whatever gross degenerate thing they're into should stay hidden. You know what I mean? Anyway, I also saw this. I thought it was pretty funny. Apparently, there was a bug in the game where you would sign in to find out you'd already beaten it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, like, immediately upon the game coming out, people logged in to find that they already had everything unlocked. Wow. So, good job. Truly tremendous coding.
To the thing, the article before that with the Suicide Squad supports trans rights. That reminds me of how people are like, Satan respects people's pronouns or whatever. It's like, what are you talking about? He doesn't respect anyone, right? Like, you want that to be your like representation or whatever?
No, seriously. Like, I don't think you understand what you're saying. Satan doesn't have to tempt you any further. He's already got you. You're going to hell. He can't wait for you to join him. Right? All right, let's go on to Stellar Blade. Finally, some good news. Stellar Blade got a new trailer and a release date. And Sankaku Complex didn't even put screenshots of it.
So we're saving our calendars for April then, right?
April.
I would, but it's not on PC until presumably, the exclusivity's up or whatever.
Now, there are some particularly good frames in the trailer. Bad news, it's PS5 exclusive.
Oh, no. Whatever shall I do with my PS5?
Only $500. Totally worth it.
Rip.
So anyway,
for the rest of you, but I'm not. I'm not scared.
So, so there are a couple of interesting frames.
It is.
Also, Kotaku wrote a positive article about Stellar Blade having some absolutely wild outfits. They don't show any of them except for the trailer embed, but during Sony's State of Play live stream on January 31st, the company gave us a look at developer Shift Up's third-person character action game Stellar Blade, which looks both cool as shit and ridiculous as hell as you beat up robots in a variety of outfits, including a bunny one, because Playboy rabbits also need to defend themselves.
There's
Previously
different
known as
outfits?
What's up?
You said there's different outfits? I didn't know this.
Yeah, usually you have to pay that as DLC.
There are dozens of different outfits.
See,
Previously known as,
separates it from
Now
every
I'm
other
intrigued.
game.
Previously known as Project Eve, Stellar Blade follows a warrior named Eve as she attempts to reclaim Earth from alien invaders. Get this.
She can reclaim my Earth.
Reclaim Earth from alien invaders known as natives.
Whoa. This is super problematic.
To do so, you'll outfit Eve with all manner of weapons to pummel your foes into submission while looking stylish AF. That's what character action games are, after all. Style. Yeah, so let's take a look. Here's one of the outfits. Oh, I guess that's a GIF. Anyway.
Again, Greenline is marking his calendar for it.
Stellar Blade will have up to 30 outfits. What's your favorites?
Green Line, what substance are you going to mark that calendar with?
I would like to point out these 30 outfits, that's the count that was surmised from the trailer.
Ooh, so
perhaps there will be hundreds.
For real though, games don't have that nowadays because it's always paywalled. So having a game that actually gives you something that spices up the gameplay, that spices up the gameplay, is genuinely like refreshing. You know, in this modern day gaming.
So that's the bunny outfit. Not what you thought.
Wow, that barely looks like there's clothing there.
Yeah,
based on the
specifically
color.
for Greenline. Cool.
Yeah.
I'll have another bunny girl to add to my collection.
Yay. Anyway,
I think they made all these because they're going to make figures to sell the green line for each outfit.
Yes. The Thirst Trap Stellar Blade looked awful with very outdated graphics, and it obviously uses sex to sell because they lack real talent. What the fuck is this running animation? PlayStation is an embarrassment. No wonder Xbox won the gen easily.
In what world has Xbox won?
Just the
in
360
their
world, but
delusion. So anyway, lacking a game that uses sex to sell. Just say
that's
you're gay,
Bayonetta.
bro. Yeah. So we've got Nier Automata. Sorry, Automata, whatever it is, and Bayonetta.
Bayonetta.
Nier Automata, 93% critics recommend. Bayonetta 2, 94% critics recommend. Like, oh, use a sex. Just say you're gay, bro. Like, anyway, there's more to this. I find it funny. I find stuff like this funny. I can bet a good amount of cash that Avowed will have an incredible cast of characters and story. Stellar Blade just has a stellar ass. That's about it. All right. So,
And that's enough.
yeah, like my statement to that is you act like any more is necessary. Like, look, it's been a desert. We've been in a goddamn desert.
It's been so many years.
Yeah. It's been a fucking decade.
Yeah. You
Since-
over there enjoy
so-
your
so
salad.
when
I'm
an
gonna enjoy some
ass-
cake.
When an oasis arrives, you bet your ass it's Game of the Year, right? Like,
yeah.
Yeah,
enjoy your salad over there.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
so
enjoy
this
my
is
cake.
this is the stellar ass that there's nothing else. Who cares? It doesn't even look that good. Oh, look at this game. This is the one.
Well, more
PlayStation.
game for me.
Yeah,
You don't
so
have to play.
nobody even wants to play this. Seriously, it's all about this other game we're gonna get to that's in first person, so you don't get distracted by the ass. There it is. Oh, look at this. Don't you want to play this game? Oh, it looks so boring, actually. Wow.
Well, I thought that
Such
was-
dynamic animations.
Yeah.
Truly incredible. He's right. Stellar Blade just has an ass. Oh, it almost looked like she was like, jumping and climbing through falling debris as if it was like more than just an ass. Like, I don't know. I just don't see it. Perhaps he sees something I don't in that dreadful first-person game for Xbox. Also says, like I said, graphically and combat-wise, it looks great. But I can't get past their faces looking like little girls. It's weird either way. We will see how they turn out when they are released. The graphics of Stellar Blade and gameplay looks great, albeit I can't get past the over-sexualization of Stellar Blade. It would have been passable if their female characters didn't have the faces of a damn child. Really friggin' weird. And if you find this arousing, you need to get all your hard drives and phones checked by the FBI.
Are they saying that because they have no wrinkles?
I hope you don't find this arousing, because the FBI would like to have a word. This is a different character. I would just like to state, cute as fuck. Liking a character, especially a fictional character, and thinking they're cute does not equate to wanting to fuck them. Believe it or not. I know it's an epiphany. A lot of people are having.
You could write a self-help book.
Can you imagine? Like, see, when a person is that, like, let me go back to this. I just want to point out. Although, like I said, it has been a damn desert for a decade. None of these. I actually find none of these arousing, as he phrased it. I'm just excited at a game. Like, you know what I find really arousing? The reeing that is occurring. That is the most arousing part of all.
That's
of
your
this.
kink?
That is my kink so hard, right? So, okay. Yeah, so I just find it ridiculous the way they try to act. Now, I will say, though, I do agree the characters look very young, right? Like, in terms of the face, right? Now, granted, as a fan of anime and Japanese culture and, you know, Asian, you know, culture in general, or being in the periphery of it for so much of my life, I will say that, like, there are Asian women who look like this. Like, it's not like they don't exist. Although I will agree that he's correct. I do think that they made a very young looking face. I also don't think that there's anything wrong with that. Because believe it or not, that is not a child. That is a 3D model in a video game. I know. Epiphany is out the wazoo here. Look at the journo projecting himself. Does E from Stellar Blade look like a little girl? What the fuck are you smoking? Now, again, I'll just say, put your hand up, cover the body. I don't know that I would say it looks like a little girl, but she does look very young, right? And
now,
again,
if you put your hand on the face,
another
more.
mind-blowing moment. Get this. Oh my god, I know this is like the truth bombs are just, you can't handle them. Youth is attractive. Oh shit! Oh my god. It's like the secrets to the universe have just been unveiled. I can't even fucking believe it. Wow. A little more here. To the left, what happened when Japan followed the ESG money? To the right, what happens when Koreans make Korean games? Send them the signal before it's too late.
Yeah, Forspoken has so much better and more realistic looking characters.
I don't. It's just.
That's what that face looks
So
like.
I'm just saying, like, I don't know if you see it down here. This is the girl from Forspoken.
She looks way better in real life.
Yes. So I'm just saying, like, forgive me for thinking technology was not at the point where we could make attractive people attractive. Because there you go. Right? Like, that's what we've done? Really? That's how we handle this? So, yeah, it's an easy choice.
Had 10 years of ugliness.
I'm just
you
saying.
gotta remove that in post.
Yes. Look, this is healing my soul. Okay, you don't understand. Like, they took beautiful architecture from us. They taken beautiful women from us in game and in real life, because all of the Americans are obese. You know, like, they have taken so much of our culture, us men of culture, that it's just healing to the soul to actually get to experience beauty for once. Anyway, God damn it, what? Are you playing golf? Motherfucker. I
can't keep his trap shut. God damn it.
Shut up. All right. How gorgeous realistic portrayal of women, female characters can be crafted when you have the right people, right? Well, that's a mouthful. Yeah, so basically, like, imagine all of these other games. Imagine the game with the Forspoken girl.
I can't. I'm white.
Imagine
if you weren't white. Imagine.
Dedicated to actually bringing out the beauty of the girl playing Mary Jane, of the girl from Forspoken. Imagine playing that game and having the character not look like a monster. Oh, God damn it. God, where did Did I pull it? I must have pulled it off screen instead of closing it. Anyway, you know what I'm talking about. Anyway, just imagine those games had they not looked like monsters. Anyway, Stellar Blade dev, also known for butt jiggling game Nikke, says he put special attention into the female lead's back because that's what players see most of the time. Do you know how Tomb Raider got created?
Yes, because they wanted something nice to look at.
Tomb Raider was originally an Indiana Jones game, and they made a female model so they'd have something easier on the eyes to look at. And they're like, damn, those triangle boobs are so fucking hot. Let's just keep them. Right? Like, let's see. I did download. Oh, is it because it's an image? Yes, it's an image. That's why. It's not a. Well, it's a GIF, so it's not a. I just gotta show you. Just want to remind you. Stellar Blades dev Shift Up also made
Nikke.
Oh fuck! I can't even click on that one because it's more than 3 megabytes. Okay, they also made this game. God damn it! It's not even the good one. Anyway, they made that game. You know what? Here, I have an idea. I have another way to do this. Downloads. Oh no, we're not gonna right click on the ones of Tifa.
Oh.
All right. Here you go. Open with Brave. God damn it. Open on the other window. Here you go. They also made this game.
Damn.
Yeah. So they put special attention to the backside because that's what players see. All right, I want to read it. The director of the upcoming RPG Stellar Blade says that one of the game's most distinctive marketing beats exists because of the special attention put into the reverse side of the lead character's model. Speaking of the game's radar, game director Hyung Tae Kim discussed the character design for protagonist Eve. Look, one of the reasons why Eastern properties have such gorgeous women and whatnot in them is because when your dicks are so tiny, you need them to be erect all the time. All right. That joke isn't going to land well. there wasn't enough setup.
You're in that feminist group. I know it.
Megalia group. God, what podcast was it? Like 240? I feel like there's a lot of backstory that needed to be there for that joke to make sense and not be just outright offensive. All right, so that design, built around the body scan of Korean model Shin Jae-eun, has been a focus of Stellar Blade's early trailers. And while we now know much more about Eve, Kim suggests that's deliberate. When it comes to design, we put special attention on the back of the character because the player is always facing the back of the character when they're playing, he said. So that's what they see most of. So we want this to be. So we thought this was pretty important. Before Stellar Blade, developer Shift Up was best known for the gacha game Goddess of Victory Nikke, which is well known for focusing on the backs of its anime characters, right up to last year's collaboration with Nier Automata. Kim argues, however, that the studio style is about more than pure titillation. The deliberately glamorous design of characters like Eve has become somewhat of a brave thing to be going for or attempting, he claims. Stunning and brave. Kim also reflects on the broader cultural situation surrounding characters like Eve, both within Korea and globally, and his own desires when it comes to the games he plays and makes. Quote, I personally think that compared to movies, animations, manga, and so on, people are especially strict towards games. In games, there's all the views that people have, which are not always positive about unrealistically beautiful characters. Honestly, when I play a game, I would like to see someone who is better looking than myself. That's what I want. I don't want to see something normal. God, it sounds like a white guy. Wait, I'm sorry. No, white guys only want the characters to look just like them. That's what I learned tonight. Sorry, I was wrong. I want to see something more ideal. I think that's very important in a form of entertainment. This is, after all, entertainment targeted for adults. As for what Kim considers to be an ideal design, he points to someone that can show their own charms and attractiveness without damaging the narrative or the setting of the game. When pressed on who Eve is as a person, the director discussed her personality and backstory. Well, you see, she likes doing it with horses, right? And her journey towards humanity does remind me of Nier Automata's 2B, who, let's not forget, had a destroy pants button in a game with an achievement tied to looking up her skirt. The hero.
They reward it.
Single-handedly turning the tide. As it happens, Kim says he's honored to see the game compared to Nier since he's a big fan of Yoko Taro. The character Eve, at the beginning, is not that great of an existence. But as the game progresses, she takes on more and more burdens and comes to make important decisions. She gets to interact with more characters and other people and becomes more human. In the beginning, she's more soldier-like and doesn't have that many emotions or show much expression. As the game story progresses, you'll get to see a change in her emotions. Anyway, you also get to see her ass. So, win-win. All right, so Shift Up Celebrate Development in a nutshell. 2B's ass has more than 300,000 polygons, which is more than all of Ocarina of Time. More! Right, then it's the Nikke, the Goddess of Victory Nikke, Nier Automata tie-in, right? Like, so this is the natural progression, of course, right? Batman once said, quote, "Never permit feminists and progressives to craft video games. Their power will corrupt, projecting their fears onto characters and creating ugliness everywhere. Stellar Blade is your sole beacon of hope," end quote.
That's
Bro,
what I
did they
call
model the ass
negative
after
ass.
that writer too?
direct quote straight from Batman. That was the last thing he said before Harley Quinn shot her in the face. All right. I want to. Oh, I guess this is the one I was planning to read. I guess you could just look at the more images. I fucked up. Oh well. Oh well. All right. Not last podcast, a couple podcasts ago. So I noticed that this is becoming big news, and I thought to myself, "Fuck! I knew about this and didn't cover it." Turns out I did cover it. So I'm just reminding you. Former Stellar Blade devs call for boycott. Dev linked to the Misandra group. It's the Megalia group, right? So they fired at least 2 feminists from the team for being feminists. And all I'm saying is we need the world to get that sort of courage, because clearly it's working for the games. Like, this is the first Oasis in quite some time.
I know what you're saying. At the same time, though, I'm conflicted, though, because it's like, well, then you're just like, it's based on someone's opinions and their thoughts. That's the very same thing. That's like, oh, you vote for Trump? I guess we're firing you. You know?
Well, I would argue that the when you have a member of your team who is rowing the opposite direction as the rest of your team, it's easier to just get rid of them than to fight the current, you know?
I think it's fair if it's actually affecting the work.
Well, I think that ultimately, you know, if you're going to get rid of people, you know, like if you have like a what do you call it? Like a what is the fucking word they always use? A bias or whatever against, you know, a certain group of people, but that group of people actually provides value to the product, then those people will find, you know, success elsewhere. Whereas if you get rid of all the people who provide value to your product, then your product will fail and everything sorts itself out. That's capitalism, right? So the only problem, again, with capitalism is the government getting involved with their ESG grants and bullshit like that, which is the problem we've had. Like, we do not live in a capitalist society. We live in a cronyist, corporatist society that is upheld entirely by government interests against the market's interests, right? So anyway, regarding
I just want to quickly say, like, I think I agree with Putnam. If they're feminist and you're making a game that a feminist would typically not like, and they can keep their opinion to themselves, and they're not going to influence your direction of the game, then fine. But as soon as they start saying, well, I don't want to do that because that's misogynistic or whatever, then you got to go, right?
Okay, so again, the way I described it is if they're rowing in the opposite direction, right? So if they're intentionally sabotaging, like zero tolerance for people who are sinking your ship, right?
Yeah,
like 100%. Now, there's only one scenario in which not firing those people was the right choice. And that's when the Tekken developers added boob jiggle against the director's requests. So,
no, they're rowing in the same direction though, just further. They're rowing stronger. You gotta reward that.
Everybody's rowing one direction. They're in the back, like.
You gotta reward that kind of motivation.
So regarding the Shift Up developers firing and making destitute the feminists who were to the company, learning the law says, you don't need to sell me the game more. I'm getting the deluxe version already. How much money are you gonna bet these feminists wanted to censor some of the designs? And Chad Shift Up told them, here's the door. Right. I also had this one in response to that. I've unfortunately decided to cancel my pre-order of the base game for Cellblade due to Shift Up's laying off a feminist. I will now be upgrading to the deluxe edition. Stellar Blade devs fired employees for being woke feminists. Listen, you already sold me on the game, guys. You don't have to now make me want to upgrade my pre-order to the deluxe edition, because that's exactly what's going to happen. Fan service and base devs, oh hell yeah, brother. So the other problem with this is that it is a PlayStation exclusive. So what's going to happen when you get home with your brand new game and you boot it up and it has a day one patch and all of a sudden it's a man, right?
Yeah.
Now it's a game about Adam instead of Eve, right? All right. Anyway, that is it for games news. You can't believe we did it. Amazing. Truly incredible. Reese, do you have anything for Right Stuff?
I sent you the one link I wanted you to add as the last minute thing.
Is it a private chat? Nice.
Yeah. And then there's two things you click on when you go to Right Stuff. I'll put them out for you.
All right. The Brave Police J. Decker anime celebrates its 30th anniversary with a Japanese Blu-ray release. So, Discotheque. Wow, that's actually a pretty nice looking set. Anyway, Discotheque. All right, what are we looking at?
Wait, is it
the band?
Is that released by Discotheque?
No, I'm projecting that Discotheque will get it. And it's very possible that Savakis is the one doing the transfer already. It wouldn't be the first time.
Why?
Because it wouldn't be the first time.
But if Discotheque got it, they wouldn't get the
Blue
cool
Giant
special
and
edition.
To the Abandoned Sacred
Okay,
Beast.
cool. That's what I thought. All right, so Blue Giant.
Hold on. I am confused. If Discotheque gets it, they won't get the cool special edition.
No.
But they will have the Blu-ray of it, which is
And that was just a DVD?
No, Blu-ray. Are you insane?
I'm so confused. What did you
Why
just
is there-
show?
He showed a Japanese release.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Brave
So
Police
we're not
J.
getting
Decker
that.
anime is getting a Japanese Blu-ray release. But what I'm suggesting, because this has happened numerous times, is that Discotheque will shortly get this
For
and
English
release it out here. Yeah.
Okay. Now it's all clicking. Carry on.
All
It
right.
made sense from the very beginning.
Fixing
I don't
the
know what
timestamp.
I missed that it was just Japanese.
fixing the timestamp. In Right Stuff news, what's this? Blue Giant movie Blu-ray. Whoa. Why does that look like it's like diamond studded? What? I'll watch it. I'll fucking watch
Looks
it.
like he's blowing hard.
Yeah.
Yep.
So the to the abandoned sacred beach, this was already been solicited, but it was originally slated for the end of January. Now it's got pushed back to the end of March.
Wow. God. Who's releasing this?
Anime Limited.
Wow.
Wait, what?
Anime Limited. Thank you for the digipack. Whoa. Also the little fucking 15s written on your disc.
I think that's just for they use the same mock-up image for all.
Damn,
of
with that
those.
price, I thought it was Aniplex.
Right. Or Sentai, which also Jujutsu Kaisen Zero, the movie steelbook.
Yeah, this was previously a Best Buy exclusive. Now it's available on Crunchyroll.
Fuck. All right. Tell me about this, Reese.
Basically, Justin Sudeikis was saying that.
What does the post say? What were they asking?
He's like, you should make a fan disc like the Hitman Reborn one with the
Yeah.
Funimation dub and all this stuff. And if you go down to Justin's response, he's like, yeah, they didn't actually like all the Jimmy Kudo stuff and all the localizations, and it didn't be very successful. And because it's a mystery show, those typically don't sell well either, implying that the TV show is probably unlikely in general, or at least that's the way I took it.
The idea was sold to them as the way to make Conan mainstream in America, and when it didn't work, they don't want those dubs reissued. Imagine, sometimes the Japanese are so fucking stupid. Like, it didn't work. It's like, so
it didn't work because it was sold in volumes and nobody liked them.
No. We released the show in the United States. We localize it. We call him Jimmy Kudo. We call her Rachel instead of Ron and all that shit. Come up with hip names like Inspector McGuire. Everybody fucking loves it. Not a single person who watched it, who became a fan, hated the names. Not a single person. So when we decide to release it again in the future, let's just get rid of all the names people liked and start over, because that makes sense, right? Like, you have an established fan base of people who want to buy the product. I don't fucking want Discotek's dubs. I don't want them. They suck. Like, the Funimation dub is actually good. Just because it didn't become a worldwide phenomenon or some shit because you showed it to kids stayed up late and watching Adult Swim, like, it's still a fucking win. I don't quite understand, you know? So they said they didn't want, it didn't work. They didn't want the dubs reissued. So they're saying, I guess, that Discotek's not even going to put those dubs on the discs that they're going to put on Blu-ray. Is that what's going on?
If
I'm
they
sure they'll
are...
try if they get the TV series, but like I said, from what I gather, it doesn't sound like it would be successful in general, especially if the Funimation dub didn't work. So I don't.
It sounds like
likely.
It sounds like if they would release it, those dubs would not be available from TMS.
So he goes on to say that Conan actually does okay on streaming, but the problem with the mystery show is that the rewatch value is very low when you already know who did it. So while the movies do okay, the series kind of face plants on physical media, and between the streaming series and the movies on Blu-ray, it's just not enough to lift the franchise to a critical mass. So Too Long Didn't Read. There's pretty much no chance Japan, not just TMS, but anything they do has to also be discussed with Shogakukan and YTV. Does that stand for something, or is that literally just the rating board that determined it was rated? I think of it as like rated Y7, right? Like
YTV is a TV station in Canada.
Yeah, right. So I'm thinking to myself, like, why is that involved? Is it because they did the dub for Funimation?
No, it's obviously a Japanese YTV something.
Anyway,
but would allow this.
So there's no chance Japan would even allow this, and even then, there's very little evidence that the series would sell. There's still unsold stock of the Funimation bricks floating around retail channels, and they've been out of print for almost a decade.
I doubt that. I'm pretty sure that's all bootlegs, if anything.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, there are a lot of bootlegs of it. I don't know. I wholeheartedly disagree. Like, I would buy if you were to give me the original dub, like with the Funimation voice actors, and localizing it in the similar way, right? I would watch all 10,000 episodes or whatever the fuck. Like, I would absolutely eat that shit out.
Yeah,
I would,
it's the reason why a lot of American crime shows like do so well. It's like there's dozens upon dozens of crime shows here in America.
Look at
where
friggin'
it's like-
CSI.
I'd watch
Yeah,
the
but-
shit out of it, but I will
Hold up.
not. I will not even give it one go. Like, I legitimately am irked about the fact that they did like Lupin versus Detective Conan, and it's like I have to watch it with the fucking awful dub, the awful like original character names.
I would
Again,
give my left nut
fan of
for-
localization here. Just like in case anybody's new here, love that shit, right? But now once you've established in my mind that this character's name is Jimmy Kudo, and I've established my journey with him is with that name, you can't change it to Junichi later. No, it doesn't work, especially when he's
Shinichi.
speaking English. What is it? Shinichi?
Shinichi.
Oh, okay, whatever. You couldn't call.
Actually,
you couldn't
that's
call him
okay
that
now.
either.
Now that you say it that way.
No.
Real
Doesn't
quick
matter.
though, the CSI shows that everyone eats up though.
Mhm.
I don't think they're buying them on physical media though. That's why they have reruns and all that stuff, maybe, and they're so long running or whatever. But I
Tell
don't
that
think
to
they're-
my grandpa. He used to buy all those fucking shows.
I don't know.
I don't know.
I watch.
On top of the fact
reruns
that
of
the manga
shit all
like
the
has
time.
the English.
Yeah, it has the English
Funimation
localized names too. So is it Funimation who's responsible, or is
Viz.
it Viz? And even still, I think that the names work. I really think that they add a lot to it, especially like the personality given to the characters via the dubs. Like, what's his name? Richard Moore, right?
I
Richard
absolutely
Moore- yeah,
hated
Richard Moore.
Zolo, and I am glad that they changed it back.
When I
to
when
Zorro.
I think of Zorro, I think Antonio Banderas though.
Right.
I can't help but think of it.
I like Zolo from the perspective of it's not like I'm not cringing over like the
And it
Z
was
slash,
it was
right?
his gut too. So it was
Yeah. Anyway, so couple more things here. Unless you guys want to chat or go through comments while I go grab a drink. Dawn of the Disc is releasing a ring
Dawn of the
collection.
Disc is not releasing. They're just
I'm sorry.
reporting.
Dawn of the Disc is reporting on, was it Shout Factory? Yeah, Shout Factory is releasing. That's what I meant to say. A
Get
collection
your shit
of the ring. Includes a new 4K scan of the ring, supervised and approved by Gore Verbinski, along with deleted footage, interviews, and more. Didn't realize Gore Verbinski, director of Pirates of the Caribbean, also directed the ring. So anyway, it contains a lot of stuff. I'm not going to go through all the details here, but I don't know if you're interested. There it is. Except I was surprised to learn that there's. I knew about the Ring 2, but apparently there was a third movie.
It came out a
Rings?
couple years ago.
From 20.
Like
Is it a
2017.
fucking TV
2017.
movie? Is there a reason I missed it? Anyway, there's also a steelbook of The Last Samurai. Now, this is one movie, but the case is bigger than the 3 movies from the Ring collection, as it should be. Not sure why.
They give you 3 editions in the same
It's like,
edition.
no, but seriously, there's a steelbook and all this other shit.
Is that 4K?
No. Wish this was a 4K release, says Yellow Flash. All right. Okay. I would like to step away for a moment and grab a drink. Would you like to go over comments while I'm away?
No. Sure.
I feel like there were a lot of things that I fucked up on because I stepped away from Old Man's comments in the Suicide Squad section and never came back to them, so I feel like a fucking idiot now. But go ahead and go over some comments real quick. I'll be right back.
What kind of comments are we missing?
Batman gets captured, and as he says, "I am the night," changes into a cry of pain when a probe or needle is plunged into his body. It is a humiliation ritual. Sounds gross.
That's unfortunate.
It's the exact opposite reaction he had when being tortured in the previous game.
I can predict it being something like, any final words, bud? Eat a dick. Then they shoot him in the head and he's dead or whatever. It's like that would be really annoying.
Yeah, the ship of Theseus or whatever the fuck it's called is a good thing to think about when trying to see if you'll like a game based off of the brand name or a movie too, right? Like or a TV show, like, oh, these people directed it. Like, okay, well, movies are a little bit easier because directors in a movie have a lot more power. But like the teams around the people make the product as well, and it's hard to know who those teams are. Same with anime, right? Like an anime studio. A studio can make two different anime and have 100% different people working on the two different products, even if they're being animated roughly around the same time. Like,
especially if it's something like Toei, which has all these sub studios or whatever.
Yeah. The game showing you'd already beaten it at the start was probably a journalist mode. Saves them from all the pesky game. Maybe. Modern game journalists just Simpsons meme of Smithers covering his eyes while being next to two bikini-clad women.
Yeah.
No, it's not. It's not Smithers covering his eyes. It's Smithers covering all the patrons' eyes.
To be fair, IGN has been rough with the Suicide Squad. They have not been kind to it. One of their videos recently was like, "We need to end looter shooters entirely because they all suck." Did I just kill the studio with my first? One of those feminists was sabotaging a meeting with investors. She could have been sued and not just fired. Oh shit. Okay, yeah. If you're sabotaging shit, you need to be out. But like, if you can
in
keep
principle,
if you can keep your political opinions to yourself, just because, like, if you were just tweeting about being a feminist, right? And it didn't affect you didn't let it affect your job, then I wouldn't agree with you being fired. But if it's affecting your performance or like other aspects of your job, then
yeah, because otherwise you can think of it the way like, oh well, Vic is a Christian and all these things that don't align with Funimation's standards or whatever. Right? And then it could be like, oh, he's fired because of that. That would be just stupid.
Yeah.
So you gotta think of it in both ways, really.
There's a lot of times where like you have to think of whatever rule that or moral or whatever you want to talk about in the sense of the other person too, right? And I feel like liberal people, or progressive people, don't do that enough, and then they implement stupid rules like hate speech or something, and it's like, okay.
I'm so glad to see all the comments you guys are definitely reading.
Or I love how you just interrupt me while I'm speaking here.
Douchebag.
Or
did I interrupt your putting? I'm sorry.
Putting?
He hasn't been putting, but I have. I'm putting the best in this game.
A good note of it would be the Gina Carano lawsuit, right? Where California passed laws to protect people against being fired for their sex or being fired for their political views, thinking like, well, we don't want you to be fired because you're a girl,
gay.
and we don't want to have you fired because you're a communist, which were the big things in the 70s, right?
Mhm.
You know, with the Red Scare. Well, now you're firing them because she's conservative, and you let the male counterparts post all these things. Now it just happens to be male. I don't think it was specifically because it was male, but you know, all of her male counterparts post comments on Twitter that are political in nature, and they don't get fired, but she does, right? So now she's suing about sex discrimination and political discrimination. So you got to try and stay constant,
consistent.
So you guys covered these, right? Like Harley Quinn has a man's walking.
Yeah, there was only
animation.
like 3 new comments or whatever.
Batman gets captured and says, "I am the night," which changes into a cry of pain when a probe or needle is plunged into his body.
Yeah, we covered that.
Wow.
We read it.
So, like, again, I'm just saying, like, we established that I just can't fathom that if JT, not JT Vega, the other, you know who I'm talking about, that if JT got put in charge of making the next season of Miraculous Ladybug, I just can't fathom that Adrian would go on a date with Marinette and start jerking off as she talks about how much she needs to take a shit, right? I can't imagine a person with that fetish that is so egregious that it's not even allowed on Pornhub, as we've learned, would actually try to incorporate it into the property they love, right? I can't fathom that. So now I wonder, like, how far is too far? Like, would they sodomize Batman? Or like they sodomized Superman with rebar that one time. Holy shit, it is on the table. Do you remember?
Randy apparently knows what's too far because apparently I crossed the line.
You took it too far. Oh. So. All right. Anyway, so you guys already got through all these?
Yeah.
Cool.
Well,
all right. Let's get moving.
Technically, I didn't read this one out loud, but.
All right. Allow me to share with you.
5.5 hours. Where did the last 3.5 hours go?
Golf. Could it have been golf? All right. If you guys would like to support the OCA podcast, there is stealthweave.com, where you can buy such incredible things as buy the fun shit shirt. You remember this character from that one scene of My Hero Academia?
How could I forget?
Yep.
Yeah, he's my favorite character.
Yep. All right. There's also OCApodcast.com/store, where you can buy such amazing pieces of merch, such as Straight Outta Chungus, which looks great on your laptop. All right. Atlas is selling a $4,400 life-size 1-to-1 statue of Aegis from Persona 3. Aegis, great name. Now, if you were to spend $4,400, what would you expect
to
get?
It on the... Wait, what?
What would you expect to get out of a life-size figure for $4,400?
At least the full sex doll experience.
You'd expect it to have a lower half, right? What if I told you that the important part is there? They do have the angle.
Character that's like she's like an android or something. I'm pretty sure, which is what, hence the friggin' all the joints or whatever. Why would they do that as the life size figure? Whatever.
Anyway, Dragon Ball Z Reese's Puff cereal is now part of a balanced Super Saiyan breakfast. Dragon Ball Z for breakfast? So Wow. It's like they know how much Dragon Ball Super sucks, right? It's not Dragon Ball Super cereal. It's Dragon Ball Z. Collect all 7. Now I've got the this video here posted to their.
Do they
Instagram.
have like little stars on the puffs?
No.
That'd be hilarious, right? But let's look at the video.
Oh, I thought
Imagine,
the box was gone Super Saiyan.
You gotta give them props for having to. Their design guys like, all right, we need you to make a promotion for this. It's got to be epic. It's like, what do I have to work with? Is there anything special about cereal? No, it's the same normal cereal. So what's different about it? Oh, just the box. Oh.
How do they not make it like Dragon Ball related? I don't. Seems like
that would require more work than just printing a different box. But you could collect all 7. I mean, aren't you at least enticed to the fact that if you got all 7 boxes, you may get to summon a hunger for which you could be satiated by the 7 boxes of cereal you just collected? Tame the dragon in your belly.
Apparently, there's a Shenron box exclusive to Sam's Club.
Oh, is that not the one that's... Oh, fuck. That means there's 8. No, I don't like that. No, it's a Shenron box exclusive to Sam's Club when you bring a proof of purchase of your 7 other boxes.
Now, I like to point out they cut Gohan out of these boxes.
Mm-hmm. All right, let's learn about Japan's Homo Sausage.
What?
Japan's Homo Sausage now comes with cheese. What a way to celebrate a birthday. All right. Now, you might be thinking, why are you covering this? Because surely
Are we talking about Homo Sausage cheese?
That can't mean anything like you're thinking, right? But then I read the first paragraph. In Japan, some terms get lost in translation, with words from other languages having a different meaning in Japanese, such as mansion, which means apartment, service. I'm sorry. Hold on. Such as... Try that again. In Japan, some terms get lost in translation, with words from other languages having a different meaning in Japanese, like mansion, which means apartment, service, which means freebie or smart. Which means freebie, and smart, used to describe someone with a slim body. Whoa. That girl from Stellar Blade is smart. On the other hand, there are words that have the same meaning in Japanese as they do in English, like pizza, sofa, and homo. the later of which...
One of these is not like the other.
The latter of which is short for homosexual, and a slur that some members of the LGBTQIA+ community have reclaimed in recent years. So if homo...
When are they going to reclaim the bundle of sticks word?
That is our word. So if homo means the same thing here as it does overseas, why is there a sausage brand called Homo in Japan? Well, according to Maruzen, the company behind the product, the word homo in Homo Sausage comes from the English word homogeneous, referring to
but
the
it's
way
not
the
even
sausage...
homogeneous. Look at that. Homogeneous would mean that it's one...
No cheese, right?
Yeah.
Like the cheese
it's
makes...
It's heterogeneous, clearly.
This explanation is as much a surprise to locals as well as foreigners, given that the English word homogenize, known as kinshitsuka in Japanese, is far from common knowledge. Either way, Homo Sausage is celebrating its 70th birthday this year, and to celebrate, it's releasing a new version containing cheese. Damn, it took them 70 years to stick some fucking cheese in it. Maruzen says,
we have in Ontario, at least, I don't know about the rest of Canada, we have something called Homo milk, right? Homogeneous milk.
You drink the Homo milk?
The best.
You drink it from
You drink it from the tap.
Hey, I used to do that. No, not right from the tap. Let's be clear. The giant. Let's be clear.
Oh, no.
The giant tank that the milk went into. That's what I'm talking about. Not right from the teat. Let's be very clear about that.
Nobody. You drink Homo milk straight from.
Okay.
Timing of that reveal of the new name and then click away was too good. Oh! Oh my god. Okay. Maruzen says, quote, "We use a mild and melt-in-the-mouth cheese that goes well with the light taste of Homo sausage." And if you're wondering what Homo sausage usually contains, it's a mixture of a minced fish, mainly walleye cod, with the addition of tuna to give it a rich fish flavor. Why? Fish sausage? That sounds disgusting.
That's called fish sticks, duh.
Yeah, hey baby, can you let me put my sausage in your fish?
Oh. The cheese, it sounds even more homo when you describe it that way. I can't believe it's not man. The cheesy, fishy Homo sausage was perfected through trial and error with a variety of cheeses tested in order to find the perfect balance between sausage and cheese. It'll be available in 3-piece bundles with each sausage weighing 70 grams.
And next you'll tell me you have to suck the cheese out of it, the sausage.
If you prefer your Homo Sausage sans cheese, the company will be selling its classic variety in 3- and 5-piece bundles. Wow. The Homo Sausage 3-piece bundle with cheese can be purchased at stores around Japan from 4th of March at a recommended retail price of $2.42 US. We love cheese at any time of the year, so we think this is a great way to celebrate a 70th birthday. And if they need an idea for their next anniversary, a wiener pizza tie-in could be in the cards. Oh. All right. So, although they make legendary games, Koreans have been told by government to stop eating deep-fried toothpicks.
Wow.
Yeah, don't do that.
You just have to give the best things of life.
Cultural differences, Random 11.
They did just ban eating dogs. So they've taken everything from you. A strange food trend is spread on Korean social media, deep-fried toothpicks, and the government has been telling people to stop eating the potentially hazardous snack. Korean toothpicks are made from cornstarch and are environmentally safe as they decompose naturally. However, after internet denizens discovered that toothpicks could be deep-fried and made into a crunchy and delicious snack, many followed the trend. Several videos introducing various ideas for toppings, such as cheese, spices, instant ramen soup powder, and more, were posted on social media.
These toothpicks are made out of wood, right?
Not these.
No, cornstarch, it sounds like.
Oh.
Well, eat them.
It makes
they're made from cornstarch and are environmentally friendly.
Sounds a lot.
Because, wood isn't. Wood's not. Right? Like, South Korea's Ministry of Food and Drug Safety issued a statement on a rather unusual social media post. Quote, while the safety of toothpicks has been verified, their safety as food has not been verified. So please stop eating them. According to local reports, the toothpicks contain a food additive known as sorbitol, which is harmless in small amounts, but can cause vomiting, diarrhea, and inflammation if consumed in excess. I like the idea of the Chinese social media version of this, being like, look, we know it's tempting, but do not stick your phone cable in your urethra. Or insert any number of things.
Don't stick the toothpick in your urethra.
All right.
Urethra.
Feminists are outraged. All right, footnote. I just want to rewind a little bit here. You recall, you argued that there was a place in companies for feminists, that they are not so irredeemable that they can't exist in a productive environment, right? That was your argument earlier. I'm not overstating it, right? That's what you said, effectively. Well, feminists
it's more
are
or less if it's not interfering.
Feminists are outraged by Mie Kotsu Bus Company character. Quote, "It's porn!" So
they get off to weird things.
Yeah. Public bus company Mie Kotsu unexpectedly found itself the target of threats and angry messages from outraged feminists who didn't like the design of a newly introduced female character. Oh man, is it okay to show this on YouTube? It's porn after all.
Anything's porn if you try hard enough.
Mie Kotsu recently revealed 2 new official characters as part of the bus company's 80th anniversary. The company shared the characters' designs while asking for help coming up with names for the 2. I've got a name. How about bitch and whore? However,
that would be degrading to women.
She's a slut. It's porn. However, it didn't take long for the mob of angry feminists to flame the post on Twitter, mainly about the female character design. Quote, "That's the worst! I'm gonna vomit! I didn't know that Mie Kotsu was full of misogynist Showa geezer. Ah! Disgusting! How dare you! Oh my god, I can't! I'm gonna die! It's so disgusting." It
Actual rendition of a feminist voice.
They're like rowing the wrong way, right? Like that's what's happening here. Yeah. This is porn. Mie Kotsu is doing this knowingly. They're the worst. Just imagine the Greyhound bus is doing this intentionally. Like, I'm just at a certain point. You're too far gone, right? Like the only place we can put you is the insane asylum, right? Like at a certain point, you just can't be redeemed. Only the girl is like that around the waist for no reason and forcibly smiling. Oh my god, they have an apparatus making her smile. Wait, no, actually, I don't know what's causing the smile. I don't understand. They see something I don't. I had enough. And of course, they would make the female younger. Oh, no, not slight age gap between these characters that aren't even in a relationship. That's immoral. This makes me sick. Leave that back in Showa. Yeah, make it an old bitch. You can name her Inner Legs Touching Girl for all I care. Wow. Some feminists were so outraged that they began mass emailing their complaints to the Mie Kotsu group, then made their profiles private after getting called out by the public. Ah. Another user mentioned that the situation is reminiscent of the time the police tried to promote a VTuber for PR purposes and got flamed by feminists. The police eventually dropped the VTuber PR, and the feminists celebrated and boasted, saying, "Our opinions went through. Take that!" You guys want to see what they promoted? They're like, "This is how insufferable feminists in Japan want to change the Kotsu bus company. Erase hips, erase feminine characteristics, face included, change the height for some reason. This also triggers them. I'm not surprised. Give them an inch and they'll take a mile." Yeah, so this is what Mie Kotsu made, and this is how they've determined it would be appropriate.
Let's
to
make
just
her a man.
Yeah, right? Like literally, it is the male body duplicated and mirrored, right? It's the original hand, but everything else is the male, right? Like it's the hand from the original, just kind of haphazardly thrown on the male body. Ridiculous. Male face. Anyway. All right. Oh, the Japanese Reformed Church is using Anime Girl Bible ASMR to spread the word.
Those are really sharp pokies.
Those were pepperonis.
Yeah, I know the. Well, I don't remember the name, but I know that I've seen the sauce. I've seen the sauce.
Mm.
I
Man
like
of
the
culture,
baby.
I see.
The baby is right where he belongs.
That's
As lo-
that's freaking perfect.
You big baby.
As long as I'm here, I am a baby in spirit. I identify as a baby. I am within YouTube's terms. The Reformed Church in Japan isn't one of the most prominent religions in the country, but internet users have noticed recent efforts by the church's rather bizarre choice of using anime girls to spread the word in ASMR. While it seems suspicious at first glance, users found that the group was making efforts to spread the teachings of Calvinism through something about it, though something about it still felt off. For example, the use of the characters that look just like a certain VTuber, Rushia. Wow.
For God so loved the world, he gave his only son.
Here's a recent ASMR video of an emoto reciting the passage of Psalm 103 for Oni-chan. Wow. That is a fetish I didn't know existed. Big brother, let me read the Bible to you. Like, what are you doing, stepbrother? Let me. Wow, truly incredible. All right, here's a question. Why do pantsuits have ribbons?
To make them cute, of course.
The reason why panties have ribbons has always been a big mystery among Japanese internet denizens, but the age-old question was finally answered by a user on Twitter who did some research. Quote, I wondered why girls' panties have ribbons on them, so I looked it up and found that it's so you don't confuse the front and back, and that's cute. Wow.
That's it.
You couldn't figure
You know,
out
I
if
just-
the wider side was the butt and the narrow
I
side was
kind
the
of
front.
feel like the ribbon actually seems more like it belongs in the bag. Doesn't it?
You mean like a tag?
No, like imagine a girl's outfit. Where is the bow on a dress usually? In the back, right? I don't know.
Is it?
It
I don't
seems
know.
like they seem to be a remnant of old underwear that used to be tied tightly at the waist using something like a drawstring, but it also seems to have a meaning so as not to confuse the front and back. Oh, so that's why they're there for. I was sure it was just to look cute. Put ribbons on boxers now.
I thought that's what the tag was for, so you can tell which way it goes.
Listen,
Right? Do they not put-
if you can't figure out which end of your body should go in the hole of the
Then
boxers,
clearly you're not meant to
you've
wear
got
underwear.
bigger problems. They were certainly useful the times I've been dead tired or drunk and didn't know what was what. It's true. Boys' panties have openings on the front, so you wouldn't be able to tell otherwise. I'm going to need to buy some of these panties and investigate for myself.
Whoa.
I also thought it was because it's cute, but I didn't know they actually served a purpose. Are panties shaped differently from the front and back? That's the question we're all thinking, right? I still get it wrong sometimes and put them on backwards. Oh, you're just a
Well,
fucking
that's
idiot.
your problem.
You're especially kind of stupid.
Girls can have penises too. It's sexist for them to not have holes. Wow.
Wow.
One of
I'm
these
sorry, but you
one of these
want to use
comments
the
is not
hole?
like the others. Like, Is it Mental Illness Awareness Month? Because I'm seeing it everywhere. But there are some with ribbons for the butt side. My niece also has many pantsuits with ribbons. That's a weird thing to just tell everyone. I'll need to see the source of your research. Okay, thanks. All right. Anyway, there's the thing. That was an article I decided to cover. I'm going to skip this. We're going to cover that next time. Oh, no. No! How do you guys feel about... what do you think about the penis pump company that was chided by the FDA? All right. Full disclosure. I don't know where this article came from. All right. I can only assume that it was shared to the article submissions tab in the Discord and then deleted shortly after I opened it. Because I looked through to find out who shared it and I could not find it. But it is right up my alley. So thank you for sharing it because this sounds hilarious. Let me now read the subheader. The agency is not enthused by the company's clitoral claims either. The FDA has warned a California company about its inappropriate off-label claims regarding several sexual devices, including a Megavac penis pump, an Ultimate penis extender, and a clitoral enhancement system. What would... How do you enhance it? Like what? I understand the
It's already perfect.
and the extender, right? But what's the clitoral multiplier system? It's literally the clitoral enhancement system. It's literally just a magnifying glass that you wear over.
Zoom it in.
The agency claimed that the firm Dr. Joel Kaplan, a sexual enhancement device manufacturer founded by a namesake psychologist, violated the law by marketing the penis pump as increasing length and thickness, the penis extender as reversing shrinkage, and the female device as increasing clitoral sensitivity and sensation, among other claims. In the January 8th warning letter, the FDA alleged the firm doesn't have the approvals needed to market the devices in these ways. But do they put a little disclaimer that says these claims have not been approved by the FDA? Because as far as I know, that is your get out of jail free card. It's like a stamp, seal of approval. FDA approves. Your clitoral will be enhanced. The agency also pointed to problems with the manufacturing process used to make the devices. Erectile dysfunction medicine is a big business, even outside of pills like sildenafil or Viagra, as its non-generic name is called. In 2023, worldwide market revenue for erectile dysfunction devices, including penis pumps, penile implants, and shockwave therapy. You stick a taser on that thing? In, of course. Was an estimated $1.7 billion, according to a report by the consulting firm Markets and Markets. Great firm. The market is projected to grow to $2.7 billion, really now, in 2028, as more men develop erectile dysfunction due to diseases like prostate cancer, and as newfangled shockwave therapy becomes more popular. The FDA regulates medical devices in the U.S., including penis pumps, also known as external vacuum erection devices, and companies must follow rules about their marketing and manufacturing. In an interview, Sanket Dhruva, MD, MHS, a cardiologist at the University of California, San Francisco, said the FDA has classification tiers for a huge variety of medical devices, ranging from simple ones, such as stethoscopes, to complex ones, such as heart valves and deep brain stimulators. If you say you're going to treat disease, you have to be authorized by the FDA through an approval regulatory pathway, said Dhruva, who studies medical device regulation. In a message to MedPage Today, the Dr. Joel Kaplan Company cast shade on the FDA. Quote, "They're such a large organization that often paperwork submitted gets lost on their end." To date, all the observations from the FDA have been positively addressed. And we are working with them to track down the records we sent and following up to ensure they have all the documentation they need to satisfy regulatory requirements. However, some claims targeted by the FDA remain in company materials and on its website. The Megavac pump system and metal hand pump system product insert state, quote, users report an increase in length and thickness or correction of mild penis curvature and use leads to bigger, harder erections. Correction of mild penis curvature.
Correction of erection.
Banana Man.
I'm trying to think of a scenario where mild curvature is a deal breaker. Like, you know what I mean? Does it bend sideways? Is it?
If it's a 90-degree bend, I can understand.
Is 90 degrees mild?
I mean, 180 would be.
That's one of those guns that shoot it on the corner.
I'm sorry. I just pictured the 180 degree. It's like, Doc, you got to help me. I can't get my wife pregnant. What seems to be the problem? Every time I bust, it shoots outside.
It shoots me back in the face.
Friendly fire, friendly fire.
The company's website states that the Stimulate device embodies decades of research on red light therapy to maximize erection quality and size by boosting blood flow, testosterone, and cellular repair. The site also claims it will reverse penile atrophy. So penile atrophy is like when you had too many Viagra and your erection lasted more than 4 hours and it started to die, right? Like that's what that is?
Probably. Maybe. I don't know.
Atrophy is when you lose circulation.
Yeah. So what happens is when you have an erection that lasts more than 4 hours, the blood doesn't
trapped
leave
in there.
or whatever. And so it the oxygenation or whatever starts to, like, the blood goes bad in your dick because you didn't finish fast enough.
Does that make it so you can't get an erection anymore because your blood doesn't circulate?
God, the thoughts that are... Listen, baby. God put a time limit. Like, I can't go forever. It's like, you son of a bitch. God lets you go for 4 fucking hours, not 4 seconds. Like, according to the website, the deep penis extender will reverse shrinkage due to aging or medical conditions and will straighten penile curvature due to... Oh, no. I'm about to find out what that mild curvature is. Oh, fuck.
Do it on not stream.
Oh. Whoa. Oh my God.
Are you seeing some of those 180s?
I'm seeing the 90s.
Oh no.
Oh, fuck.
What?
How?
Do you think the way they fix it is they take the 90 and they just put the top segment and put another 90 on it?
Oh!
What happened?
I found a 180.
Oh.
Oh no. Oh shit. Oh God.
Only no scope. Right in the eye.
Some of these, yeah.
Boom, headshot.
It's caused by plaque?
Penile plaque?
How?
Is that
You don't
when-
brush your dick enough.
Is that when the smegma goes bad?
Oh my god. So there's an image here from Very Well Health titled Peyronie's Disease Causes and Risk. And for some reason, they decided to show a black man cuddling with a white man.
Of course.
Is it a gay thing? Do you break your dick from shoving it in an asshole? Is that how this works? Oh, God. Oh, no. Oh, God. Okay.
This is the point when he found out that he was attracted to interracial gay sex.
I am so fucking confused right now. Okay. I can show this.
Oh no. I mean, do you need to show it?
Okay. Oh no. Oh God. All right. I just gotta let the. Oh God. Wow, truly incredible. We've got our monkey cross section here. Oh wait, maybe I shouldn't have said that with the interracial thing. That's not what I meant. All right, here we go. That's our monkey cross section.
Oh Jesus!
This is our monkey cross section after an all-nighter.
It looks like a stoner.
What's the before?
All right, this is the normal erect penis cross section.
Okay.
Let's not. So this is what I was talking about. What are the causes of Peyronie's disease? Injury of the penis, high blood pressure, high cholesterol, diabetes. All right, so then I also have this one. So I'm thinking like this is how I experienced this. I saw this image. Oh, the causes, huh? Yeah. What are the causes? Oh, here's how you treat it. Wait a minute.
Oh.
Hold up. This doesn't make a lot of sense. Develops when plaque forms under the penis. This plaque accumulates in the penis in an elastic membrane that medical experts call the tunica albuginea. That's the monkey face. which helps keep the penis stiff during sexual activity. As this plaque develops, it pulls on surrounding penis tissue, which causes the penis to bend or curve. For some men experiencing PD, sexual intercourse becomes uncomfortable. In extreme cases, it becomes impossible. But what? You have explained nothing.
Look, it's just on the Chinese chart.
How? How are you just going to throw this image here and not address it at all?
That's just the Chinese boy's fantasy, okay?
Understandably, many men with this symptom become fearful that they have a broken penis, much like a broken arm or ankle. Fortunately, this assumption is incorrect. I
don't know,
can.
man, that's pretty broken.
What is the treatment? Let's take a closer look. Oh, but will we tell you why we're shoving a finger in your anus? Wow, okay. Here's how it's treated. I don't know. This is gonna bother me the rest of my life. Some asshole named the image wrong, and so like you don't like it was meant to be a completely different image that would make perfect sense. That's all I can gather from it, right? Anyway, the website also states that the clitoris enhancement system, quote, effectively increases clitoral sensitivity and sensations and touts heightened arousal. Increased blood flow to the clitoral region triggers arousal and physical desire. The FDA noted that, quote, the exemption from permanent notification procedures doesn't apply to these devices because of these claims. Okay. I'm sorry. The exemption from pre-market notification procedures doesn't apply because of these claims. This means the devices have to undergo a special approval process in order to be legally sold. The letter suggested that the agency has been targeting the Dr. Joel Kaplan Company for some time. In regard to the clitoral enhancement system, the agency called it a, quote, clitoral engorgement device. I see that as a potential enhancement. Like, I don't understand. Did they not say it effectively increases clitoral sensitivity and sensation and touts heightened arousal, increased blood flow to the clitoral? That sounds to me like engorgement would do that. A review of our records reveal that you have not addressed our 2014 warning letter violations. What if they change absolutely nothing about it, except instead of calling it the clitoris enhancement system, it's just the clitoris engorgement system from now on? The FDA said that the claims about the clitoral device and others indicate that this product will use vacuum pressure to increase blood flow to the clitoral region and stimulate clitoral nerve endings to treat female sexual arousal disorder. This shows an intent for use in the treatment of disease or other conditions. The agency also claimed that the company failed to follow proper manufacturing procedures in areas such as quality audits, evaluation of contractors, and handling of customer complaints. In an interview with MedPage Today, Joel Kaplan, PhD, said he is a clinical psychologist with a degree in engineering. He developed the company and basically gave it to his nephew-in-law, Samuel Itshaki, and his wife about 8 years ago. He said, "Look, man, I made a company for getting your dick hard, and I just gave it to my nephew-in-law." The FDA warning letter was addressed to Itshaki, and identified him as the firm's chief executive officer. Quote, "I went to the office about a week ago, and they were very upset with the warning letter," Kaplan said. "I know they've spent tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands working with FDA compliance companies and FDA. They're feeling very frustrated. Whatever they do, the FDA is in their face and won't leave them alone. Penis pumps are legitimate and long-standing treatments for erectile dysfunction. According to Augusta Medical Systems, which manufactures the devices, the FDA required prescriptions for the devices prior to 1997, the same year that the first Austin Powers movie highlighted the fictional sequel in the book titled Swedish-Made Penis and Larger Pumps Than Me. Penis pump users use hand pumps or battery-operated pumps to create a vacuum inside a cylinder that's placed over the penis. The vacuum is supposed to draw blood into the penis and create an erection. The user then places a constriction device at the base of the penis to keep the erection rigid."
Wow.
I picture it like you're filling up a water balloon. You take it off of the spout. Yeah, like you take it off the spout, but you don't tie it fast enough, so like the water starts shooting out or whatever, you know.
Ooh.
I guess a regular air balloon makes sense too if you not tying it quick enough and it's like the
air balloon.
The device can help some men with erectile dysfunction. Ryan Terlecki, MD, a urologist at Wake Forest University School of Medicine in Winston-Salem. Who cares? However, it's rare that you'll find guys who are highly satisfied and continue using it for a long period of time. As for the penis extender, Terlecki said, similar traction devices are used to correct curvatures of the penis caused by plaques and scarring in patients with Peyronie's disease. The devices rely on so-called penile traction therapy, which essentially stretches the penis. The company website declares that its penis extender product comes with 2 extra growth extension rods. Oh no. And 2 comfort foam headpieces. In a modern touch, there's a tracking app included. What? Oh no. That is a really bad way to do this, right? Like, you can track your progress on how far you stretch your dick. Is like, yeah, well, it doesn't seem like much, but I'm up 4 centimeters since I started. Like, the sky's the limit. Look, the leaderboards say you can get up to 25. Like, the website also claims that penises will gain 1 to 3 inches through the use of the product. Wow. A Men's Health writer tried a similar product and helpfully reported in 2019 that it worked. While he became significantly longer, at least temporarily, his girlfriend wasn't enthusiastic. Why would you bait me with another article that I definitely want to read? All right, anyway, there you go.
I feel like that was very necessary.
It was.
Yeah.
I saw images I can't unsee. Thanks. I chose not to share them with you. All right. All right, I hear your yawns, and I raise you adult actresses protesting and demanding revisions of new AV law.
No more censorship?
The new AV law, worse, known as the AV Appearance Damage Prevention and Relief Act, came into effect in June 2022, but it will be reviewed in June 2024, and adult actresses are protesting and demanding a revision. Adult actresses and other industry personnel began campaigning on February 9th with a signature campaign across 9 prefectures in an effort to revise a new AV law that limits the filming and publication of adult content. On February 10th, the signature campaign was held in Akihabara, Tokyo, where 3 AV actresses, including Riko Hoshino and Sakiwa Sasaki, along with directors and other employees from the industry, shared their concerns. Quote, AV in Japan will soon disappear. The people who make adult videos also have lives and livelihoods, and a wrong law is about to pass through the diet. We want
okay, let me Riko, Ashio, and Sawa. Are you in the streets? Are you writing these 2 down?
I've never heard of them.
Oh, well, okay. So it's just me writing these names down?
There you go. I'll highlight them for you. Riko Hoshino.
Copy paste.
And Sakiwa Sasaki. You can beat your meat. You can beat your meat with a sense of pride, knowing they are activists fighting for a cause. We want the new AV law amended to be more friendly to performers. We oppose all kinds of job discrimination. We want them to help the futures of these actresses. We need your strength to make our voice heard in the diet. Riko Hoshino had more to say. Quote, if things continue like this, there's a sense of crisis that adult videos will disappear. Fuck, can you imagine? We got to do something. And the environment is becoming more and more difficult to work in. I want people to listen to the voices of those who are actually working in the field. It's about human rights. I feel like my pride in my work is being trampled on. At a hearing held in the National Diet on January 31st, Satoshi Hamada, a member of the House of Councilors in the party to protect the people from NHK, yes, and other industry insiders spoke of the impact of the new adult video law, including a decrease in the number of productions and the need for new and mid-career actresses. Other problems included the outflow of performers going to underground venues. The Association for the Optimization of the Adult Video Industry, which sponsored the signature campaign, pointed out that the new adult video law prohibits filming. Actresses must wait 1 month after signing a contract, and publication. Production companies must wait 4 months after filming, which hinders work styles and business operations. The association pointed out that the excessive restrictions on people violate the freedom of business based on the freedom of choice of occupation in Article 22 of the Constitution, and they plan on collecting signatures to revise the law and make their voices heard in the Diet. Quote, the new adult video law has some good points, but there are also too many bad points, said Director Hitoshi Futamura, founder of the association. The name is more insulting than anything else. The AV Appearance Damage Prevention and Relief Act refers to the word damage. The dignity of girls who take pride in their adult video work is being seriously degraded. I want to see a law. I want to see a law that at least acknowledges adult content while monitoring any wrongdoing. Yeah, I want to see a law that is titled like the Get More Girls into Porn Act. Regarding the ban on filming and publication, Futamura said, quote, I think it's good. It's a good thing for girls who appear in adult video for the first time, but I don't think it's safe for those who work in adult video for a living. I want them to have more freedom. This is a weird. Let's skip this one for tonight. Woman destroys boyfriend's smartphone after catching him masturbating.
She didn't get off to that.
Look what they've taken from you. A deranged woman's post on X, Twitter, is doing the rounds in Japan for destroying her boyfriend's smartphone after catching him masturbating to doujinshi. Well, geez, you don't let me all the way through. Like,
what if I lose her phone next?
I reached my limit after catching him masturbating to a 2D doujinshi. Fucking degenerate. So here's my partner's smartphone that I smashed with a hammer.
Is the SD card okay?
This is a simple solution. Just use her phone.
Yeah. Dear men, of course there are women who don't mind that kind of thing, but there are also quite a few like me who don't like it. So if you masturbate, even if there's a 0.1% chance of getting caught, be prepared to have your phone smashed.
What if he goes phoneless?
Put out.
So if you masturbate, make sure you're not doing it to a phone. Like, it's like
her laptop.
It's like she opens the door. He's still masturbating. What? How? He's like, I'm using my mind. You know, like, I'm not even thinking of you.
You cheated on me.
She's like, well, it's the hammer. I'm sorry to have to do this. I see. So it was the mind the whole time. In response to another user, the deranged woman explained that she smashed the phone about 5 times before the screen went out. She went on to say that she had to talk with her boyfriend about his masturbation and would torture him if she caught him doing it again.
He can't masturbate, but she can smash.
I think that's an ad. I think that's an ad for the phone.
For the
5
hammer?
hammer strikes.
5 hammers.
Whoa.
Either a really
5
strong-
hammer strikes before the screen went out, not before the screen cracked. Like, she probably means that the screen was still showing her the doujin as she was hitting it, screaming, and after the 5th one, it went black.
Well, there's a very strong phone or a really weak woman.
I still think that's a valid advertisement.
Yeah.
Our phone can survive 4 hammer strikes.
Take that, iPhone titanium, whatever it is.
Leading competitors can only take 1 hammer strike. All right. Japan soccer player Junya Ito leaves national team after sexual assault allegation.
It's just Junji Ito's alter ego.
Japanese professional soccer player Junya Ito, who plays winger and forward for the Japan national team, has left the squad at the 2023 AFC Asian Cup in Qatar in light of sexual assault allegations. Fuck, what did he do? Ito has been criminally charged with sexual assault after 2 women filed a criminal complaint against the soccer player on January 18th. The incident is said to have occurred in the early hours of June 21st, 2023, at a luxury hotel in Osaka with a woman in her 20s named Miss A as the victim. Oh, fuck. According to the complaint, Ito met up with Miss A after a match between Japan and Peru, met up with others at a restaurant, and ended up drinking at a hotel. Miss A claims that Ito and others made her drunk. Fuck! How? With like a funnel? And
They
he engaged in
injected it.
sexual activity without her consent. Oh my God. How did they do it? Miss A asked Ito for an apology and had been discussing it through her lawyer since November. But after Ito denied the lack of consent, Miss A filed a criminal complaint joined by another woman who was present at the scene named Miss Beef. Fuck, the Alphabet Brigade. The Japan Football Association provided a statement on Ito, who is married and plays winger for the French League One club Reims. Oh. Quote, regarding reports on Junya Ito, the Japan Football Association understands that the parties concerned have different claims regarding the reported facts, and we believe that a careful response is required. After considering Ito's physical and mental condition, the JFA has decided to pull Ito from the team. Ito has also filed a complaint to the Osaka Prefecture Police on the 2 women for defamation and false accusations. Wow, dreadful. I've got a better one. Don't worry. Former I'm not a fish. Cool, it worked. Former EXO member Kris Wu to be deported and castrated for sexual assault. Guess where? Guess where he will be castrated?
Russia?
What?
Chinese Canadian singer Kris Wu, a former member of the K-pop group EXO, was sentenced to 13 years in prison for sexual assault and will be deported to Canada, where he's expected to be chemically castrated.
AKA transitioned. Wait, what?
According to the Chinese media, in a report presented by the Beijing Municipal High People's Court, the name of the Chinese Canadian and former member of the Korean boy band EXO, Kris Wu, was listed under one of the 3 serious crime cases. According to a reporter based in Beijing, quote, Kris was sentenced to 13 years in prison after being charged with sexual assault and group indecency for intoxicating and performing indecent acts on multiple women. After completing the procedure, he will be deported. He will be sent back to his native Canada. In Canada, perpetrators of sexual crimes are castrated using a scientific method, and the same will apply to Kris. Is this common in Canada?
I can't say I've heard much of it.
I have heard
tolerance. Like
I have heard of a case of a guy who was falsely accused and said that he had to like put his dick in some like measurement system to see what kind of shit he would get erect to.
If he was like, 2 inches or whatever. Like
No, just to see what kind of degenerate shit he would get erect to. And if he was like too far, like if he got erect to too much shit, he would get put on.
That sounds like a kink
This
in and
kinda
of itself, seeing what a
Right.
rapist gets off to.
Yeah,
in a
so like
contraption.
I just like my brain goes to weird places, and I'm just thinking like so like there's certain fetishes, that like there's
Get you off. No.
No, I'm just thinking like what would you call it, like not BDSM, like where you like binding or whatever, right? Or like or like chastity or something, right? So it's like I just imagine like it's so arousing to a person who has the fetish. It's like the Shakespearean tragedy is I'm never soft when I'm trying to put it on in the cage. Like like I don't know. It just seems to me like if you're gonna have me like put my member into a device to determine whether or not I have exceeded the proper amount of erection when you're showing me degenerate filth that I'm not allowed to be aroused by. It just seems like at a certain point, the mere act of knowing you're being monitored could be enough to get people off. You know what I mean? Like people are like, there's literally the hot girl in the glasses with the clipboard who's watching your dick through the clear tube and like taking notes.
Put the clipboard on. Put the clipboard on me.
Oh, degenerate. No.
In the video, he said that his dick didn't get erect at all out of any of the things, but the form starts. The form starts at 1, so he had to like be registered as a degenerate because they couldn't register him as 0.
What do you a polygraph? You know, like
yeah.
But it's hooked up to your dick instead.
That's actually what it is.
Yeah, it's peripherally inserted.
Oh fuck.
The prisoner was lying. He does find bondage attractive.
Oh shit. Okay, so one of Kris Wu's victims wrote the following statement in her complaint, quote, "Kris uses casting meetings and fan meetings as an excuse to invite women. It's usually late at night, and he makes them drink alcohol and forces them to have sexual relations with him." Man, I gotta understand, how do you force women to drink alcohol?
Put a gun to their head?
I suppose. Like,
put your dick to their head?
Kris has never used birth control and has never followed through on the support he promised me or the other women.
Never gotten pregnant either.
When she was in a sexual relationship with him, Kris transferred 500,000 yuan, approximately 8.5 million yen, in several installments to keep me quiet. I am currently proceeding with a refund process. More than 7 women, including minors, were victimized. I hope I'm the last victim, and I want to fight fairly and squarely. Oh boy. It just look. So, is the chemical castration a means of not overcrowding the prison system in Canada? Is that like the idea? Is like, well, look, I can't afford to feed you 3 square meals a day and keep you safe from all the rapists and murderers. So let's just cut off your dick. Fair trade. Can you unchemically castrate a person? Is there an antidote to the chemical castration?
Probably not.
Does it dissolve your like testicles or something?
Sounds pretty permanent.
No, I think it is. I think it's reversible.
Is it reversible?
I think it's something that you have to
transition. Are you?
I think it's something that you have to continually take.
Chemical castration is generally reversible when treatment is discontinued. Although permanent effects in biochemistry can sometimes be seen, as a case of bone density loss increasing with length of use of depot blah blah blah.
Are you serious? Are they just giving you hormones for like?
Yes, that's what it is.
Is it literally just estrogen?
That's why I made the joke that they're basically transitioning.
Oh
him.
No!
That's worse than death.
So the same way that he forces women to drink, they're gonna force the hormones into him.
That makes it sound like chemical castration is so much worse than if they just physically castrate him. Like, because his bone density and, hormone imbalances aren't going to, like, cause disease, whatever stuff. He can at least get fake balls put back on for aesthetics later.
What if they just induce Perionne's disease and give him the 180-degree dick?
Oh.
So it does not
Punishment
affect
fits the crime.
So it only just reduces the libido and sexual activity.
Wow.
It doesn't like remove the organs, and it's not a form of sterilization.
Wow,
that's what they say in.
So he can.
That's pretty lenient.
He can still rape. He's just gotta really want it. Like,
well, that's why it has to be hormones, because they're no longer horny or whatever, because they don't have as much testosterone. But once again, like, are you sure that it's not going to actually sterilize or whatever? Because I don't know, I don't hear much about detransitioners being fertile or something, but I don't know. That's a conversation for a different topic.
well,
I guess.
it's hard to be fertile when they've cut your dick off.
Once again, chemical. It's chemical.
Yeah. So the day after the accusation, Kris refuted the allegations on social media, but there were rumors online that a man named Kris allegedly attacked women at a club, with videos circulating showing him performing an obscene act. Well, fucking link it. What's so obscene? Was it like Vegeta in the Chinese, stage play of Goku humping obscene? Is that what we're talking about? Companies that used his image have begun canceling their contracts following the report. Damn. Who would have thought this isn't an actual alpha male, and in fact, it's toxic masculinity? All right. An Australian man has escaped jail for exposing his penis at Hungry Jack's after a, quote, super Viagra orgy.
That's a headline.
Mm-hmm. An Australian man has escaped jail after visiting a Hungry Jack's drive-thru with a visible erection after claiming he was suffering from the effects of super Viagra. David Richardson, a farrier from Humpty Doo, pleaded guilty last week in Darwin local court and was given a good behavior bond. Wow. Richardson's lawyer, Peter Manley, told the court his client had taken a substance known as Pitbull Super, which is super Viagra. The substance, which contains multiple erectile dysfunction medicines, promises on the packet to, quote, give a man an erection that lasts for days. Quote, it had the desired effect. Manley noted. Your Honor, let the record show the erection lasted for days. What do you want my client to starve? After enjoying his time with a number of young ladies, 51-year-old Richardson reportedly remained rigid and, when his penis began to split, started to panic. Oh no. Darn skin, the only thing keeping me from being bigger. Oh dear. So he went for a feed. Oh, right, of course. I just know that when my penis gets so massive it begins splitting across the side that I just got to eat something before I get to the fucking hospital. Maley explained that Richardson's genitals were too sensitive to wear shorts. Of course. That makes perfect sense. So he draped a towel over the affected area and went through the drive-thru of Hungry Jack's, the home of the Whopper, across the ditch. What?
That's Burger King? No.
The NT News, is it Burger King? Yeah. It is Burger King! What?
I thought they were supposed to treat you like a king over there, not arrest you for...
Have it your way. Dick out and everything. Oh, boy.
King can be a king, my ass.
NT News reported that his tumacine was witnessed. Is this an Australian slang for ding dong? Was witnessed by a 16-year-old worker who was reduced to tears by the experience. Listen, I understand if I saw a dick split in half from Super Viagra, I would be crying too. 100% genuine. Last year, I just like that we're covering this after the FDA saying no, penis pumps are no. You cannot pump.
Super Viagra, A-okay.
Yeah. I mean, it is Australia. The case's bizarre details have made headlines worldwide, and in Australia, publications such as the NT News dined out on the fast food fiasco. quote, boners are better at Hungry Jack's, the paper thundered in a front page headline. Front page. Describing Richardson's actions as a whopper fallacy. It generated vibrant debate on Talkback Radio, where host Ray Hadley described Richardson's explanation as a load of poppycock. I mean,
poppycock.
His cock did pop from the split. The magistrate has tumbled for the greatest load of crap I've ever heard in my life, he claimed. Wow. Oh, there's more. Judge Therese Austin agreed that the medication looked dangerous and suggested that Richardson should have considered Uber Eats. It looks dangerous. Has a picture of a pit bull on it wearing sunglasses. And the pill's all black. Should have got Uber Eats. It's like, I don't know if it would get any better. You answer the door, your fucking dick is split in half, hanging out. He should have been at the doctor, perhaps. Not the Hungry Jack's drive-thru, she said. Austin said that there was no evidence of sexual motivation for Richardson's decision and told him it had backfired quite dramatically. Look, man, if I've got an erection that lasts for days, of course I have to stop to refuel. Like, just because my dick can go for days doesn't mean my stomach can. Like, that's just cruel. Handing down a 9-month good behavior bond, Austin told Richardson that he had left the 16-year-old girl who served him traumatized. I hope you're never in that position again. Unfortunately, you might attract a bit more attention because of what's happened. Richardson spoke to the Daily Mail in wake of the sentencing and told the paper he had no intention of exposing himself. The pill was way too strong. My washcloth couldn't contain the base. I'm surprised it's legal to sell that stuff, and I was in a lot of pain. I wasn't trying to flash myself at anyone. I just wanted to grab a feed and go home. Richardson claimed it took several days to recover from the effects of the Super Viagra. Damn. Wow. Crazy. Thoughts? I love talking to myself.
5 a.m.
Homo Sausage and McDonald's cream pies are sold separately. Eating cornstarch toothpicks is bad, but imagine if they are fried in sewer grates. Oh. There are videos of Chinese cooks opening sewer grates and straining out the used grease off the top. Oh. Good night, old man. Sucky wa sucky sucky. Hammer smash smartphone. All right. Okay, let's see what else we got here. So an Indonesian celebrity says that she accompanies her sons watching porn to teach them sex education.
That's a bit too kinky.
See how he spit in her mouth? That's how you show dominance. Right? Like, so I found this on Reddit, and the top comment was, the kid on the right is pre-nut, and the kid on the left is post-nut clarity. We're all for teaching sex education, but isn't this extremely inappropriate? Famous Indonesian singer Yuni Shara made a controversial revelation recently after she revealed in an interview that she's been accompanying her sons when they watch pornographic videos as to guide and teach them sex education. Yuni revealed the matter during a vlog video with another Indonesian celebrity, Vena Melinda. As reported by Indonesian news portal Detik, Yuni said that she doesn't want to be an old-fashioned parent and instead want to be one that is more open-minded. Furthermore, the 49-year-old single mother said that she is worried about the various kinds of pornographic content that can be easily accessed and watched by her sons. So you think that she's actually watching it with them in order to sex education them? Or do you think that she's just like, no, you can't watch the anal. Girls don't like that. No, yes, only missionary.
Only foot jobs.
Uni, who is the sister of another famous Indonesian singer, Krisdayanti, commented, quote, "My children also happen to be open-minded. We're such an open-minded couple. Family. It's impossible for our children nowadays to not watch porn, whether it's anime or any other kind that are available nowadays." Yeah, the horse porn. Hence, that is why Uni decided to accompany her sons, Calvin, O'Brien, Salomo. You put the fucking kid's name in here? Not even Calvin. Caven O'Brien, Salomo Sayahan, and Cello Obient Sayahan when they are watching porn. Look. Right. Maybe she's worried that her sons will find an old video of her. Well, I'll be honest. There is a mom tonight that should be worried about that. Do you think that she's accompanying them watching porn just so it's so distasteful that they don't ever want to watch porn? To ruin the experience? Yeah. She said sometimes she would ask them questions like, "How do you like watching porn like this? Do you like it?" And they would reply with, "Mom, don't be like this." To watch Uni, they reply, "This is just something normal, bro." Uni then said that teaching them sex education in this day and age is important, especially given how parents can't always be there 24/7 to watch over them. What do you guys think of Uni Shara's unconventional and controversial approach to teaching her son sex education? I think she should be arrested, actually. I think she's definitely fucking those kids. Like, definitely, right? Meanwhile, a mom was banned from dropping kids off at a Christian school due to an OnlyFans ad on her car. Now, I have to imagine this is her, because she's also wearing an OnlyFans shirt. And looking at the face alone, I say, no, thank you. There's a reason you have to advertise. A mom in Central Florida has been banned from dropping her kids off at a private Christian school because of an advertisement for her OnlyFans account on her vehicle. I think it's hilarious that they crop it out so you can't. A mom in Central Florida has been banned from dropping kids off at Christian school because the advertisement. Michelle Klein says the school is making her park across the street, which forces her kids to cross a busy road, go down a sidewalk, and walk through a parking lot to get to school. That is, unless she takes the ad for the adult content site off her car. Klein goes by the name Piper Fawn to promote her adult content. She has a large decal that stretches across her vehicle's back windshield to promote her OnlyFans account. She says her adult content is her business and her way of life. Quote, "My husband and I, this, little wild, behind closed doors lifestyle that we've now decided to share," she said. Oh, had this. Okay. So, all right. But other parents at Liberty Christian Prep don't want their children seeing any advertisements for that kind of content. Lexi Thomas is one of those parents. Quote, "It's a distraction to my children," Thomas said, "and no matter how poorly or how good I parent, porn is there. And that's kind of the first thing they're seeing when they're going to a place that should be educating them." Thomas also said the decal is distracting because of its large size. It's not just a tiny little emblem on the back of the car. It's taking up the entire windshield, she said. That's what she said, yep. After several parents complained, the school told Klein she has to drop her kids off across the street. Other parents say there's an easy solution to the problem. Klein should just take the decal off her car. And that one seemed like an easy thing to say, for sure, Klein said. But for me, it supports my family. This provides a very comfortable way of life for us, and it's legal. I pay taxes just like everyone else, but I'm not breaking the law. I just offend people. Klein says she wants the school, at the very least, to provide someone to help her kids get across the street safely. Imagine. Imagine being the schmuck whose job it is to help the porn mom's kids across the street.
Do we have another porn article? Oh, we do.
We do.
Yay!
2 weeks worth of articles has made it uncomfortably pornographic. Teen son admits to filming his mother, adult star Andressa Urak's OnlyFans content for her, and says he's, quote, not ashamed.
What bracket of a teen?
How old is this teen? Is this a 19?
Which teen? Are we talking 18 or
18.
are we okay.
Okay.
Well, at least it's not
What
that
if?
illegal.
Okay,
I don't know if it's legal.
The amount of like ridiculousness in my head. You guys bring this up, and I think, what if a child films and directs the porn? Is it considered child porn? Like,
okay, Mom, you need to pull out your ass cheeks a little bit more. I need to see that red rose come out.
yeah. Choke her harder. Now slap her.
Cover her eye. Cover her eye.
Yeah. Don't you dare close your eye. This is the money shot. While XXX OnlyFans is known to have adult stars pushing boundaries, this one will sort of make you scratch your head. Apparently, Arthur Urek performs his son duties admirably as he uses his creative skills to shoot his mother, adult star Andressa Urek's XXX OnlyFans content.
No. They say XXX OnlyFans. That's just normal OnlyFans, is it not?
Mm-hmm. So while OnlyFans is known to have adult stars pushing boundaries, this one will sort of make you scroll. Great. Say it again, why don't you? Apparently, internet personality Arthur Urek performs his son's duties admirably as he uses creative skills to choose most adult film content. Believe it or not, he is so talented that his mother asks him to help her create some porn content for her social media platforms. Now, isn't that something? Leaving people in shock, this son admitted to going behind the camera for her OnlyFans. Honestly, the way you phrased that, it sounded like he goes in front of the camera to help her create the content.
Bro, imagine he actually was that talented that like you watch it and it's like watching, I don't know, what's the like one
I
of the
think
best
of
movies.
I think of that
the
episode
Citizen
of
Kane
Seinfeld.
of porn.
I think of that episode of Seinfeld where Jerry gets roped into bootlegging movies, and like the little like kid down the street cries at the fact that Jerry's cinematography is so fucking good that it enhances the movie. Like the zooming in at key moments and scenes, you know, like he basically gets roped into being a bootlegger because he's just so goddamn good at it. That's this kid, right? Like he knows exactly what to focus on and when to cut away, you know, and all that shit. So the only issue is that Arthur is only 18 years old and that he is solely interested in XXX adult content. Oh, right. So you mean his creativity, right? He's only interested in that. Yeah. Okay. The Brazilian TV personality's kid revealed in a recent Instagram Q&A, OnlyFans model Demi Rose goes completely nude, barely covering her butt with a scarf as fans drool all over hot pics. Really? Why is that there? Good for her. Fuck. I'm trying to read about a kid who's being abused here. Andressa Urax is known for her raunchy stuff. The photographer was reportedly questioned, quote, Arthur, are you the one who films Andressa's OnlyFans? As per Lad Bible. He said, yep, I'm really badass with pictures, right? With enthusiasm. No matter how close he may be to his mother, we don't know about you, but that sounds a little sinister. Disgusting, you mean? Disgusting is what I think the word you're looking for. They were shocked. And one person even asked, you're not ashamed of your mother selling herself? Do you film her like this? Online people were astounded. Arthur answered the query calmly, quote, I'm not ashamed. I'm very serene with her decision. Oh my god. So she was oh yeah. She was previously the target of controversy. Guess why?
Is that the baby he had with his mom? No.
Hold up. There's something.
I mean, their glasses don't even match. I don't know what
could he be the baby?
Oh, the baby.
All right. So, earlier this year, the former Miss Bum Bum contender quit OnlyFans, citing her commitment to religion. She said that since returning to the adult content platform, members of the contentious Universal Church of the Kingdom of God, which she joined in 2015, have threatened her. That's the end of the article. Wow. So apparently she was also in the news previously because of, I think, her butt implants exploded or some shit. Anyway, let's read one last article. Loud fish sex wakes residents, rattles homes.
What? Well, it's not porn, but you know, there's still sex involved, I guess.
Do you think fish were having sex in like a fish tank in the home?
Do they even have sex? Like, from what
I don't know.
remember. From what I remember,
don't they bust on the ass? Like,
yeah, that's what I learned from Magic School Bus. Remember that episode?
A spa for adults who role play as babies and whoa! What? Loud fish sex wakes residents, rattles homes, weird news and oddities. A spa for adults who role play as babies in diapers. Kangaroo gets loose. Tip to cry over. Wings to fly on. Love stinks and so does your ex. This article has it all. Like, this could have been the whole podcast. Black drumfish produce a low-frequency drumming sounds when they flex their muscles against their swim bladder as they mate. An expert says that may be the sounds that interrupted the sleep of some residents of the South Tampa, Florida, and beyond. Across America, people in South Tampa, Florida, have been confounded by the low-frequency drumming sound that interrupted their sleep, scares some of their children, and causes tremors in their houses. A Tampa woman, Sarah Healy, set out to find out why. Multiple theories have been floated. Some blamed a loud party boat on the bay. More skeptical people thought the sounds might be coming from an underwater military installation. Or some asked, could it be aliens? What is going on? Nope, it's likely just loud fish sex, according to an expert. This right now is the origin story that explains to me why Hayao Miyazaki hates the parakeets in Boy and the Heron so much. Right? Like that is the only thing that explains to me how a person could hate an animal to this degree. James Locascio, a fisheries program manager for the Mote Marine Laboratory and Aquarium in Sarasota, puts it more scientifically. Quote, no, not quote. His previous research suggests the low frequency sounds similar to bass on a stereo and peculiar to the anatomy of the species are coming from black drumfish, which are in the middle of their winter mating season and are most active at night. With money from Healy's crowdfunding campaign, Locascio plans to eavesdrop on the amorous fish with underwater microphones to support his theory. Are you fucking serious? Okay. You go right into this other article about the kangaroo. Down and dirty diapers. I don't even want to. I'm disappointed.
All right, we're done.
I'm done. I can't believe it. This is a terrible SpongeBob article. Wow.
It was even under the sea too. Come on.
Yeah. All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you for coming to another episode of the Porn News with your boys.
Yes, I hope I am currently done with the travel, and we don't ever have to do another 2-week podcast until maybe September. Because that sucked. That was hard. Anyway, look forward to Stellar Blade. Are there any comments? No.
Not really. No.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I'm gonna call it here. Do you guys want to use the intro again because it was so magnificent?
Sure, I missed it.
Cool. All right. Here we go.
In nomine Patris et Filii et Spiritus Sancti.